Describe it using at least 3 tech terms. What technology do you use every day? Improving communication skills is key to personal and professional success. One effective tip is to practice active listening, which means truly paying attention to what others say. For example, during a conversation, you might nod and respond with follow-up questions. Try to summarize what the speaker said before you reply. What communication skill do you want to improve the most? Collaboration is a fantastic way for creators to grow their audience. When you collaborate, you can repost each other's content, which helps both of you reach new followers. Always give credit to your partner for their work. This builds trust and respect. Think of a creator you admire and consider how you could work together. Who would you like to collaborate with? Understanding idioms can make your English more colorful and engaging. For example, the phrase "time is money" emphasizes how valuable our time is, especially in a work context. Another common idiom is to burn the midnight oil, which means working late into the night. These expressions can help you discuss productivity more effectively. Try using one of these idioms in your next conversation about work. What's your favorite idiom related to time or productivity? When traveling, asking for tourist information can enhance your experience. Use polite phrases like "excuse me, could you help me?" or "can you recommend a good place to visit?" This shows respect and opens up the conversation. For instance, you might ask, "Where is the nearest museum?" Practice these phrases before your trip to feel more confident. What tourist spot do you want to know more about? Social media has its own language full of abbreviations and slang. Common terms like LOL for laughing out loud or BRB for be right back can make your messages quicker and more fun. When you see DM, it means direct message, often used when someone wants to chat privately. Try using a few abbreviations in your next online conversation to connect better with friends. What abbreviation do you use most often? Describing your daily routine can help improve your English and connect with others. Start by using simple phrases like "I usually wake up at 7 a.m. and after breakfast, I go for a walk." This helps create a clear picture of your day. You can also include activities like working, exercising, or relaxing. Practicing this will make your speaking sound more natural. What's one part of your daily routine you enjoy the most? Many learners struggle with the th sound in words like think or this. Unlike the t or d sounds, you need to place your tongue between your teeth and blow air gently. For example, think has that soft f, while 10 uses a strong t. Practicing minimal pairs like thin and tin can help you hear and produce the difference. Try saying both pairs out loud today to improve your pronunciation. What other sounds do you find challenging in English? Cultural sensitivity is essential when communicating in English as it helps build respect and understanding. Always be aware of different customs and values. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact is a sign of confidence, while in others, it might be seen as disrespectful. When speaking with someone from another culture, ask questions to show interest. How do you ensure you're being sensitive to different cultures in your conversations? Comparative and superlative forms are key for comparing people, places, and things. To form a comparative, add "air" for short adjectives like taller, or use "more" for longer ones like more beautiful. For superlatives, use "est" for short adjectives like tallest, and "the most" for long ones like the most beautiful. For example, "My sister is taller than me, but my mom is the tallest." Can you think of some comparatives and superlatives to describe your friends or family? Understanding library and research terminology can greatly enhance your academic skills. Key terms include catalog, which is a list of items in a library, and database, a collection of information. For example, when you search for a book, you use the library catalog. What research terms do you find most confusing when you're studying? Starting and ending your presentation effectively is crucial. Opening phrases like "thank you for being here today" or "welcome" everyone engage your audience right away. For closing, use phrases like "in conclusion" or "to summarize" to wrap up your points clearly. For example, you might say, "In conclusion, we can see the importance of teamwork." What opening or closing phrases do you find most effective in your presentations? When things go wrong, complaining politely can help resolve issues smoothly. Start with a friendly greeting and clearly state the problem, like saying, "I'm sorry to bother you, but my order is incorrect." Then offer a solution such as, "Could you please help me fix this?" This shows respect and encourages cooperation. Remember, staying calm can lead to better outcomes. Have you ever had to complain politely? Team collaboration is essential for success. Key vocabulary includes brainstorming, which means generating ideas together, and feedback or constructive criticism to improve work. You might also hear roles, referring to specific tasks assigned to each team member. Lastly, consensus means reaching an agreement as a group. Using these terms can enhance communication and teamwork. What vocabulary do you find most useful when working in a team? When things go wrong, complaining politely can make a big difference. Start by addressing the person with a friendly greeting like, "Hello" or "Good morning." Then, clearly explain the issue, such as, "I received the wrong item." After that, suggest a solution like, "Could you help me with this?" This approach shows respect and is more likely to result in a positive outcome. Have you ever had to complain politely, and how did it go for you? Getting around in a new city can be exciting. You have several transportation options like buses, trains, and taxis. To ask for directions, you can say, "Excuse me, how do I get to the train station?" Or, "Which bus goes to the museum?" Remember to listen carefully to the answers, as locals often give great tips. What's your favorite way to travel in a new place? Understanding sports terminology can make games much more enjoyable. For example, in football, the term offside means a player is in the wrong position when the ball is played. In basketball, dribbling refers to bouncing the ball while moving. These terms help you follow the action and appreciate strategies. Try watching a game and paying attention to the vocabulary used by commentators. What sports do you enjoy, and do you know any specific terms related to them? Using polite language in customer service is key to creating a positive experience. Phrases like, "How can I assist you today?" or "I apologize for the inconvenience" show that you care. Make sure to listen actively and repeat back what the customer says to confirm understanding. For example, saying, "Just to confirm, you'd like to change your order, correct?" can help avoid misunderstandings. What phrases do you think are most helpful in customer service situations? Choosing the right tone in email writing is crucial for effective communication. Informal emails use polite greetings like "Dear Mr. Smith" and end with "Sincerely." For example, "I hope this message finds you well" sets a respectful tone. In contrast, informal emails can start with "Hi John" and use casual language like "Let's grab lunch soon." Remember, the relationship with the person you're writing to will guide your tone. What kind of emails do you usually write? Formal or informal? Understanding online shopping terms can make your experience smoother. Familiarize yourself with words like cart, which is where you save items, and checkout, where you finalize your purchase. Additionally, tracking allows you to follow your package's journey. Knowing these terms helps you navigate websites with ease and avoid confusion. What online shopping terms do you find most confusing? When tackling home improvement projects, knowing the right terms is essential. For example, drywall refers to the panels used for walls, while mudding is the process of applying joint compound to smooth surfaces. Another important term is stud, which is a vertical framing member in a wall. Familiarizing yourself with these words helps you communicate effectively with contractors or DIY buddies. Next time you start a project, try using at least 3 new terms you've learned. What home improvement projects are you thinking about? Effective problem-solving requires specific vocabulary to express your thoughts clearly. Terms like brainstorming refer to generating ideas without judgment, while analyze means examining the details of a problem. Another useful term is solution, which is the answer you find. Using these words can help you articulate your thought process in discussions. Try using brainstorming and analyze in your next conversation about a challenge you're facing. What problem are you currently trying to solve? Festivals and celebrations bring people together and create lasting memories. They often include vibrant decorations, lively music, and delicious food. For example, during Diwali, the festival of lights in India, people light candles and share sweets, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Similarly, during Mardi Gras in New Orleans, colorful parades and masks fill the streets as everyone enjoys the festive atmosphere. Participating in these events can be a joyful experience. Think about a festival you've attended. What made it special for you? Choosing the right tone in emails is essential for effective communication. A direct approach is clear and concise, great for quick requests, like "Please send the report by noon." However, a polite tone can create a friendly atmosphere, saying, "Could you please send the report by noon? I would really appreciate it." Balancing these tones is important based on your relationship recipient. Which tone do you prefer to use in your emails? Negotiation and persuasion are key skills in both personal and professional life. One effective technique is to listen actively, showing you value the other person's perspective. For example, when discussing a salary increase, acknowledge their concerns before presenting your case. This builds rapport and trust. What negotiation techniques have you found helpful in your own experiences? Job interviews often include common questions that you can prepare for. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." A good answer summarizes your background, skills, and why you're excited about the role. For instance, "I have 5 years of experience in marketing, specializing in social media strategies, and I'm passionate about helping brands grow." Practicing answers like these can boost your confidence. What job interview question do you find most challenging? Opening and closing your presentation effectively can leave a lasting impression. Start with an engaging opening phrase like, "Imagine a world where," to capture your audience's attention. Then, as you wrap up, use a strong closing line such as, "In conclusion," remember that, to reinforce your key message. For example, if your presentation is about climate change, you might say, "In conclusion, remember that every small action counts." Practice these phrases to enhance your delivery. What opening or closing phrases do you like to use in your presentation? Comparative and superlative forms are essential in English for comparing people, places, or things. To form a comparative, add "er" to short adjectives like taller or smarter. For longer adjectives, use "more," such as "more beautiful" or "more interesting." Superlatives highlight the highest degree, using "est" for short adjectives, like the tallest, and the "most" for longer ones, like the most beautiful. For example, Sarah is taller than Lily, but Anna is the tallest in the group. Can you think of a sentence using a comparative or superlative? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to maintain professionalism. Use phrases like, "I understand your perspective" to show empathy, and "let's find a solution together" to promote collaboration. Instead of saying "you are wrong," try "I see it differently," which encourages a more constructive dialogue. For example, if a colleague disagrees with your idea, respond with, "I appreciate your feedback. Can we explore this further?" Practicing this language can help create a more positive work environment. How do you usually handle disagreements at work? Making appointments and reservations is important for effective planning. Always start by clearly stating your purpose, like, "I'd like to book a table for 2. Use polite phrases such as, "Could you please confirm the time?" or "Is there a spot available?" When specifying details, include date, time, and any special requests, like dietary restrictions. For example, you might say, "I'd like a vegan meal for our dinner reservation." How do you usually make appointments or reservations in English? Personal development vocabulary helps you express growth and goals. Words like mindset, resilience, and motivation are key. For instance, saying, "I need a growth mindset to overcome challenges," shows your willingness to learn. Additionally, using phrases like "setting achievable goals" can clarify your intentions. What personal development terms do you find most useful in your journey? Using modal verbs can greatly enhance your politeness in English. For example, instead of saying, "Give me the report," you can say, "Could you please send me the report?" This makes your request more polite. Similarly, using "would" can soften your requests like, "Would you mind helping me?" Remember, the choice of modals can affect how your message is received. Which modal verbs do you find most effective for polite communication? Shopping vocabulary is essential for a smooth experience. Key phrases include, "How much does this cost?" and "Can I try this on?" These expressions help you ask about prices and sizes. Additionally, don't forget to use "I'm looking for" when you want assistance from store staff. Practicing these phrases will boost your confidence while shopping. Next time you're out, try using at least 2 new phrases. What's your favorite phrase to use while shopping? Making appointments and reservations is a key skill in English. Start by clearly stating what you need, like, "I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. It's also helpful to ask for confirmation, such as, "Can you please confirm that?" If you're calling for an appointment, you might say, "I'd like to schedule a dentist appointment for next week." Practice this with a friend and soon it will feel natural. What types of appointments do you often make? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," and "What are your strengths?" For "Tell me about yourself," you can share your background and relevant experience in just a few sentences. When discussing strengths, choose a quality that relates to the job, like, "I'm very organized." Practicing these answers can boost your confidence. What interview question do you find most challenging? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, or snowy. For example, you might say, it's a beautiful sunny day, perfect for a picnic. Or during winter, you can say, it's really cold and snowy outside. This not only helps with small talk, but also makes you feel more connected. What's your favorite season and why? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for smooth conversations. When you agree, you can say, I completely agree with you. Or, for polite disagreement, try phrases like, I see your point, but I think, or, what's a recent discussion where you had to agree or disagree politely? Travel safety is crucial for a worry-free trip. Always keep your belongings close and avoid showing valuable items in crowded places. For example, using a money belt can keep your passport and cash safe. Additionally, research the local customs and emergency numbers before you travel. This knowledge helps you feel more secure and prepared. Make a list of important keep it accessible. What safety tips do you follow when traveling? Networking can be intimidating, but great conversation starters make it easier. Try asking, what inspired you to get into your field? Or what projects are you currently excited about? These questions show genuine interest and can lead to deeper discussions. Remember to listen actively and share your own experiences too. What's your favorite conversation starter when meeting new people? Wedding and celebration language is all about joy and connection. Use phrases like congratulations and best wishes to express happiness for the couple. For example, you might say, wishing you a lifetime of love and happiness. Additionally, learning a few common toasts can make you feel included, such as, here's to love, laughter, and happily ever after. Don't forget to personalize your message with heartfelt sentiment. What do you think is the most important phrase to use at a wedding? Prepositions are essential in English as they help us understand time, place, and movement. For example, we use at for specific times like at 3 p.m., in for months or years like in April, and on for days like on Monday. For place, we say in the room or at the park, and for movement, we use to as in go to the store. What's your favorite preposition to use? Navigating a library can greatly enhance your research skills. Familiarize yourself with key terms like catalog, which is a list of books and resources available, and reference, which refers to materials used to support your work. When you want to find specific information, look for databases, which provide access to academic articles. Don't forget to check out journals where you can find peer-reviewed studies. When you visit a library, try to ask a librarian for assistance using these terms. What's the most interesting book you've discovered in a library? Effective time management can boost your productivity significantly. Start by prioritizing tasks using a simple system like the Eisenhower matrix, which helps you distinguish between what's urgent and important. Set specific goals and use a timer to work in focused bursts, like the Pomodoro technique. This can make tasks feel less overwhelming. How do you usually plan your day for maximum productivity? Understanding articles can greatly improve your English. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat, and in before vowel sounds as in an apple. These is used for specific items, like the book on the table. Sometimes, no article is needed, especially with plural nouns or uncountable nouns, like I love music. Try using these rules in your next conversation. What's a sentence you can create using these articles? Time management is key to enhancing your productivity. Start by breaking your day into focused time blocks, like 25 minutes of work followed by a 5-minute break. This method, known as the Pomodoro technique, keeps you motivated and reduces burnout. Also, prioritize your tasks to tackle the most important ones first. What time management strategies have you found helpful in your daily routine? Networking can feel challenging, but good conversation starters make it easier. Begin with open-ended questions like, what do you enjoy most about your work? Or what projects are you currently excited about? This encourages the other person to share more, which helps build a connection. You can also mention a recent industry event or a common interest to spark discussion. Remember to listen actively and follow up on their responses. What's your favorite conversation starter when meeting new people? Choosing the right transportation option can make your travel much easier. For short distances, consider walking or biking, as they allow you to explore your surroundings. For longer trips, public transport like buses and trains can be affordable and convenient. When asking for directions, try using phrases like, "Excuse me, how do I get to?" Or "Can you point me to the nearest?" This shows politeness and helps you get accurate answer. What's your preferred way to get around in a new city? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you make smarter daily choices. For example, The idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another. If you spend money on a dinner, you might miss out on saving for a concert. This awareness can guide your spending and saving habits. What's a recent choice you made where you considered the opportunity cost? Economic concepts can greatly influence our daily decisions. One important idea is budgeting, which involves planning how to spend your money wisely. By creating a budget, you can ensure you have enough for essentials like rent and food, while still saving for fun activities. Another key concept is supply and demand, which affects prices. When demand is high and supply is low, prices increase. Understanding these concepts helps you make informed decisions about spending and saving. What's one budgeting tip you find helpful in your life? Effective time management is key to boosting your productivity. One tip is to prioritize tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, which helps you separate what's urgent from what's important. For instance, focus on completing important projects first before moving on to less critical tasks. This way, you can achieve more in less time. What time management strategy do you use to stay productive? Small talk is essential in business, as it helps build relationships and create a friendly atmosphere. Topics like the weather, recent holidays, or local events are great starters. You might say, "Did you enjoy the last long weekend?" Or "Have you tried that new cafe downtown?" This creates a relaxed environment and encourages open communication. Remember, the goal is to connect personally before diving into business matters. What's your go-to small talk topic in a professional setting? The tone of your emails greatly affects how your message is received. A direct approach is efficient for quick responses, like saying, "Please send me the report by Friday." However, a polite tone fosters good relationships, such as, "Could you please send me the report by Friday? I would really appreciate it." Balancing both styles can enhance your communication. Think about your audience and the situation to choose the right tone. What tone do you prefer when writing emails? Collocations are word combinations that sound natural together. Let's look at some common verbs. Make, do, take, and give. For example, we say make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these collocations will improve your fluency and sound more natural in conversation. Try to memorize a few more collocations for each verb in your daily practice. Which collocation do you find most useful in your conversations? Talking about career goals is important for personal growth and motivation. Start by identifying what truly interests you and where you see yourself in the future. For example, you might say, "I aim to become a project manager in 5 years." This clarity helps you focus on necessary skills, like leadership and communication. Setting short-term goals can also help you stay on track, such as taking a course or networking with professionals in your field. What is one career goal you're currently working towards? Understanding academic language is essential for success in the education system. This type of language often includes specialized vocabulary and formal structures. For instance, instead of saying "a lot," you might use "many" or "numerous" in an academic essay. Familiarizing yourself with common phrases like "research shows" or "the findings suggest" can enhance your writing. Practice using these phrases in your next assignment. What academic language do you find challenging when writing or speaking? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often follow the pattern, if all condition, then result. For example, you might say, "If I had $1 million, I would travel the world." This structure helps you express dreams or possibilities that aren't real yet. Practice creating your own sentences like, "If I were an expert chef, I would open a restaurant." It's a fun way to explore your imagination. What hypothetical situation would you love to talk about? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, instead of saying, "Give me the book," you might say, "Could you please give me the book?" This sounds much more polite. Similarly, using would or might softens your requests. Try changing a direct request to a more polite one using a modal verb. What polite phrases do you like to use? Understanding nutrition vocabulary is key to healthy eating. Terms like macronutrients, which include proteins, carbohydrates, and fats, are essential for a balanced diet. Another important term is fiber, which helps digestion. When you choose foods, look for labels that mention these terms to make better choices. Try to identify one healthy food you've eaten recently and its nutritional benefits. What's your favorite healthy snack? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You can ask your server about the chef's special or the origins of a dish, which shows your interest. For example, saying, "What do you recommend for someone who loves spicy food?" can lead to a great discussion. You might also want to compliment the restaurant's ambience or ask about dessert options. What's your favorite thing to talk about when dining out? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum are important when discussing skincare routines. For instance, you might say, "I love using a gentle exfoliator twice a week." Understanding these terms helps you choose the right products. What's one beauty product you can't live without? When traveling, knowing how to ask for tourist information can greatly enhance your experience. Use phrases like, "Excuse me, could you help me find?" or "Where is the nearest tourist information center?" This way, you get clear directions. For example, you might ask, "Can you tell me how to get to the museum from here?" Engaging with locals also gives you insider tips. What's interesting place you've asked about on your travels? Understanding environmental consciousness vocabulary can help you discuss important issues. Words like sustainability, recycling, and carbon footprint are essential when talking about protecting our planet. For example, you might say, "Reducing your carbon footprint means using less energy and driving less." Additionally, terms like renewable energy and conservation are useful for conversations about eco-friendly practices. Learning this vocabulary not only informs you, but also empowers you to make a difference. What's one environmental topic you're passionate about discussing? Understanding decision-making process terms can help you communicate effectively in meetings. Words like options, criteria, and outcomes are key. For example, you might say, "Using these terms makes your conversations clearer and more structured." Remember, sharing your thoughts during decision-making can lead to better results. What's a recent decision you had to make, and how did you go about it? Mastering library and research terminology can enhance your academic skills. Key terms like database, citation, and plagiarism are essential. For instance, knowing how to properly cite sources helps avoid plagiarism in your work. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will make your research process smoother and more effective. What's the most challenging part of research for you? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for good communication. Use phrases like, "I see your point, but," to express your disagreement respectfully. For example, you could say, "I agree with your idea, but I think we should consider another option as well." This way, you maintain a positive conversation. How do you usually respond when you disagree with someone? Improving your communication skills can open many doors in both personal and professional life. Start by practicing active listening, which means really paying attention to what others are saying. For example, instead of just waiting for your turn to speak, ask questions about their ideas to show you care. This builds rapport and encourages better conversations. Have you ever tried active listening, and what was the outcome? Using sensitive language when discussing mental health is crucial for promoting awareness and understanding. Phrases like "struggling with" or "experiencing difficulties" can create a supportive environment. For example, instead of saying someone is crazy, try saying they are facing challenges. This approach fosters empathy and reduces stigma. How do you think language impact people's perceptions of mental health? Understanding banking and financial vocabulary is essential for managing your money effectively. Terms like interest rate, savings account, and loan are common. For instance, knowing that an interest rate is the cost of borrowing money helps you make informed decisions about loans. Try to learn a new financial term each week. What financial words do you find most confusing? Shopping for clothes can be a fun experience, but understanding fashion vocabulary is key. Words like trendy, casual, and formal help you describe what you want. For example, if you're looking for a trendy outfit, you might ask for the latest styles in the store. Also, don't forget about fitting. Phrases like "size up" or "tailored fit" can improve your shopping experience. Next time you shop, try using at least 3 fashion-related words. What fashion trend are you excited about right now? Home and household vocabulary is essential for creating a comfortable living space. Words such as furniture, appliances, and decor help you describe your home clearly. For instance, if you want to talk about your living room, you might say, "I have a cozy sofa and a stylish coffee table." Understanding these terms also helps when you're shopping or asking for help. Try to label items around your home with their names to reinforce your vocabulary. What's your favorite room in your house and why? When discussing future plans, it's important to know when to use will and going to. Use will for spontaneous decisions, like saying, "I will help you with that." In contrast, going to is better for plans you've already made, such as, I'm going to visit my friend next week. Both forms help you express your intentions clearly. Try making 2 sentences about your future. One with will, for something spontaneous, and one with going to, for a planned event. What's something you're looking forward to doing? Celebrating special occasions like weddings often involves specific vocabulary. Use words like ceremony, reception, and vows to describe the event. For example, you might say, the ceremony was beautiful, and the couple exchanged heartfelt vows. Practicing these terms can help you engage in conversations about celebrations. What's your favorite memory from a wedding or celebration you did? Improving your communication skills can greatly enhance your personal and professional life. A key tip is to practice active listening, which means fully concentrating on what the other person is saying before responding. For instance, instead of thinking about your reply while someone is speaking, focus on their words and body language. This shows respect and helps build stronger connections. Try this in your next conversation by summarizing what the other person said before sharing thoughts. What communication skill do you want to work on? Gardening and plant care have their own special language that can make your hobby even more enjoyable. Learning terms like pruning, fertilizing, and propagation can help you understand how to care for your plants better. For example, when you prune a plant, you remove dead or overgrown branches to promote healthy growth. Try using these terms when discussing your gardening experiences with friends or online. What plant care tip have you found most helpful in your garden journey? Effective team collaboration relies on specific vocabulary that fosters understanding and cooperation. Words like brainstorming, feedback, and synergy encourage open communication and shared ideas. For instance, during a brainstorming session, everyone contributes thoughts without judgment, leading to innovative solutions. Using such terms helps create an engaging atmosphere where team members feel valued. What collaborative vocabulary do you find most useful in your team projects? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. It connects your past actions to the present moment. For example, saying I've traveled to 3 countries highlights your experiences and how they've shaped you. This tense helps you discuss experiences without focusing on when they happened. Try using it when talking with friends about places you've visited or things you've done. What's one exciting experience you would share using the present perfect? Phrasal verbs are essential for travel conversations. Here are the top 5. First, check-in means to register at hotels or airports. Second, head out is used when you're leaving for a destination. Third, look for helps when you're searching for something, like your hotel or a good restaurant. Fourth, get away refers to escaping for a vacation. Lastly, take off describes when a plane leaves the ground. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful when traveling? Nature can be incredibly beautiful and diverse. Picture a calm forest with tall trees swaying gently in the breeze and birds singing high above. Nearby, a sparkling river flows, reflecting the sunlight like 1,000 tiny stars. The air is fresh and filled with the scent of wildflowers. Describing nature helps us appreciate its wonders. What is your favorite place in nature, and how would you describe it to someone? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you connect with important issues. For example, non-profit organizations focus on helping people rather than making money. Fundraising is the activity of gathering money for a cause. Another key term is volunteer, which means offering your time to help without getting paid. Learning these words empowers you to engage in meaningful conversations about social change. What charity or social cause do you feel passionate about? Community involvement and volunteering are powerful ways to make a difference. When you volunteer, you help others and learn new skills. For instance, you might help at a local food bank or organize a cleanup day at the park. These activities not only improve the community, but also create connections with others who share your values. What's a cause you'd like to support? The pronunciation of ed endings can be tricky, but is important for clear communication. There are 3 main sounds, TD and DDD. For example, walked ends with T, played ends with D, and wanted ends with HDD. To practice, choose a few verbs and say them in past tense, focusing on the ending sounds. Can you think of a verb that ends in ed and share how you pronounce it? Shopping can be a fun way to practice your English. Start with key phrases like, how much is this? Or, do you have this in another size? When you want to pay, you can say, I'd like to buy this, please. Practicing these phrases will make shopping easier and more enjoyable. What's your favorite item to shop for? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you engage in meaningful conversations. Key terms include donation, which is giving money or goods, and volunteering, which means offering your time for free. For example, you might say, I donated clothes to the local shelter. What social cause are you passionate about? Dating can be exciting, but using the right vocabulary is essential. Terms like date, which refers to going out with someone, and relationship, meaning a connection between people, are important. For instance, you might say, we're in a relationship or I had a date this weekend. What's your favorite word related to dating? Car maintenance is crucial for safe driving, and understanding basic vocabulary can help you communicate effectively. Words like oil change, which means replacing old engine oil, and tire pressure, referring to the air in your tires, are key. For example, you might say, I need an oil change before my road trip, or make sure your tire pressure is correct. What car maintenance term do you find most interesting? Expressing opinions politely is an important skill. Instead of saying, that's a bad idea, try using phrases like, I see your point, but I think. This way, you acknowledge the other person's thoughts while sharing your perspective. For example, you could say, I appreciate your suggestion, but I believe we might consider another option. How do you politely share your opinions with others? Cultural sensitivity is essential in our diverse world. It means being aware of and respecting different customs, traditions, and values. For instance, when visiting another country, it's polite to learn a few local phrases or understand dining etiquette. If you're in Japan, for example, it's important to know that tipping is not customary and can even be seen as rude. To practice cultural sensitivity, try researching a culture before interacting with its people. What is one cultural practice you've learned about that surprised you? Effective team collaboration relies on clear vocabulary. Words like brainstorm, which means to generate ideas together, or feedback, referring to constructive comments, are essential. When you say, let's brainstorm solutions, it encourages open discussion. Using phrases like let's circle back helps in revisiting topics later. Try using these terms in your next team meeting. What collaboration words do you find most useful in your work? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can help you communicate effectively. Words like timeout, which is a break given to a child for reflection, and diaper, referring to baby clothes for waste management, are common. For example, saying, I'll give him a timeout if he misbehaves, sets clear expectations. Familiarize yourself with different terms like toddler and nursery to improve your conversations. What parenting term have you found most helpful? Knowing health and medical appointment language is crucial for effective communication. Phrases like I need to schedule an appointment or I'm experiencing symptoms help express your needs. For example, saying, I have a headache and I'd like to see a doctor clearly conveys your situation. Familiarize yourself with medical terms like prescription and diagnosis to enhance your conversations. What health-related phrases do you use when visiting a doctor? Mastering negotiation and persuasion techniques can greatly improve your communication skills. One effective method is to use active listening, which shows the other person you value their opinion. For instance, you might say, I understand your concern about the budget, but I believe this investment will pay off. Additionally, presenting data or examples can strengthen your argument. Practice these techniques in everyday conversations to build confidence. What negotiation tactic do you find most useful trying to persuade someone? Understanding leadership and management terms can enhance your professional communication. Words like vision, strategy, and delegation are key to discussing team dynamics and goals. For example, saying, our vision is to innovate while ensuring quality, helps clarify your objectives. Additionally, terms like feedback and empowerment emphasize the importance of communication in leadership. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can improve your interactions in the workplace. Which leadership term do you find most inspiring or relevant in your experience? Phrasal verbs are essential for describing daily activities naturally. For example, I need to pick up groceries means to collect them. Similarly, can you put away the dishes means to store them in their place. Using these phrases can make your speech sound more fluent and casual. Try to include at least 3 phrasal verbs in your conversations today, like turn on, get ready, or hang out. What phrasal verb do you use the most in your daily life? Learning experiences shape who we are, and how we communicate. For instance, attending a language course can boost your confidence and improve your skills. Engaging with native speakers through conversations allows you to practice in real-life situations. Each experience teaches us something new, whether it's vocabulary or cultural nuances. What has been your most memorable learning experience in English? Pronouncing the F sound can be tricky for many learners. Unlike the T and D sounds that requires placing your tongue between your teeth. For example, in the word think, you must softly blow air as you say it. In contrast, talk and dog use the T and D sounds, where the tongue touches the roof of your mouth. Practice these by saying pairs like think and sink. Which sound do you find more difficult to pronounce? Negotiation is all about finding common ground while being persuasive. One effective technique is to listen actively. It shows respect and helps you understand the other person's needs. For instance, when discussing a salary increase, acknowledge their budget concerns before presenting your value. This approach builds trust and opens the door to collaboration. What negotiation technique have you found most successful in your experiences? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Sharing what you love can spark exciting conversations and make new friends. For example, if you enjoy painting, you might say, I love expressing myself through painting. It relaxes me and brings me joy. You can also ask others about their interests by saying, what hobbies do you enjoy? This encourages them to share and keeps the conversation flowing. What hobby or interest are you most passionate about? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, which refers to energy from sources that replenish naturally, like solar or wind power. Another important term is recycle, meaning to process materials to create new products, reducing waste. You might also hear compost, which involves turning organic waste into nutrient-rich soil. Using these words can help you discuss eco-friendly practices more effectively. What practice do you find most interesting? Setting goals is essential for achieving success in any area of life. A helpful way to express your goals is to use the phrase I aim to, or my goal is to, oh. For instance, you might say, I aim to improve my English speaking skills by practicing every day. Remember to set specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals, known as SMART goals. What is one goal you have for improving your English this month? Car maintenance is crucial for safe driving and longevity. Key vocabulary includes oil change, which means replacing old engine oil to keep the engine running smoothly. Another important term is tire pressure, referring to the amount of air in your tires, which affects safety and fuel efficiency. Regular checks can prevent breakdowns. For practice, try to describe your last car maintenance experience using these terms. What do you find most challenging about understanding car vocabulary? Effective time management is key to boosting productivity. One great tip is to prioritize tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, which divides tasks into 4 categories: urgent and important, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, and neither. For example, a project due soon is urgent and important, while planning for the future is important but not urgent. Try creating your own matrix for the week. What task will you prioritize first to make the most of your time? Collaboration is a powerful way for creators to expand their reach and connect with new audiences. When you repost someone else's content, always credit the original creator to build trust and goodwill. A simple caption like, check out at username's amazing work can make a big difference. Try reaching out to a fellow creator for a collaboration this week. Who would you like to partner with and why? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you communicate effectively about important issues. Key terms include nonprofit, which refers to organizations that use their funds to support a mission rather than making a profit, and philanthropy, which is the act of giving to promote the welfare of others. For example, donating to a nonprofit that supports education is a form of philanthropy. Take a moment to think about a social cause you care about. What term related to charity resonates with you the most? Phrasal verbs are essential for making your English sound more natural in daily conversations. For example, wake up means to stop sleeping, while clean up means to tidy a space. You can say, I wake up at 7 a.m. and then clean up my room before breakfast. Using these phrases makes your speech more fluent and relatable. Try to use at least 2 phrasal verbs in your conversations today. What phrasal verb do you find most useful in your daily life? Team collaboration vocabulary can help you work effectively with others. Words like brainstorm, which means to share ideas, and delegate, meaning to assign tasks, are key. For instance, during a project meeting, you might say, "Let's brainstorm solutions and delegate tasks." Try using these terms in your next group discussion. What's your favorite word related to teamwork? Internet safety is crucial in our digital age. Always use strong passwords and be careful about sharing personal information online. For example, avoid posting your address or phone number on social media. Educate yourself about privacy settings to protect your data. Today, take a moment to review your online accounts and update your security. What's one internet safety tip you always follow? Talking about the weather is a great way to connect with others. Seasonal vocabulary can make your conversations more interesting. For example, during summer, you might describe a day as sunny and warm, while in winter, you can say it's cold and snowy. You can even discuss favorite activities, like swimming in the summer or skiing in the winter. Try using seasonal words when chatting with friends or family. What's your favorite season, and how do you usually describe the weather during that time? Time management is key to boosting productivity. Start by prioritizing tasks and setting clear goals for your day. For instance, use a planner to outline what you need to accomplish. Break larger tasks into smaller steps to avoid feeling overwhelmed. Try this today by scheduling your tasks for tomorrow. What's one time management technique that works for you? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial for a productive work environment. Start by proposing a few time options, allowing flexibility for participants. Use clear language, like, "Are you available on Wednesday at 3 p.m.? This helps avoid confusion. Additionally, sending a calendar invite ensures everyone has the details. Don't forget to follow up a day before to confirm attendance. By keeping communication open and organized, you create a smoother planning process. Now, think about your last meeting. What could you improve for next time? Phrasal verbs are essential for everyday communication. They can make your language sound more natural and fluent. For example, instead of saying "I will return the book," you can say "I will bring it back." Similarly, when you want to tell someone to finish a task, you might say "Please wrap it up." Using these phrases can enhance your conversation significantly. Try incorporating at least one phrasal verb into your daily speech today. What's your favorite phrasal verb to use? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you communicate better about your workouts. Words like warm up, stretch, and cool down are important for any exercise routine. You might say, "I need to warm up before my run." Using specific terms makes your fitness conversations clearer. Try using 3 new fitness words in your next chat about exercise. What's your favorite way to stay active? Understanding the difference between formal and informal tone in emails is crucial. For formal emails, use polite language and complete sentences, like "I hope this message finds you well." In contrast, informal emails can be more relaxed, such as "Hey, how's it going?" Remember to match your tone to the relationship with the recipient. Which type of email do you find easier to write, formal or informal? Knowing sports and games terminology can enhance your discussions about your favorite activities. Terms like goal, score, and referee help you understand and communicate better during games. For example, you might say, "The referee made a great call on that penalty." Using specific language not only shows your knowledge but also makes conversations more engaging. Try to incorporate 5 sports terms into your next chat about a game you watched or played. What sport do you enjoy discussing? Prepositions can be tricky, but they are essential for clear communication. When talking about time, use it for specific moments, like at 3 p.m., on for days, such as on Monday, and in for longer periods like in 2023. For place, in refers to enclosed spaces, like in the room, while on refers to surfaces like on the table. For movement, use to indicate direction, as in go to the store. Try using each type of preposition in a sentence today. What's your favorite preposition to use? Comparative and superlative forms are key for making comparisons. Use comparatives to compare 2 things, adding "er" or using "more," like taller or more interesting. For superlatives, use est or most, as in the tallest or the most interesting. For example, "My brother is taller than me, but my sister is the most athletic in our family." Try making a sentence using a comparative and another with a superlative today. What's something you think is the best in your life? Family relationships can be both wonderful and complex. They shape who we are and how we interact with the world. Communication is key to understanding each other's feelings. For example, if you have a disagreement, try to listen and express your thoughts calmly. This can help strengthen your bond. Remember, spending quality time together, like having meals or playing games, can also improve your connections. What's your favorite family activity that brings you closer together? Idioms are a fun way to express emotions. For example, if you're very happy, you might say you're on cloud nine. If you're feeling sad, you could say you're down in the dumps. These colorful expressions make our language more vivid. Try using one in a sentence today. How do you feel when you share your emotions with others? Parenting and childcare come with a unique vocabulary. Terms like nap time and playdate are essential for every parent. For instance, a nap time is when a child sleeps during the day, helping them recharge. Meanwhile, a playdate is a scheduled time for children to play together, which can boost their social skills. Learning these terms helps in connecting with other parents. What's your favorite word or phrase related to parenting? Home and household vocabulary is essential for daily conversations. Words like kitchen, living room, and bathroom help us describe our spaces. For example, in the kitchen, you might find a refrigerator filled with food and drinks. In the living room, you can relax on the sofa while watching TV. Being familiar with these terms makes it easier to discuss home improvement or invite friends over. Can you name one item in each room of your house? Navigating phone and online meetings requires some key phrases. Start with a polite greeting like, "Can you hear me?" to check your connection. If you need to pause, use, "Let me just share my screen" to keep everyone engaged. During discussions, phrases like, "I'd like to add something" or "Can you repeat that?" are essential for clarity. Finally, don't forget to conclude with, "Thank you for your time." Appreciation. What's your favorite phrase to use during online meetings? Time is money, and knowing idioms can boost your work conversations. For example, "Time flies when you're having fun" suggests that enjoyable tasks pass quickly. Another is "the early bird catches the worm," meaning those who start early are more successful. Finally, "burning the midnight oil" describes working late into the night. Using these idioms can make your speech more colorful. Which idiom about time do you like the most? When visiting a doctor, clearly describing your symptoms is crucial. Start with the main issue like, "I have a headache" or "I feel dizzy." Include how long you've had the symptoms and their intensity, such as "It started yesterday, and it's quite severe." Don't forget to mention any other related symptoms like nausea or fatigue. This helps the doctor understand your condition better. What symptoms do you find hardest to explain? Collaborating with other creators can amplify your reach. When you repost someone else's content, always give proper credit. You can say, "Check out this amazing work by E creator's name." Adding your thoughts or a personal touch makes it more engaging. Consider reaching out for collabs as they can bring fresh ideas and new audiences. Remember, teamwork can create exciting opportunities. Who would you like to collaborate with to enhance your content? Asking for tourist information is a vital skill when traveling. Start with a polite greeting and clearly ask your question, like, "Excuse me, could you help me find the nearest museum?" It's also helpful to specify what kind of information you need, such as directions or opening times. Don't hesitate to ask for recommendations too. This way, you can discover hidden gems. What's the most interesting place you've learned about while traveling? Understanding leadership and management terms can enhance your communication in the workplace. For instance, delegation means assigning tasks to team members to improve efficiency. Vision refers to a leader's ability to inspire others with future goals. Using these terms correctly can strengthen your professional relationships and show your competence. Try using one of these terms in a conversation this week to practice. What leadership term do you find most interesting or useful in your work? Giving clear and simple directions is essential for effective communication. Start by using easy-to-understand landmarks like, "Go straight until you see the bank on your right." Then, add clear instructions, such as "Turn left at the traffic light." Using a calm and friendly tone can also help the listener feel comfortable. Practice giving directions to a friend, focusing on being concise and clear. What's the most challenging part of giving directions for you? Improving communication skills is key to building strong relationships. One helpful tip is to practice active listening, which means fully concentrating on the speaker rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. For example, you can nod or respond with short phrases like, "I see," or "That's interesting." This shows the speaker that you care about what they're saying. Try this technique in your next conversation and notice the difference it makes. What communication skill do you want to improve the most? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is vital in conversations. When you agree, you can say, I completely agree with you, or that's a good point. If you need to disagree, try using phrases like, I see your point, but I think this way. You show respect for the other person's opinion while sharing yours. Practicing these phrases can help you communicate more effectively. What's a situation where you found it hard to agree or disagree politely? Understanding insurance and legal document terms can help you feel more confident in important situations. Key terms like premium refer to the amount you pay for coverage, while deductible is the amount you must pay before insurance kicks in. Knowing these terms helps you make better decisions. When reviewing any document, take the time to look up unfamiliar words. What legal or insurance term have you recently learned that surprised you? The passive voice can be useful in everyday situations, especially when the doer is not important. For example, instead of saying, the chef cooked the meal, you can say, the meal was cooked. This focuses on the action rather than the person. Try using passive voice when discussing events or tasks. How often do you use passive voice in your conversations? Small talk can be easy and fun if you start with the right openers. Questions like, how's your day going? Or, have you seen any good movies lately? Invite conversation. After their response, a great follow-up could be, what did you enjoy most about that? Or what else do you like to watch? These follow-ups show interest and keep the dialogue flowing. Try using these openers and follow-ups in your next conversation. What's your favorite small talk topic? Understanding project management terminology can help you communicate more effectively. Terms like scope, which defines the project boundaries, and stakeholders, who are the people affected by the project, are essential. For example, when discussing a project scope, you might say, we need to clarify the scope to avoid misunderstandings. Try using these terms next time you discuss a project. What project management terms do you find most challenging? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary can really help your conversations. Words like partner, which refers to someone you're romantically involved with, and crush, describing someone you really like, are essential. For example, you might say, I have a crush on someone at work, to share your feelings. Try using these terms when talking about your own experiences. What dating vocabulary do you find interesting or confusing? Cultural sensitivity is key to respectful communication. It means being aware of and respecting cultural differences, which can prevent misunderstandings. For example, when greeting someone from a different culture, knowing whether a handshake or bow is appropriate shows awareness. You can practice by learning about customs from other cultures, like dining etiquette or greeting styles. Start small by researching a culture's basic norms. How do you show cultural sensitivity in your daily life? Weddings are filled with special language that captures the joy of the day. Words like vows, which are promises made between partners, and reception, the celebration after the ceremony, are important. For example, you might say their vows were so touching, to express emotion. Try using these terms when talking about weddings you've attended. What wedding traditions do you find interesting? Clear recipe instructions and accurate measurements are essential for successful cooking. When you follow a recipe, precise amounts like 1 cup of flour or 2 tablespoons of sugar help achieve the right texture and flavor. For instance, if a recipe calls for bake for 30 minutes, it's crucial to stick to that time for the best results. Try writing down a simple recipe you love, focusing on clear measurements. What's your favorite dish to cook? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. For instance, if someone is bleeding, applying pressure to the wound can help stop the bleeding until help arrives. It's also important to know how to perform CPR if someone isn't breathing. You can practice these skills through workshops or online videos. Consider learning the steps for treating a burn too. What first aid skills do you think are the most important to know in everyday situations? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial for productivity. Start by choosing a clear purpose for the meeting and making sure all participants understand it. Use tools like calendars to find the best time for everyone, considering different time zones if necessary. For example, sending a doodle poll can help everyone agree on a suitable time. Always confirm the meeting details and share an agenda beforehand. Try scheduling your next meeting with these tips in mind. What tools do you use to schedule meetings? Effective problem-solving requires the right vocabulary. Terms like brainstorm, analyze, and evaluate are essential. For example, when brainstorming, you generate ideas without judgment. while analyzing means looking closely at the details to understand the issue. Evaluating involves making decisions based on the information you gathered. Practicing these terms can improve your communication in team discussions. Try to use each word in a sentence this week. What problem-solving strategies have you found useful? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in emergencies. Always stay calm and assess the situation first. If someone is injured, check for responsiveness and call for help. For minor injuries, apply pressure to stop bleeding and keep the person comfortable. Remember, understanding first aid is essential for everyone. What first aid skills do you think are the most important to learn? The passive voice is useful in everyday situations when the focus is on the action rather than who did it. For instance, instead of saying the chef cooked the meal, you can say, the meal was cooked. This shifts the emphasis to the meal itself. It's often used in news reports, like the project was finished on time, where the doer is not as important. Try to identify passive voice sentences in your reading this week. What's an example of passive voice you've noticed? When traveling, knowing how to ask for tourist information can make your trip much easier. Start with a polite greeting, then clearly state what you need. For example, you might say, "Excuse me, could you help me find the nearest museum?" Or, "I'm looking for a good restaurant nearby." Remember to say please and thank you to be polite. If you don't understand the answer, don't hesitate to ask them to repeat or clarify. What's the most interesting tourist place you've visited? Home and household vocabulary is essential for everyday conversations. Start with basic words like kitchen, living room, and bathroom. You can describe items too, like sofa, table, and refrigerator. For example, you might say, "I love cooking in my kitchen because it has a large table." Practice by labeling items in your home with sticky notes. This will help you remember their names in English. What's one household item you use often, and how would you describe it? The present perfect tense is perfect for talking about life experiences without focusing on when they happen. Use it to share things you have done, like, "I have traveled to Japan," or "I have tried sushi." These sentences show your experiences but don't specify when they occurred. This tense helps you connect with others by discussing shared experiences. To practice, think of 3 things you have done in your life and share them in the present perfect. What's one unforgettable experience you've had? Personal development vocabulary can boost your motivation and help you express your goals. Words like growth, mindfulness, and resilience are powerful in conversations about self-improvement. For example, you might say, "I focus on resilience because it helps me overcome challenges." By using these terms, you can inspire yourself and others. Try writing down 3 personal development words that resonate with you and create sentences using them. Which personal development word inspires you the most? Using the right vocabulary for study habits can help you share your learning strategies effectively. Terms like active recall, spaced repetition, and note-taking are essential. For instance, you might say, "I use active recall to remember information better." This shows you're engaged in effective learning techniques. To practice, write down 2 study habits you use and explain them in a sentence. What study technique has helped you the most in your learning journey? Improving your communication skills can enhance both personal and professional relationships. Focus on listening actively, which means paying full attention to the speaker and responding thoughtfully. For example, when someone shares their ideas, nodding and summarizing what they said shows you understand. Practicing this can make conversations more meaningful. Take a moment to engage in a conversation with someone today and really listen to what they say. What communication skill do you want to improve the most? Understanding health and medical appointment language is crucial for clear communication with doctors. Keywords like symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment are important. For instance, you might say, "I have a headache and feel dizzy," which helps the doctor understand your condition better. Before your next appointment, write down any symptoms or questions you have. This will help you communicate effectively. What health-related vocabulary do you find most challenging? When talking about future plans, knowing when to use will and going to is essential. Use will for spontaneous decisions or promises, like saying, "I will help you with your project." In contrast, going to is for plans or intentions you've already decided on, such as, "I am going to visit my friend this weekend." Think about your future plans. Are they spontaneous or planned? What future plan do you have in mind? Understanding leadership and management terms can improve your workplace communication. For example, Delegation means assigning tasks to team members, which helps manage workloads effectively. Another important term is vision, referring to the long-term goals that guide a team. When you express a clear vision, your team knows what to aim for. Try using one of these terms in your next conversation or email. What leadership term do you find most interesting or useful in your work? Effective conflict resolution techniques can transform disagreements into understanding. One key method is active listening, where you focus fully on the speaker without interrupting. This shows respect and encourages open dialogue. Another technique is to find common ground, identifying shared interests that can lead to compromise. Think about a recent conflict. How could these techniques change the outcome? What's your go-to strategy for resolving conflicts? Navigating health and medical appointments can be challenging, but knowing key phrases helps. For example, when describing symptoms, you can say, "I've been experiencing headaches and fatigue." It's also useful to ask questions like, "What are my treatment options?" This shows you're engaged in your care. Next time you visit a doctor, practice using these phrases. What health-related questions do you think are important to ask during an appointment? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," which is an opportunity to summarize your experience and skills. Another frequent question is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Focus on a strength that relates to the job and choose a weakness you're actively improving. Preparing thoughtful answers can boost your confidence. What interview question do you find most challenging? Personal development vocabulary is essential for expressing your growth journey. Words like mindfulness, which means being present in the moment, and resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges, are quite useful. You might say, "I practice mindfulness to manage stress," or "Building resilience helps me face difficult situations." Try using these words in your daily conversations. What personal development terms do you find inspiring or useful? Talking about past experiences is a great way to share your stories. You can use the simple past tense for completed actions, like saying, "I traveled to France last year." The past continuous tense helps describe ongoing actions, such as, "I was exploring the city when it started to rain." Mixing these tenses makes your storytelling richer. Try sharing a short story about something interesting you did in the past. What memorable experience would you like to share? Pronouncing ed endings correctly can really improve your spoken English. The ed can sound like td or id, depending on the verb. For example, walked ends with t, played ends with d, and decided ends with dot. Practicing these sounds can help you sound more fluent. Try saying the words talked, called, and visited out loud, paying attention to the endings. Which ed word do you find most challenging to pronounce? Understanding health and medical appointment language is essential for effective communication. When you visit a doctor, it's helpful to know key phrases like, "I have a headache," or "I need a checkup." You might also hear questions such as, "What are your symptoms?" or "Have you taken any medication?" Practice explaining your health issues clearly. Try describing a common symptom you might have to a friend. What's one health-related phrase you think is important to know? Sports and games have their own unique terminology, which can be fun to learn. Terms like goal, foul, or timeout help players and fans communicate easily. For example, in soccer, when a player scores, we say they netted a goal. Also, understanding phrases like offside is crucial for following the game. Try using 3 sports terms while talking about your favorite sport today. What's one sports term you enjoy using the most? Discussing news and current events can be a great way to practice English. Focus on key phrases like breaking news, latest updates, or in-depth analysis. For example, you might say, "The breaking news today is about climate change initiatives." This helps you stay informed and improves your vocabulary. Try summarizing a recent news article in your own words to practice. What's a current event you think is important to talk about? Weather patterns are changing around the world, and climate change plays a big role. You might notice more extreme conditions like heavier rainfall or hotter summers. For instance, many regions are experiencing longer droughts or unusual storms. Discussing these changes can help raise awareness. How has the weather changed in your area recently? The passive voice is useful in everyday conversations, especially when the doer is unknown or unimportant. For example, instead of saying "the chef cooked the meal," you can say "the meal was cooked." This shifts the focus to the action itself. Try using the passive voice when describing an event, like "The book was read by many." What's an example of passive voice you've heard recently? When checking into a hotel, it's important to be polite and clear. Use phrases like, I have a reservation, and could I please have a room on a higher floor? This helps you communicate your needs effectively. If you have service requests, such as extra towels or room service, don't hesitate to ask the staff directly. For example, you can say, "Could you bring me some extra pillows, please?" What's your favorite tip for checking into a hotel? Social media is full of unique English and abbreviations that can be fun to learn. For instance, LOL means laugh out loud, and BARB stands for be right back. Using these terms can make your messages quicker and more informal. Instead of writing, "I will talk to you later," you might say TILE, which means talk to you later. Try incorporating one or two of these abbreviations in your next online conversation. What's your favorite social media abbreviation and how do you use it? Understanding food and cooking terminology can make your culinary adventures even more enjoyable. For example, sauté means to cook food quickly in a little oil or butter over high heat, while braise involves cooking food slowly in a small amount of liquid. Knowing these terms helps you follow recipes better. If a recipe says to whisk, it means to mix ingredients rapidly to add air, like when making whipped cream. Try using one of these cooking terms in your next meal prep. What cooking term do you find most interesting? Using articles in English can be tricky but essential for clear communication. Use a before consonant sounds, like a cat, and in before vowel sounds, like an apple. The is used for specific items, like the book on the table. Sometimes, no article is needed, like when talking about things in general, such as "I love music." What article do you find the hardest to use? Making suggestions can vary based on the situation. In a casual setting, you might say, "How about we go to the park?" For work, you could suggest, "I recommend we consider a new strategy." When in a restaurant, try, "I suggest trying the seafood pasta." Using polite phrases like "What do you think?" or "Would you like to?" makes your suggestions more inviting. Think about a recent suggestion you made. What was it about? Team collaboration is essential in any workplace. Key vocabulary includes brainstorm, which means to generate ideas together, and delegate, meaning to assign tasks to team members. Another important term is feedback, which is constructive criticism to improve work. Using these terms helps create a positive team environment. What collaboration strategies do you find most effective in your teams? Workplace conflict can be challenging, but using the right language can help resolve issues. Start with phrases like "I see your point," to acknowledge the other person's feelings. Then, express your perspective using "I feel" statements, such as "I feel overwhelmed when deadlines are tight." Use solutions-focused language like "What if we tried this approach?" to promote collaboration. Remember, staying calm and respectful is key. What conflict resolution techniques have you found helpful in the workplace? Small talk in business is a great way to build connections. Start with light topics like the weather or recent holidays, as these can break the ice. You can also discuss industry news, such as upcoming conferences or market trends, which shows your interest and knowledge. Another topic could be shared interests, like favorite books or hobbies, to find common ground. Remember to keep it friendly and positive. What's your favorite topic to discuss during business small talk? Pronouncing the TH sound can be tricky, especially when compared to the T and D sounds. For earth, place your tongue between your teeth and blow gently, as in think. In contrast, for T, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth, like in top. For D, your tongue does the same but with your vocal cords engaged, as in dog. Practice by repeating these words aloud. Which sound do you find most challenging to pronounce? Effective study habits can make a big difference in your learning. First, create a dedicated study space that is quiet and free from distractions. Use techniques like summarization, where you rewrite notes in your own words, and active recall, which helps you remember information better. Additionally, breaking study sessions into smaller chunks can boost retention. What study techniques have worked best for you? Small talk is essential in business, as it helps build relationships and create a friendly atmosphere. Common topics include the weather, recent events, and shared interests like sports or travel. You could start with a question like, "Did you enjoy the conference last week?" This opens the door to a wider conversation. Remember, listening actively and showing genuine interest can make your small talk more engaging. What's your favorite topic to discuss when meeting new business contacts? Comparative and superlative forms are important for making comparisons. Use the comparative form like taller or smarter to compare two things, such as "My brother is taller than me." For three or more things, use the superlative form, like the tallest or the smartest, as in she is the smartest student in our class. Remember to add more for adjectives with 2 syllables or more, like more beautiful. What's an example of a comparison you can make today? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, or snowy. For example, you could say it's a sunny day, perfect for a picnic. In winter, you might say, I love the snowy landscapes this time of year. Try sharing your favorite season and what you enjoy about it. What's the weather like where you are right now? Question formation is essential for clear communication. Start with a question word like what, where, or how, followed by the verb and subject, such as what are you doing? For yes. No questions, invert the subject and verb like are you coming? Intonation also plays a key role. For yes, no questions, your voice rises at the end, while for questions with question words, it usually falls. Practice by asking a friend a question and noticing your intonation. What's your favorite question to ask in English? Asking for clarification shows you're engaged in the conversation. Use phrases like, could you explain that again? Or I don't quite understand. Paraphrasing is also helpful. Try repeating what someone said in your own words to confirm. For example, if someone says, I love traveling, you might say, so, you enjoy visiting new places. This ensures clarity and builds understanding. What's a phrase you often use to ask for clarification? Pronouncing the ed endings in verbs can be tricky, but essential for clear communication. There are 3 sounds, td and ndd. Use t after voiceless sounds like walked or la. Use d after voice sounds like played or called. Finally, use njd for verbs ending in t or d, such as wanted or decided. Practice these by reading sentences aloud. Can you think of a verb you've learned recently that ends with ed? Using inclusive language is key to promoting diversity in conversations. This means being mindful of the words we choose to ensure everyone feels respected and valued. For example, instead of saying mankind, opt for humankind to include all genders. You can also use they as a singular pronoun to avoid assuming gender. Practicing this kind of language can make a big difference in how people feel included. What are some inclusive phrases you like to use in your conversations? Being politically aware means understanding how government decisions affect our everyday lives. It helps us make informed choices and engage in discussions about our community and society. For instance, knowing local policies on education or healthcare can empower us to advocate for improvements. Staying updated through reliable news sources and participating in community meetings are great ways to enhance your awareness. How often do you discuss political topics with your friends or family? Many learners find it challenging to pronounce the th sound, as it differs from the t and d sounds. To make the f sound, place your tongue between your teeth and blow air gently. For example, in the word think, you use theth, while in tin, you use t. Practice pairs like this and just to hear the difference. A tiny task for you. Try saying, I think this is a good idea, out loud. What other words with do you find tricky? Talking about career goals is essential for personal growth and motivation. Start by identifying what you truly want to achieve, whether it's a specific job title or a skill you want to develop. For instance, you might aim to become a project manager or gain expertise in digital marketing. Write down your goals and break them into smaller steps. What are your top career ambitions that you're working towards right now? Nature surrounds us with incredible beauty and diversity. From lush green forests to sparkling blue oceans, each environment has its unique charm. For instance, a peaceful forest is filled with tall trees, chirping birds, and the soft rustle of leaves. Meanwhile, a vibrant coral reef teems with colorful fish and intricate coral formations. These environments not only inspire us but also remind us of the importance of protecting our planet. What's your favorite natural place, and why do you love it? Question formation is key to effective communication. In English, we often start with a question word, like what, where, or how, followed by the verb and subject. Intonation matters too. For yes, no questions, we raise our voice at the end, while for what questions, it usually stays level. Practice by asking, what is your favorite book? What questions do you find tricky to form? Time is money, and understanding idioms about time can boost your productivity. For example, time flies means time passes quickly when you're engaged in work. Another is the early bird catches the worm, which highlights the benefits of starting tasks early. Using these idioms can make your conversations more lively and relatable. Try using one in your next discussion about work. What's your favorite idiom related to time or productivity? Problem-solving vocabulary is essential for clear communication. Words like analyze, brainstorm, and evaluate help you express your thoughts effectively. For instance, you might say, let's brainstorm ideas to tackle this issue, which encourages collaboration. Remember, using specific terms can make your suggestions sound more professional and clear. Try using one of these words in your next conversation about a problem. What's a problem you've recently solved? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. For instance, you might ask your server about daily specials or the chef's recommendations to show interest in the menu. Additionally, engaging in small talk can enhance your dining experience. Asking how the restaurant handles special dietary needs is a great way to learn more. You can also compliment the ambience or the music to connect with staff. Try sparking a conversation during next visit. What's your favorite topic to discuss when dining out? Weddings are filled with beautiful language that expresses joy and love. Phrases like, I do, best wishes, and together forever capture the spirit of the day. When giving a toast, you might say, here's to love and happiness. This not only celebrates the couple, but also brings everyone together in a moment of shared joy. Remember to use a warm tone and smile. It makes your words even more heartfelt. Think about a wedding you've attended. What was the most memorable moment for you? Community involvement and volunteering can truly enrich your life. By participating in local projects, you not only help others but also develop new skills and friendships. For example, volunteering at a food bank allows you to meet diverse people while making a positive impact. It's a great way to practice English in real situations, too. Consider finding a local organization that resonates with you. What kind of volunteer work interests you the most? Opening and closing phrases are essential for a strong presentation. Start with a friendly greeting and a brief introduction like, hello everyone, thank you for being here today. This sets a positive tone. For your closing, summarize your key points and end with a call to action, such as, remember, together we can make a difference. This leaves a lasting impression. What opening or closing phrase do you find most effective in your own presentations? When talking about future plans, we often use will and going to, but they have different meanings. Use will for spontaneous decisions like, I will help you with that. Use going to for plans you've already made, for example, I'm going to visit my friend this weekend. Try making sentences using both forms. What future plans do you have in mind? Social media has changed the way we use English, especially with abbreviations. Common ones like LOL for laughing out loud or BBB for BB. Write back, save time, and make chatting quicker. You can also use DDM to mean direct message when talking about private conversations. Remember, using these abbreviations can make your messages more casual and fun, but be careful where you use them. Try writing a short message to a friend using at least 3 abbreviations. What's your favorite social media abbreviation? In emergency situations, knowing key phrases in English can be very helpful. For example, if you need help, you can say, I need assistance, or call an ambulance. It's important to stay calm and clearly communicate your needs. Practicing these phrases can prepare you for unexpected events. Think of a scenario where you might need help and practice saying it in English. What safety tips do you have for emergencies? Traveling can be easier with phrasal verbs. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Next, head out is used when you're leaving for your destination. Then, look for is great when you're searching for something, like your hotel or a restaurant. Get away means to escape or take a vacation, and pick up can refer to collecting someone or something. Try using these in your next travel plans. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful? Understanding charity and social cause terminology can help you engage better in conversations. For instance, donation refers to giving money or items to help others. Fundraiser is an event to raise money for a cause. The term volunteer means to offer your time and skills for free. Using these terms can show your commitment to social issues. What charity or social cause are you passionate about? Starting a networking conversation can be simple. Begin with a friendly question about the event, like, what brought you here today? This opens the door for deeper dialogue. Follow up with a comment about their response, such as, that sounds interesting. Tell me more. You can also share your own experiences related to the topic. Remember to listen actively and show genuine interest. What's your favorite way to break the ice when meeting new people? Job interviews often include common questions like, tell me about yourself, which is your chance to summarize your experience and skills. Another typical question is, what are your strengths? Here, focus on skills relevant to the job. Finally, prepare for why do you want to work here? To show your knowledge about the company. What interview question do you find most challenging? Ordering at a cafe politely can make your experience much more pleasant. Use phrases like, "Could I please have a coffee?" Or, "Would you mind bringing me some milk with that?" This shows respect and kindness to the staff. If you want to customize your order, you might say, "Could I get that with no sugar?" Remember, a simple thank you after receiving your order goes a long way. What's your favorite drink to order at a cafe? Understanding nutrition and healthy eating terms can help you make better food choices. Words like nutrient-dense describe foods rich in vitamins and minerals, while whole foods refer to unprocessed items like fruits and vegetables. Learning terms such as balanced diet can guide you to include various food groups. What healthy foods do you enjoy incorporating into your meals? Describing your learning experiences can help others connect with your journey. Use phrases like, "I struggled with," to show challenges, or "I found it rewarding when," to express positive moments. For example, you might say, "I struggled with grammar at first, but I found it rewarding when I could finally write clear sentences." Sharing these stories not only inspires others, but also reinforces your own learning. What's a learning experience you've had that changed your perspective? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital for safety. Always use simple language to describe the problem like, "I need help," or "There's a fire." This helps others understand quickly. For instance, if you see someone hurt, you can say, "Call an ambulance." Practicing these phrases can prepare you for real-life scenarios. What emergency phrases do you think are most important? Understanding personal finance starts with key budgeting terms. For example, income refers to the money you earn, while expenses are your regular costs, like rent or groceries. Knowing the difference helps you create a budget, which is a plan for spending and saving. A savings goal could be for a vacation or an emergency fund. By tracking these terms, you can manage your money better. What budgeting term do you find most useful in your financial planning? Beauty and personal care vocabulary is essential for expressing yourself. Words like moisturizer keep your skin hydrated, while exfoliate means removing dead skin cells for a fresh look. Foundation helps even out skin tone, and mascara enhances your lashes. Knowing these terms allows you to discuss your routine confidently. What's your favorite beauty product, and why do you love using it? Food and cooking terminology is vital for sharing recipes and cooking tips. Words like sauté mean to cook quickly in a small amount of oil, while braise involves slow cooking in liquid for tenderness. Julienne refers to cutting vegetables into thin strips, and al dente describes pasta that is firm to the bite. Mastering these terms makes it easier to follow recipes and cook like a pro. What cooking term do you find most interesting or useful? Making suggestions is a valuable skill in English, whether in casual conversations or professional settings. Use phrases like how about, for friendly advice, such as, "How about going to the new cafe?" In a work context, try "I recommend," followed by a specific action, like "I recommend we review the report together." It's important to be polite and open to others' ideas. What's your favorite way to make a suggestion? Ordering at a cafe politely can make a big difference in your experience. Start with phrases like, "Could I have," or "Would you mind bringing me?" This shows respect and helps create a friendly atmosphere. For example, instead of simply saying, "I want a coffee," you can say, "Could I have a latte, please?" This adds warmth to your request. Remember to always say thank you. What polite phrase do you like to use when ordering? Understanding food and cooking terminology is essential for enjoying recipes and dining out. Words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a bit of oil, and bake, which refers to cooking in an oven, are fundamental. For instance, when a recipe says to sauté vegetables, it means you should cook them in a pan with oil until they're tender. Learning these terms will help you follow recipes more easily. What cooking term do you find most interesting or confusing? Talking about past experiences can make your conversations more engaging and personal. Use the simple past tense for completed actions, like "I traveled to France last summer." The past continuous is perfect for describing ongoing actions in the past, such as "I was enjoying my vacation when it started to rain." Combining these tenses helps paint a vivid picture of your experiences. Try sharing a short story about a memorable trip or event using these tenses. What's one unforgettable experience you'd like to share? Phrasal verbs can make your travel conversations smoother and more natural. For example, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Head out is used when you're leaving for a destination, and look for means to search for something like your luggage or a restaurant. Using these expressions will enhance your travel experiences. What's a phrasal verb you've used while traveling? The present perfect tense is great for sharing life experiences. It connects your past actions to the present. For example, you can say, I have traveled to Japan, which shows that this experience is part of your life now. You can also express achievements, like I have learned to play the guitar. This tense helps highlight how your experiences shape who you are today. Think about something interesting you've done in your life and share it using the present perfect. What's an experience that has changed you? Taking care of pets is a wonderful responsibility that teaches us about love and compassion. Start by learning animal vocabulary, like furry for cats and dogs, or scaly for reptiles. Knowing words like grooming, feeding, and walk helps you communicate better about their needs. Regular care keeps them healthy and happy. What kind of pets do you have or want to have? Business small talk can break the ice and create connections. Start with simple topics like the weather or recent events. Asking about weekend plans or sharing a favorite travel destination can spark interesting conversations. For example, you might say, I went hiking last weekend. It was refreshing. This helps build rapport and makes meetings more enjoyable. Practice these topics to feel more confident in networking situations. What's your go-to small talk topic when meeting new people? Airport and flight vocabulary is essential for smooth travel. Familiarize yourself with words like boarding pass, security check, and gate. For example, when at the airport, you might say, I need to find my gate for flight 245. Understanding these terms can reduce stress during your journey. Practice by labeling items at the airport or creating flashcards. What's the most challenging part of traveling for you? Music and entertainment vocabulary can enhance your conversations and understanding. Learn words like melody, genre, and performance. For example, you could say, I love the melody of this pop song, or what's your favorite genre of music? Using these terms can help you discuss your interests more clearly. Try listening to songs and identifying different genres to build your vocabulary. What's a song that always makes you happy? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Share what you enjoy, like reading, painting, or hiking. For instance, you might say, I love painting landscapes in my free time. This helps people understand your personality and can lead to exciting conversations. To practice, try describing your favorite hobby in a few sentences, or find a friend to share your interests with. What hobby are you most passionate about? Using neighborhood and community language helps you connect with those around you. Words like block party, community center, and volunteer can foster relationships. For example, you might say, I'm excited about the upcoming block party to meet new neighbors. Engaging in local events is a great way to practice your English and make friends. Think about the last community event you attended. What did you enjoy the most? Improving your communication skills can enhance both personal and professional relationships. Focus on active listening, which means really paying attention to what someone is saying. For example, instead of thinking about your response while they talk, try to summarize their main points after they finish. This shows you care about their message. What communication skill are you currently working on improving? Checking into a hotel can be smooth if you know what to say. Start with friendly greetings and then provide your reservation details. If you need extra towels or a late checkout, politely ask, could I please have some extra towels in my room? Remember, clear communication helps ensure you get the service you need. What's your biggest hotel check-in tip? Expressing your opinion politely is key to good conversations. Use phrases like, I think, or in my opinion, to soften your statements. For instance, instead of saying, that's wrong, try, I see it differently. This approach respects others' views while sharing your thoughts. Remember, it's all about balancing honesty with kindness. What's your favorite way to express opinions without sounding rude? When exploring a new city, asking for tourist information can lead to amazing experiences. Approach the information desk and say, could you please help me find the best local attractions? Be specific about what interests you, whether it's museums, parks, or restaurants. This way, you receive tailored recommendations. Engaging with locals can make your trip memorable. What's the best tourist spot you've discovered from asking locals? Understanding project management terminology is essential for effective communication. Key terms like scope, which defines the work needed for a project, and stakeholders, referring to everyone involved, are crucial. Additionally, milestones are significant points in a project timeline that mark progress. Using these terms helps clarify roles and expectations among team members. For example, you might say, "We need to discuss the project scope with our stakeholders before reaching the next milestone." What project management term do you find most useful in your work? When tackling problems, using specific vocabulary can enhance your communication. Terms like brainstorming, which refers to generating ideas, and root cause analysis, identifying the main issue, are vital. Additionally, collaboration emphasizes working together for solutions. For example, you could say, "Let's start with a brainstorming session and then do a root cause analysis to understand the issue better." Using these terms not only clarifies your approach but also encourages teamwork. What problem-solving strategy do you find most effective in your situation? Phrasal verbs are incredibly useful when traveling. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. For example, "I'll check in at the hotel before we explore." Next, head out is used when you're about to leave for a destination, like saying, "Let's head out to the museum." Another important one is look for when you're trying to find something, such as, "I'm looking for my luggage." These phrases can make your travel content smoother. What's your favorite travel phrasal verb? Appreciating art and culture requires specific language to express your thoughts clearly. Words like interpret, which means to explain the meaning of something, and aesthetic, referring to beauty or visual appeal, are key. For instance, you might say, "I interpret this painting as a reflection of society's struggles, and its aesthetic truly captivates me." Additionally, using phrases like cultural significance shows you understand the deeper context of the work. Engaging with art is not just about looking, it's about feeling and understanding what piece of art has moved you the most. Setting goals is essential for achievement. Start by using clear language, like, I want to improve my English skills by practicing daily." Break your goal into smaller steps, such as, "I will read one page of a book each day." This makes it easier to stay motivated and track progress. Don't forget to celebrate small victories too, as they keep you inspired. What's one goal you're currently working towards in your English learning journey? Talking about mental health is important, and using the right language can make a difference. Phrases like, "I'm feeling overwhelmed," or "I need support," help express emotions clearly. You can also say, "It's okay to ask for help," to encourage others. Remember, sharing your feelings can break the stigma around mental health. How do you usually talk about your feelings with friends? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is a key skill in conversations. Use phrases like, "I see your point," to show agreement, or "I understand, but I feel differently," when you disagree. For example, if someone says, "I think we should meet later," you could respond with, "That sounds good, but I prefer to meet earlier." This keeps the discussion respectful. How do you usually express your opinions in a conversation? Giving clear directions can really help someone find their way. Use simple language and specific landmarks. For example, say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn right at the bank." This makes it easy to follow. Remember to check if the person understands by asking, "Does that make sense?" What's the most challenging part for you when giving directions? Knowing basic first aid can save lives during emergencies. For instance, if someone is bleeding, apply pressure with a clean cloth to stop the blood. If they're unconscious, check their breathing and call for help immediately. Remember, staying calm is crucial. Have you ever had to use first aid skills in a real situation? Music and entertainment have their own special vocabulary that can make conversations more vibrant. Words like melody, rhythm, and genre help describe different aspects of music. For example, you might say, "I love the melody of that pop song," or "The rhythm makes me want to dance." In movies, terms like plot, cast, and director are essential for discussing films. Try using these words to describe your favorite song or movie. What's your favorite genre or film, and why do you love it? Job interviews often include common questions like, "Tell me about yourself," or "What are your strengths?" When answering, focus on your skills and experiences that relate to the job. For instance, you might say, "I have strong communication skills developed through my previous role in customer service." What interview questions do you find most challenging, and how do you prepare for them? The present perfect tense is great for talking about life experiences. We use it to express things we've done at some point in our lives. For example, You can say, I have traveled to Italy, meaning you went there any time before now. It shows your experience without focusing on when it happened. Think about your own life. What is one amazing thing you have done? When tackling a problem, it's helpful to use specific vocabulary. Terms like brainstorm, evaluate, and implement can guide your thinking. For example, you might say, let's brainstorm solutions before discussing options. Then you can evaluate which ideas are best and implement them. Try using this vocabulary next time you face a challenge. What problem are you currently trying to solve? Nature offers us breathtaking beauty and unique environments. Picture a lush green forest with tall trees, colorful flowers, and the sound of birds singing. You might also imagine a calm lake surrounded by mountains reflecting the sky. These scenes remind us of the importance of protecting our environment. What is your favorite natural place and why do you love it? Choosing the right tone in emails can make a big difference. A direct approach is clear and efficient, perfect for quick requests. For example, saying, please send the report by Friday gets straight to the point. However, a polite tone adds warmth and respect, which can strengthen relationships. You might say, could you please send the report by Friday? I would really appreciate it. Consider your audience when deciding. Which approach do you prefer in your emails and why? Community involvement and volunteering enrich both our lives and the lives of others. Giving your time to a local shelter or organizing cleanup days can create strong bonds and a sense of belonging. For instance, helping at a food bank not only supports those in need, but also builds connections within your neighborhood. Have you ever volunteered? And what was your experience like? Asking for clarification is essential for effective communication. If someone says something unclear, don't hesitate to say, could you explain that again? It shows you're engaged and want to understand. Paraphrasing is also a useful skill. Try restating what you heard. For example, if someone explains a process, you might say, so you're saying we need to submit the report by Friday, right? How do you usually ask for clarification in conversations? When things go wrong, complaining politely can lead to better results. Start by expressing your feelings without blaming anyone, like saying, I'm a bit disappointed with my order. Then, clearly state the issue and suggest a solution, such as, could I please have a replacement? This approach often encourages the other person to help you. Remember, kindness goes a long way. How do you usually handle complaints when you're not satisfied? Describing nature and the environment can be a beautiful way to express your feelings. Use vivid adjectives to paint a picture, like the lush green forest or the sparkling blue lake. Including sensory details makes it even better. For instance, you might say, the sweet scent of blooming flowers filled the air. You can also talk about sounds like birds chirping or leaves rustling. What's your favorite place in nature, and how would you describe it? A strong opening and closing can make your presentation memorable. Start with a hook, like a surprising fact or a question to engage your audience. For example, did you know that over 70% of people fear public speaking? At the end, summarize your key points and thank the audience for their attention. A closing statement like, I hope you found this information helpful, leaves a lasting impression. What opening line would you use in your next presentation? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can really boost your conversations about health. Words like cardio, which refers to heart-healthy exercises like running or cycling, are essential. Another important term is strength training, which involves lifting weights to build muscle. Don't forget about phrases like warm up and cool down, which are crucial for preventing injuries. Try using these terms when discussing your workout routine with friends. What's your favorite exercise and how would you describe it using these terms? Family relationships are complex and unique to each family. Understanding dynamics like communication styles and roles helps strengthen these bonds. For example, in many families, the oldest sibling often takes on a leadership role, while younger siblings may look up to them for guidance. By recognizing these roles, family members can improve their interactions and support each other better. What role do you play in your family and how does it affect your relationships? Negotiation skills are crucial for getting what you want in life. One effective technique is to listen actively. This shows respect and helps you understand the other person's needs. For example, when discussing a deal, ask open-ended questions to uncover their priorities. This way, you can find common ground. What's your best tip for persuading others in a conversation? Language shapes how we connect with our neighborhood and community. Using local slang or expressions can create a sense of belonging. For instance, in some areas people might say, "What's good?" instead of "How are you?" This casual greeting builds rapport. Try using a local expression today to connect with someone nearby. What unique phrases do you use in your community? The distinction between R and L sounds can change meanings in English. For example, light and right are minimal pairs that highlight this difference. To practice, say them slowly. Light, a source of illumination, and right, the direction. Repeat each word several times, focusing on the sounds. This will help improve your pronunciation. Can you think of other pairs where the R and L sounds change the meaning? Home improvement projects can be rewarding when you know the right terms. For example, drywall refers to the material used for interior walls, while screwdriver is a tool for driving screws. Another important term is paint primer, which prepares surfaces for paint. Understanding these terms helps you communicate better with contractors or when following DIY tutorials. Try labeling items around your home with their DIY terms. What home improvement project are you most interested in tackling? When visiting a doctor, it's important to use clear language to explain your symptoms. For instance, instead of saying I feel bad, you could say I have a headache and feel fatigued. Also, don't forget to ask questions like, what are my treatment options? Or how long will it take to recover? This not only helps you understand better, but also shows the doctor that you're engaged in your health. What's one question you would ask your doctor during an appointment? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, instead of saying, give me that, you can say, could you give me that, please? Or would you mind passing that to me? The modals could and would soften your requests, making them more polite. This small change in wording can create a more pleasant interaction. Remember, using might can also express uncertainty, like when you say, I might join you later. How do you usually make requests politely in English? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You can ask your server about the chef's special or recommend a good wine to pair with your meal. Sharing your thoughts on the dishes can create a nice dialogue too, like, this pasta is delicious. What ingredients do you use? Engaging in these discussions can enhance your dining experience. What's your favorite topic to discuss at a restaurant? Understanding environmental vocabulary can help you discuss important issues. Words like sustainability, recycling, and carbon footprint are essential in today's conversations about the planet. For example, saying we need to focus on sustainability to protect our resources shows awareness of responsible practices. You might also use phrases like reduce, reuse, recycle to encourage others to be mindful. Learning these terms can empower you to participate in discussions about environmental protection. What environmental topic interests you the most? Using polite language in customer service makes a big difference. Phrases like, how can I assist you today? Or thank you for your patience help create a positive atmosphere. When resolving issues, you could say, I understand your concern, and I'm here to help. This shows empathy and willingness to solve problems. Always remember to use please and thank you for a respectful tone. Practicing these phrases can improve your conversations with customers. What's your favorite phrase to use in customer service? Understanding decision-making process terms can enhance your communication skills. Words like evaluate, analyze, and prioritize are key when discussing choices. For example, you might say, we need to evaluate our options before making a final decision. Additionally, using phrases like weigh the pros and cons can help clarify your thought process. This vocabulary can be especially useful in group discussions or meetings. Practice using these terms in everyday conversations to become more confident. What decision-making term do you find most useful? Using problem-solving strategies vocabulary can greatly improve your discussions. Words like brainstorm, collaborate, and implement are essential when tackling challenges. For instance, you might say, let's brainstorm some ideas together to find a solution. Another useful phrase is we can collaborate on this project to ensure success. Incorporating these terms into your conversations will help you express your thoughts clearly. Try using one of these words in a sentence today. What problem-solving strategy do you find most effective? Question formation patterns and intonation are crucial for clear communication. In English, we often start questions with words like what, where, or how. For example, what time is the meeting? Intonation is also important. A rising tone at the end signifies a question. For instance, saying, you're coming, with a questioning tone makes it clear you're asking. Try forming a question using a rising intonation today. What's a question you've been wanting to ask? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, instead of saying, give me that, you could say, could you please pass me that? Using could or would softens your request. You might say, I would appreciate your help, which sounds more polite than just asking for help directly. Practicing these forms will make your conversations friendlier. Try using a modal verb in a polite request today. How do you usually ask for something politely? Improving communication skills is essential for better relationships and professional success. Start by actively listening. It shows respect and helps you understand others. Also, practice speaking clearly and confidently. For instance, when sharing an idea, use simple language and avoid jargon. This makes your message more accessible. Additionally, consider your body language. It can convey confidence and openness. Finally, seek feedback from friends or colleagues to identify areas for growth. What's one communication skill you want to improve this week? When describing symptoms to a doctor, clarity is key. Start by mentioning what you feel, like I have a headache or I feel nauseous. Be specific about when the symptoms started and if they change. For example, say, I started feeling this pain 3 days ago, and it gets worse at night. This helps the doctor understand your situation. What's a common symptom you think important to describe clearly? Asking for clarification is essential in effective communication. If you don't understand something, don't hesitate to say, could you explain that again? Or I'm not sure I understand. Paraphrasing is another useful skill. It shows you're engaged and helps confirm understanding. For example, if someone says, we need to finish the report by Friday, you can reply, so you want the report done by the end of the week, right? Practicing these skills can boost your confidence. How do you usually ask for clarification? Understanding library and research terminology can greatly enhance your academic experience. Start with key terms like catalog, which is where you find books, and database, a collection of academic articles. When you come across peer-reviewed, it means the work has been evaluated by experts in the field for quality. Using these terms correctly helps you navigate resources more effectively. For instance, you might say, I found a peer-reviewed article in the database about climate change. What is your favorite library source to use? Travel safety should always be a priority, no matter where you're going. First, keep your belongings secure. Use a money belt or a zippered bag to protect your valuables. Always be aware of your surroundings and avoid poorly lit areas at night. Additionally, it's wise to have emergency contacts saved on your phone and to share your travel itinerary with someone you trust. For example, if you're in a crowded place, keep your bag in front of you. What is your top travel safety tip? Asking for clarification is essential when communicating in English. If you don't understand something, it's perfectly okay to say, can you explain that again? Or, I didn't catch that, could you repeat it? This shows you're engaged and eager to learn. Paraphrasing is another useful skill. It helps confirm understanding. For example, if someone says, the meeting is at 3 p.m., you might respond, so, the meeting is later today at 3? This ensures everyone is on the same page. How do you usually ask clarification in conversations? Participating in meetings effectively is crucial for clear communication. Start by using phrases like, I'd like to add something or can I share my opinion? This shows your involvement and encourages dialogue. When you agree with someone, you can say, I completely agree with that point. If you disagree, it's polite to express it gently, like saying, I see your view, but I think, remember, body language also matters. How do you typically engage in meetings? Choosing the right tone in emails is key to effective communication. A direct approach gets straight to the point, which can be efficient but may come off as rude. For example, saying send me the report is direct. In contrast, a polite approach softens the request with phrases like, could you please send me the report? This shows respect and consideration. Think about your audience and context. How do you decide on in your emails? Pronouncing the D off sound can be tricky for many English learners. Unlike the T or D sounds, the th is produced by placing your tongue between your teeth and blowing air. For example, in the word think, you use that, while in take, you use t. Practice by repeating phrases like this, thing and that time to differentiate the sounds. Make sure to focus on your tongue's position for the th. How do you feel about practicing these sounds in your daily conversations? Pronouncing the th sound clearly can be challenging, especially compared to the T and D sounds. To make the F sound, place your tongue between your teeth and blow air, as in think. In contrast, the T and D sounds are made with your tongue against the roof of your mouth, like in top and dog. Practice saying this and that to master the TF sound. What words do you find difficult to pronounce? Collaborating with other creators can boost your visibility and introduce you to new audiences. When reposting someone's content, always give credit to respect their work and encourage reciprocity. For example, if you share a friend's post, tag them and add a personal touch to your caption, explaining why you love their work. This builds community and connection. Have you collaborated with other creators before, and what was your experience? Understanding charity and social cause terminology helps us communicate effectively about important issues. Words like donation, which refers to giving money or goods to help others, and volunteering, meaning offering your time to assist a cause, are key. For example, when you say, "I made a donation to the food bank," it clearly shows your support. What charitable causes are you passionate about and why? Asking for clarification is essential for effective communication. When you don't understand something, phrases like, "Could you explain that again?" or "I'm not sure I follow" can help. Paraphrasing is also useful. It shows you're engaged. For instance, if someone says, "The meeting starts at 3 p.m., you could respond, "So it begins at 15:00, right?" How do you usually ask for clarification in English? How usually for clarification in English? Community involvement and volunteering play a vital role in building strong connections. When you volunteer, you not only help others but also develop new skills and friendships. For example, participating in a local cleanup event allows you to contribute to a cleaner environment while meeting like-minded people who care about the community. It's a rewarding experience that enriches both your life and the lives of others. What types of volunteering activities have you participated in or would like to try? When traveling, asking for tourist information is key to having a great experience. Use polite phrases like, "Excuse me, could you help me find?" or "Do you know where I can get information about local tours?" This shows respect and encourages assistance. For example, if you're looking for the nearest museum, you can say, "Hi, could you please tell me how to get to the museum from here?" What's the most interesting place you've asked about while traveling? Understanding sports and games terminology can really enhance your enjoyment of the activity. Terms like offside in soccer or home run in baseball are essential for following the game. For instance, if someone says, "He scored a home run," you'll know they hit the ball out of the field, earning points for their team. Knowing these words helps you communicate better and join discussions with other fans. What's your favorite sport? And do you have any specific terms you to learn more about? Setting clear goals is crucial for achievement. Use phrases like "I aim to" or "My goal is to define what you want to accomplish. For example, you could say, "I aim to improve my English speaking skills by practicing every day." This clarity helps you stay focused and motivated. Remember to break big goals into smaller steps. What's one goal you're currently working on in your life? Understanding leadership and management terms can boost your career. Words like delegation and vision are key in these areas. For instance, delegation means assigning tasks to others, which helps teams work more efficiently. A leader with a clear vision knows where they want to take their team and inspires others to follow. What's a leadership term you find interesting or would like to learn more about? Using polite and positive language is essential in customer service. Phrases like, "How can I assist you today?" or "Thank you for your patience" create a friendly atmosphere. For example, instead of saying, "I can't help you," try, "Let me find a solution for you." This approach builds trust and satisfaction. What's your favorite phrase to use when helping a customer? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial for productivity. Start with clear communication about the agenda and the purpose of the meeting. Use tools like shared calendars to find suitable times for everyone. For example, propose a few time slots and ask participants to confirm their availability. This saves time and reduces confusion. How do you usually schedule meetings with your team? Understanding academic language is key to succeeding in the education system. It often includes specific vocabulary and formal expressions. For instance, instead of saying "look at," use "examine" in your essays. This enhances your credibility and clarity. Practice using academic terms in your writing and discussions to improve. What academic words do you find most challenging to use? Transportation options can greatly affect your travel experience. Familiarize yourself with different modes like buses, trains, and taxis to choose the best one for your needs. For example, if you're heading to a city center, a train might be faster than a bus during peak hours. Always ask for directions if you're unsure. It's a great way to practice your English. What's your favorite way to get around when you travel? Job interviews often include common questions that you should prepare for. One of the most frequent is, "Tell me about yourself." This is your chance to briefly share your background, skills, and interests relevant to the job. For example, you might say, "I have 5 years of experience in marketing and a passion for creative strategies." Another typical question is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Focus on strengths that relate to the job and mention a weakness you've worked to improve. What interview question do you find most challenging? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and be careful about sharing personal information. For instance, don't post your address or phone number on social media. Additionally, learn to recognize phishing emails that try to steal your information. If something seems suspicious, trust your instincts and don't click on links. Take a moment each day to review your online privacy settings. What's one internet safety tip you think everyone should know? Travel safety is essential for a smooth trip. Always keep your valuables secure and be aware of your surroundings. For example, use a money belt or keep your wallet in a front pocket. It's also wise to have a copy of your passport and important documents in case they get lost. Additionally, avoid sharing too much information about your travel plans with strangers. What's your top tip for staying safe while traveling? Internet safety and digital literacy are vital skills today. Always protect your personal information by using strong passwords and being cautious about what you share online. For example, think twice before posting your location on social media. Additionally, be aware of phishing scams that try to steal your data. Stay informed about online threats and take time to educate yourself about safe browsing practices. What's the most important thing you've learned about staying safe online? When things go wrong, complaining politely can lead to better solutions. Start by expressing your feelings calmly and clearly. For example, instead of saying, "This is terrible," you might say, "I'm disappointed because the service was slow." This approach helps the person understand your viewpoint without feeling attacked. Remember to suggest a solution, like asking for a manager. How do you usually express your concerns in a polite way? Music and entertainment vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Start by learning terms like genre for types of music, album for a collection of songs, and concert for a live performance. For instance, you might say, "I love the pop genre, especially the latest album by my favorite artist." Practicing these words will help you discuss your favorite music with others. What's your favorite music genre to talk about? Understanding insurance and legal documents is essential for making informed decisions. Familiar terms include policy, which outlines your coverage, and deductible, the amount you pay before insurance kicks in. For example, if you have a $500 deductible, you pay that first before your insurance covers additional costs. Knowing these terms helps you read documents more effectively and ask the right questions. Are there any specific insurance terms you found confusing? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and change them regularly to protect your accounts. For example, combine letters, numbers, and symbols to create a secure password like Cherampol3XP at SS0. Additionally, be cautious about sharing personal information on social media. Understanding these safety tips not only protects you but also helps you navigate the internet confidently. What is one online safety tip you always follow? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes recycling, which means turning waste into new products, and renewable energy, like solar or wind power, that replenishes naturally. Another important term is carbon footprint, which measures how our actions affect greenhouse gas emissions. Using these words helps us discuss eco-friendly practices effectively. What sustainable living term do you find most interesting? Talking about the weather is a great way to start conversations. Seasonal vocabulary helps add color to your discussions. For example, in winter you might say it's snowing or bitterly cold. In summer you could describe it as scorching or sunny. Using these words makes your small talk more engaging. Next time you chat, try using at least one seasonal word. What's your favorite season, and why? Problem-solving strategies are essential in both work and everyday life. Key vocabulary includes brainstorming, which means generating ideas without judgment, and analyzing, where you examine information closely. Another useful term is collaborate, meaning to work together with others to find a solution. Try using these words when faced with a challenge. What's a problem you recently solved, and what strategy did you use? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can really enhance your conversations about health. Words like cardio, which refers to activities that raise your heart rate, and strength training, which focuses on building muscle, are important. You might also hear flexibility, relating to how easily you can move your joints. Using these terms can help you discuss workout routines more effectively. Next time you talk about fitness, try to include at least 2 new words. What's your favorite way to stay fit? Question formation is key to effective communication in English. Start with the auxiliary verb, like "Are you going?" or "Did she see?" In yes, no questions, your intonation rises at the end, while in what-do questions like "What are you doing?" the intonation usually falls. Practice by turning statements into questions. For example, "You like coffee" becomes "Do you like coffee?" Focus on your intonation to sound more natural. Can you question using the patterns we've discussed? Being prepared for emergency situations is vital for your safety. One key tip is to remember the acronym DET, REAN, decide, react, evacuate, alert, and manage. For example, if there's a fire, decide quickly whether to evacuate, react calmly, alert others, and manage the situation safely. Practice these steps with friends or family so everyone knows what to do. This not only boosts your confidence but also ensures everyone stays safe. Have you ever practiced emergency drills or safety plans? Quantifiers help us express amounts in English, and understanding them is essential. Use much for uncountable nouns like "How much water do you need?" For countable nouns, use many, such as "How many apples are in the basket?" Few indicates a small number and carries a negative sense, while little suggests a small amount of something uncountable. For instance, "There are few options left" implies a lack of choices. Try creating sentences using these quantifiers today. What's your favorite quantifier to use? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. They often use if to express what could happen under certain conditions. For example, "If I won the lottery, I would travel the world." This structure helps us imagine possibilities. Remember, the first part sets the condition, while the second part shows the result. Try making your own conditional sentence about something you would do with $1 million. What would your dream scenario be? When things go wrong, complaining politely can help resolve the issue. Use "I'm sorry, but" to express your concern without sounding aggressive. For example, "I'm sorry, but my meal is cold." This shows respect and encourages a positive response. Always thank the person helping you. It makes the conversation more pleasant. Remember, staying calm and respectful can lead to better solutions. What's a polite way you've expressed a concern before? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for good communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree," or "That's a great point." On the other hand, if you disagree, try phrases like, "I see your point, but," or "I understand your view." However, this way, you express your opinion while still being respectful. For instance, "I see your point about the project, but I think we should consider more research." How do you politely disagree in conversations? Understanding food and cooking terminology can enhance your culinary skills. For example, the word sauté means to cook food quickly in a small amount of oil or fat over high heat. If a recipe says to dice, it means to cut food into small cubes. Knowing these terms can make cooking more enjoyable and help you follow recipes accurately. So, next time you cook, pay attention to the terminology used in the recipe. What cooking terms do you find interesting or confusing? Understanding personal finance and budgeting terms is crucial for managing your money. Words like income refer to the money you earn, while expenses are your costs. Savings is the amount you keep aside for future use. Knowing these terms helps you create a budget and track your financial goals. What budgeting term do you find most important in your life? Talking about past experiences is a great way to connect with others. Use the simple past tense for completed actions, like "I traveled to Paris last summer." The past continuous tense can describe actions happening at a specific time, such as "I was reading when the phone rang." Combining these tenses helps create a vivid picture of your experiences. What memorable past experience do you love to share with others? Using personal development vocabulary can enhance your self-growth journey. Terms like goal setting refer to creating specific objectives for yourself, while mindfulness means being present and aware in the moment. Understanding resilience helps you bounce back from challenges. These words empower you to take charge of your development. What personal development term resonates with you the most in your journey? Travel safety is essential for a worry-free trip. Always research your destination to understand local customs and laws. Keep copies of important documents like your passport, and consider using a money belt to protect your valuables. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, leave the area. Share your itinerary with someone you trust back home for added security. What's the most important travel safety tip you always follow when exploring new places? When planning your travels, knowing the right language is key. Use phrases like "I'd like to book a room" or "What are your cancellation policies?" When speaking to hotels, when booking flights, ask, "Are meals included?" or "What's the baggage allowance?" This will help you avoid surprises. Don't forget to confirm your reservations by asking, "Can you send me a confirmation email?" What travel booking phrases do you find most useful? Friendship is a vital part of our lives, providing support and joy. To build strong connections, show genuine interest in others by asking questions and listening actively. Share experiences and common interests to strengthen your bond. Regularly reach out, even with a simple message or call. Friendship alive. What's one way you nurture your friendships? Using modal verbs is a great way to adjust politeness in your speech. For example, instead of saying "give me the report," you can say, "Could you please give me the report?" This makes your request sound much softer. Similarly, using would as in "would you mind helping me?" is another polite way to ask for assistance. Remember, the softer your language, the more likely people are to respond positively. What modal verbs do you use to sound polite? Mastering the pronunciation of ed endings can really elevate your spoken English. The endings can sound like td or id, depending on the verb. For example, walked ends with a T sound, while played has a D sound, and decided has an ID sound. A good tip is to listen for the last sound of the verb. If it's voiceless like key in walk, use T. If it's voiced like G in play, use D. Which ed ending do you find the trickiest to pronounce? Talking about hobbies and interests can spark great conversations. Sharing what you love not only shows your personality but also helps you connect with others. For example, if you enjoy painting, you might say, "I love painting landscapes in my free time." This opens the door for others to share their interests too. So, think about your favorite hobby and practice describing it. What hobby are you most passionate about? Scheduling meetings effectively is key to running a successful business. Start by proposing clear times and dates, and consider time zones if your team is remote. It's helpful to use tools like calendars or scheduling apps to avoid confusion. For example, you might say, "Can we meet on Tuesday at 3 p.m.?" Always confirm the agenda so everyone knows what to expect. Try planning your next meeting with these tips in mind. What strategies do you use to schedule meetings? Choosing the right tone in emails can significantly affect your communication. A direct approach is efficient, great for quick messages, like saying, "Please send the report by Friday." However, a polite approach builds good relationships, such as, "Could you please send the report by Friday? I really appreciate it." Both styles have their place, depending on the context and your relationship with the recipient. Think about your next email and decide which tone fits best. What do you prefer, directness or politeness in emails? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to connect our past actions to the present, like saying, "I have traveled to Japan." This shows that the experience is relevant now. Another example is, "She has tried sushi." It emphasizes that she has that experience, which might spark a conversation. To practice, think about something you've done in your life and use the present perfect to share it. What life experiences have you had that you'd like to talk about? Effective study habits can transform your learning experience. Techniques like summarizing information help reinforce what you've learned. For instance, after reading a chapter, write a short summary in your own words. Another useful method is using flashcards for vocabulary. This makes reviewing fun and interactive. Try setting specific goals for each study session to stay focused. What study techniques have you found most helpful in your learning journey? Discussing news and current events helps improve your English and keeps you informed. Start by reading articles or watching videos to learn new vocabulary and phrases. For example, when talking about climate change, you might encounter words like sustainability and renewable energy. Practice summarizing the key points in your own words. This builds your speaking skills. You could also find a partner to discuss these topics, which adds variety to your practice. What recent news story has caught your attention lately? Discussing news and current events is a great way to improve your English skills while staying informed. Try summarizing articles in your own words. This helps with vocabulary comprehension. Join conversations or online forums to share your thoughts and hear different perspectives. What news topic are you most passionate about discussing? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for effective communication. Use phrases like "I see your point" when you agree and "I understand, but" when you disagree. For example, if someone says, "We should go to the beach," you can agree by saying, "That sounds great," or disagree by saying, "I understand, but I prefer the mountains." How do you usually express your opinions? When traveling, knowing your transportation options can make a big difference. In cities, you can choose from buses, trains, or taxis. For example, if you need to get to a museum, you might take the subway for a quick ride or bus if you want to enjoy the scenery. Always ask for directions if you're unsure. Phrases like, "Excuse me, how do I get to?" can be very helpful. What's your favorite way to get around in your city? Traveling often involves using phrasal verbs to communicate clearly. Here are 5 essential ones. Check-in means registering at a hotel or airport. Head out is used when you're leaving for your destination. Look for helps when you need to find something like your luggage. Take off refers to when a plane leaves the ground, and get away means to escape for a vacation. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful when you travel? Understanding airport vocabulary can make your travel experience smoother. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and security check, where your luggage is inspected. You'll also encounter departure gate, the area where you wait for your flight, and baggage claim, where you pick up your suitcase after landing. Familiarize yourself with these words to help reduce stress. What's the most confusing airport term you've come across? Expressing your opinion respectfully is key to good communication. Use phrases like, "I believe," or "in my view" to share your thoughts gently. For example, instead of saying, "That's wrong," you might say, "I see it differently." This approach invites discussion and shows you value others' perspectives. How do you usually express your opinion without sounding rude? Making appointments and reservations can be straightforward with the right phrases. Use "I would like to book" when calling a restaurant or a doctor's office. For example, you might say, "I would like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. Or, "I would like to make an appointment for a checkup next week." Always have your preferred time ready, and don't forget to confirm your booking. Practice these phrases and try making a reservation for your favorite place week. Have you made any reservations recently? Music and entertainment vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Start with words like genre, which refers to categories of music, such as rock, pop, or jazz. You might say, "I enjoy listening to pop music because it's upbeat." Additionally, use terms like concert for live performances and album for a collection of songs. Learning these words helps you connect with others who share your interests. What's your favorite music genre, and why do you like it? Technology vocabulary is essential for our daily lives. Words like device, which refers to gadgets like smartphones or tablets, are very useful. You might say, "I always check my emails on my device." Another important term is app, short for application, which is software you use for different tasks. For example, "I downloaded a new app to help me learn English." Familiarizing yourself with this vocabulary will help you navigate conversations about technology more easily. What technology do you use the most in your daily life? Art and culture appreciation vocabulary can enrich your discussions. Words like aesthetic, which refers to beauty and style, are essential. You might say, "The aesthetic of this painting really speaks to me." Another key term is exhibit, meaning a display of art in a gallery. For example, "I visited an exhibit showcasing modern art last weekend." Using these terms helps you express your feelings about art clearly. What piece of art has inspired you recently? When things go wrong, it's important to complain politely. Start with a friendly tone and use phrases like, "I'm sorry, but..." This shows respect while expressing your concern. For example, if your meal is cold at a restaurant, you might say, "Excuse me, my food is a bit cold. Could you please heat it up?" This way, you communicate your issue clearly without sounding angry. Practicing polite complaints can make a big difference in how your message is received. What's a time to complain politely? Collocations are important in English because they help you sound more natural. For instance, we often make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give advice. These combinations are commonly used and can improve your fluency. For example, instead of saying, "I will do a decision," you should say, "I will make a decision." Try to use these collocations in your conversations. What collocation do you find most useful in your daily life? If you're a creator, Collaborating with others can boost your visibility and engagement. When you repost someone's content, always give proper credit. This builds trust and encourages others to share your work as well. For example, if you share a friend's video on your channel, mention their name and tag them in the post. This not only shows respect, but also invites your audience to explore their content. Think about who you can collaborate with next. Who would you like to team up with for a project? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you stay motivated and communicate effectively. Use words like warm-up, reps, sets, and cool-down to describe your routine. For instance, you might say, I do 3 sets of 10 reps for strength training. Knowing these terms can also help you follow workout videos or classes. Try using at least 3 fitness terms in your next conversation about exercise. What's your favorite X word? Understanding weather patterns can help us predict climate change's effects. Weather refers to short-term atmospheric conditions, while climate describes long-term trends. For example, if you notice more frequent storms or unusual temperatures in your area, that's a sign of changing climate patterns. Adapting our behavior, like reducing waste and conserving energy, can help mitigate these changes. Discussing weather and climate can raise awareness and inspire action. What unusual weather have you experienced recently in your area? Describing your living situation can give others a clear picture of your lifestyle. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment, house, or shared space. You might say, I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment in the city. Next, describe its features, such as a balcony or a garden. For example, it has a small kitchen and a lovely view of the park. Finally, share something personal, like your favorite spot. Perhaps, I love sitting on my balcony with a cup of coffee. What do you enjoy most about where you live? Choosing the right tone in emails is essential for effective communication. A direct approach is clear and straightforward, like saying, please send the report by Friday. In contrast, a polite tone softens requests. Could you please send the report by Friday? Both have their place depending on your relationship with the recipient. How do you usually decide which tone to use in your emails? Restaurant conversations can be much more than just ordering food. You can ask about the chef's recommendations or whether a dish has any special ingredients. For example, you might say, what do you think is the best dish on the menu? You can also engage staff by asking about the restaurant's story or its atmosphere. This makes your dining experience richer and more enjoyable. Next time you're out, try to spark a conversation with your server. What's your favorite question to ask when dining out? Traveling is easier with phrasal verbs. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. For example, you might say, I need to check in at the hotel. Next, head out means to leave for a destination, like, let's head out to the beach. Look for helps you find things, such as, I need to look for my passport. Using these phrases makes your travel conversations flow better. What's a phrasal verb you often use when you travel? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can boost your conversations. Words like moisturizer refer to a cream that hydrates your skin. You might say, I need to apply moisturizer before my makeup. Another important term is exfoliate, which means to remove dead skin cells. For example, I exfoliate my skin once a week. Learning these terms helps you share skincare tips with friends. What's your favorite beauty product, and why do you love it? Understanding articles can improve your English. We use it before consonant sounds, like a cat, and in before vowel sounds, such as an apple. For specific items, we use the like in the sun or the book on the table. Sometimes we don't need any article, especially with plural nouns or uncountable nouns, like in I love music or dogs are friendly. It's all about context. Try using a and the word in your next conversation. What are to find most confusing? Polish learners often struggle with false friends in English. For example, actually means really, not actually, which means currently. Another tricky word is sympathy, which is about compassion, not sympatia, meaning friendship. Lastly, library refers to a place with books, not Liberia, which means free. Understanding these differences can enhance your cation. Can you think of a false friend that confuses you? Pronouncing ed endings correctly can make a big difference in your spoken English. The ed can sound like T in walked, D in played, or AGD in wanted. To get it right, listen to the last sound of the verb. If it's a voiceless sound, use T. If it's voiced, use D. If it ends in T or D, use stayed. Which ed ending do you find hardest to pronounce? Social media has its own unique language filled with abbreviations that can be confusing at first. For instance, LOL means laugh out loud, while BRB stands for be right back. These shortcuts help people communicate quickly, especially in text messages. Another common one is DM, which means direct message. Using these terms can make you sound more natural online. Try writing a short message using at least 2 abbreviations you've learned today. What's your favorite social media abbreviation? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can really help you in everyday conversations. Words like moisturizer, which keeps your skin hydrated, or exfoliate, which removes dead skin cells, are essential. You might also hear serum, a concentrated treatment for specific skin issues. Knowing these terms can help you ask for the products you need in stores or salons. Try using 3 new beauty words and names today. Have you ever used any beauty products that had interesting names? Understanding project management terminology can greatly improve communication within a team. Key terms include scope, which defines the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, the individuals affected by the project. Another important word is milestone, a significant point in the project timeline. Using these terms helps everyone stay on the same page. What project management term do you find most interesting? When things go wrong, complaining politely can make a big difference. Start with a friendly greeting and then explain the issue clearly. For example, you might say, "I enjoyed my meal, but my order was incorrect." This shows appreciation before addressing the problem. Always use please and thank you to maintain a respectful tone. Practicing this can lead to better responses. Have you ever had to complain politely about a service or product? Technology vocabulary is essential in our daily lives. Words like device refer to any electronic tool, while app means a software application that helps us perform tasks. Wi-Fi describes wireless internet, making it easier to connect. Knowing these terms helps you navigate conversations about gadgets and online services. What technology term do you find most useful for your daily activities? Using modal verbs can really help you express politeness in English. For example, using could instead of can makes requests softer. Instead of saying, "Can you help me?" you might say, "Could you help me, please?" This small change shows respect. Similarly, would is often used for invitations, like, "Would you like to join us?" Practicing these modals can improve your communication skills significantly. Try making a polite request using a modal verb today. What polite request do you want to practice? Giving directions clearly is important for easy navigation. Start by using simple language and key landmarks. For instance, you might say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the red building." Using clear terms like left, right, and next to helps avoid confusion. Additionally, repeating important points can be helpful. You could say, "Remember, it's 2 blocks straight, then left." Practicing this skill can make you a better communicator. What's your favorite landmark to use when giving directions? Understanding environmental vocabulary can enhance your discussions about sustainability. Words like renewable, which refers to energy sources that can be replenished, and carbon footprint, the total greenhouse gases produced by an individual or organization, are essential. Additionally, biodiversity highlights the variety of life in an ecosystem. Using these terms can help you express your ideas more clearly. What environmental term do you find most interesting? Car maintenance vocabulary is crucial for safe driving and keeping your vehicle in good shape. Terms like oil change, which refers to replacing old engine oil, and tire pressure, important for safety and fuel efficiency, should be familiar to you. Additionally, understanding phrases like brake fluid and air filter helps you communicate with mechanics. Regular maintenance not only extends your car's life, but also enhances your safety on the road. When was the last time you checked your car oil or tire pressure? Giving clear directions is essential for effective communication. Start by using simple language and key landmarks. For example, instead of saying "Go west for 3 blocks, you could say "Go straight to the park, then turn left." This way, the listener has a visual reference. Also use phrases like "next to" or "across from" to clarify locations. Remember to check if the person understands by asking, "Do you need me to repeat that?" Have you ever gotten lost because directions were unclear? Planning a trip involves using specific language for booking flights, hotels, and activities. Start with phrases like "I'd like to book a flight to," or "Can you recommend a good hotel?" When discussing dates, be clear by saying "I'll arrive on April 5th and leave on April 12th. Don't forget to ask about cancellation policies with, "What is your cancellation policy?" This ensures you're informed about any changes. What is your favorite travel destination that you love to plan for? Pronouncing the F sound can be tricky, but it's important for clarity. To make the F sound, place your tongue between your teeth and blow gently, as in think or this. For T or D, your tongue touches the roof of your mouth, like in top or dog. Practice by repeating these words. Which sound do you find harder to pronounce? Getting involved in your community through volunteering is a great way to make a difference and improve your language skills. It helps you practice English while connecting with others. For example, you could join a local charity, help organize events, or teach English to newcomers. Volunteering not only enhances your communication skills, but also builds friendships and networks. What causes are you passionate about that you would like to support through volunteering? Prepositions can be tricky, but they help us understand relationships in time, place, and movement. Use in for months and years, like in July or in 2023. For places, use it for specific locations, such as at the park. For movement, to shows direction, as in go to school. Can you think of your own examples for each category? Home improvement projects can be exciting and help you learn useful vocabulary. Terms like renovate, which means to restore or improve something, and DIY, short for do-it-yourself, are important. You might also hear toolbox, where you keep all your tools, or paintbrush, used for applying paint. What DIY project would you like to start? And what terms do you already know? Social media is full of abbreviations that can make communication faster and fun. For example, LOL means laugh out loud, and BRB stands for be right back. Using these terms can help you connect with friends online. Try using Imo4, in my opinion, in your next comment. What's your favorite social media abbreviation and how do you use it? Many Polish learners encounter false friends in English, which can lead to misunderstandings. For example, the word actual means real in English, but in Polish, aktualny means current. Another example is sympatyczny, which translates to nice, not sympathetic. Being aware of these differences can help avoid mistakes. Can you think of other false friends that confuse you when learning English? Understanding articles is key to sounding natural in English. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat, and an before vowel sounds, such as an apple. The is used for specific things, like the sun or the book on the table. Sometimes you don't need an article at all, especially with plural nouns or uncountable ones, like I love music or dogs are friendly. Practice by naming objects around you using the correct article. What article do you find most confusing in English? In emergency situations, having the right vocabulary is crucial. Learn phrases like call for help or I need a doctor to communicate effectively. It's also important to know how to describe your location. For instance, saying I'm at the train station helps responders find you quickly. Practice these phrases with a friend, focusing on clarity and urgency. Emergency vocabulary do you think is essential to know? When checking into a hotel, it's important to be polite and clear. Start with, hello, I have a reservation. Then, provide your name and confirm your details. If you need services like extra towels or room service, simply say, could I please have? Being specific helps the staff assist you better. Practicing these phrases can make your stay more enjoyable. What's the most important service you look for when staying in a hotel? Using modal verbs can help you adjust the politeness level of your requests. For example, saying, could you help me, is more polite than just saying, help me. You can also use, would you mind, to soften your requests even more, like, would you mind passing the salt? Practicing these variations will help you sound more courteous. What's your favorite polite phrase to use in English conversations? When it comes to dating, vocabulary can make a big difference. Words like chemistry, which describes the attraction you feel, and commitment, meaning a serious relationship, are key. You can also use phrases like going on a date or seeing someone. Knowing these terms helps you communicate your most interesting. Pronouncing the sound can be tricky for many learners. Unlike the TT or DT sounds, F is produced by placing your tongue between your teeth. For example, in the word think, you need to use the th, while top and dad use the TT and D sounds. To practice, try saying this and that clearly, then switch to tap and dad. Focus on where your tongue is and feel the difference. What other sounds do you find challenging in English? Understanding charity and social causes terminology is essential for effective communication. Words like donation, which refers to giving money or goods, and volunteer, meaning to offer your time for a cause, are important. For instance, you might say, I made a donation to help the local shelter. What charity or social cause do you feel passionate about? Collocations are important in English as they help you sound more natural. Common verbs like make, do, take, and give often pair with specific nouns. For example, you make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these collocations correctly can improve your speaking skills. Try to create sentences with these verbs today, like I need to make a plan, or I will do my best. Which collocation do you use the most? Describing your daily routine can make your speech sound more fluent. Use simple phrases like I wake up, I have breakfast, and I go to work to structure your sentences naturally. For example, you might say, I wake up at 7 a.m., have breakfast at 7:30, and leave for work by 8. Try sharing one part of your routine day. What's your favorite part of your day? Fitness and exercise vocabulary is essential for discussing health and staying active. Words like workout, strength training, cardio, and flexibility can help you express your fitness goals clearly. For instance, you might say, I do strength training 3 times a week to build muscle and enjoy cardio exercises, like running or cycling for my heart health. Understanding these terms allows you to connect with others about fitness. Today, try using 3 new fitness words in sentences. What's your favorite exercise to do? Phrasal verbs can make your English sound more natural, especially when talking about daily activities. For instance, get up means to rise from bed, clean up refers to tidying a space, and hang out means to spend time relaxing with friends. You could say, I get up at 7 a.m., clean up the kitchen after breakfast, and then hang out with my friends on the weekend. Try using 2 phrasal verbs in your sentences today. What phrasal verbs do you use most often? The passive voice is useful in everyday situations when the focus is on the action rather than who does it. For example, instead of saying, the chef cooked the meal, you can say, the meal was cooked by the chef. This shifts attention to the meal itself. Try using the passive voice when describing something that happened to you. Like my book was read by my friend. What's an example of a passive sentence you can share? When visiting a doctor, it's important to use clear language to describe your symptoms. Instead of just saying, I don't feel well, try to specify what's wrong, like I have a headache and feel dizzy. You can also ask questions such as, what treatment do you recommend? Or, how long will it take to recover? Practice describing a health issue in detail next time you see a doctor. What health questions do you think are important to ask during an appointment? The present perfect tense is great for talking about life experiences. It allows you to express what you have done without focusing on when it happened. For example, you can say, I have traveled to Italy, which highlights the experience itself. This tense is often used with words like ever or never. Try using it to talk about your own adventures, such as I have never tried sushi. What's one unique experience you have had? The distinction between or and la can be tricky in English, but practicing with minimal pairs helps. Take the words la and right. Notice how the tongue position changes. For l, the tongue touches the roof of the mouth, while for it stays back. Try repeating pairs like lake and rake or play and pray. Focus on the sound differences. Pick one pair and say it aloud several times. What minimal pairs do you find most challenging? Weather patterns are changing more than ever due to climate change. For instance, we see more extreme storms, longer heat waves, and unpredictable rainfall. This affects our crops, water supply, and even our daily activities. To adapt, we can discuss how to prepare for these changes, like storing water or planning for heat. It's also important to understand the local forecasts. How do you think climate change is affecting your area's weather? Airports are busy places filled with unique vocabulary. First, you have the check-in counter, where you show your ticket and get your boarding pass. Next, don't forget about security, where your bags are scanned and you walk through a metal detector. After that, you'll find the departure lounge, perfect for relaxing before your flight. When boarding, listen for your gate number. Lastly, once on the plane, enjoy the in-flight service. Try using these terms in a conversation about travel. What's your favorite airport word or phrase? Mental health awareness is crucial, and using the right language can help reduce stigma. For example, instead of saying someone is crazy, we can say they are experiencing mental health challenges. Phrases like I'm feeling anxious or I need support promote openness and understanding. It's important to listen and validate feelings by saying things like, that sounds tough, or I'm here for you. Encouraging honest conversations can make a big difference. How do you express your feelings or support someone struggling with mental health? Problem solving is a vital skill, and using the right vocabulary can help you communicate effectively. Start with analyze, which means examining the situation closely. Next, there's brainstorm, where you generate ideas without judgment. You might also use evaluate to assess potential solutions. Lastly, implement refers to putting your chosen solution into action. Using these terms can make discussions clearer and more productive. What's your favorite strategy for solving problems? Mental health awareness is essential, and the language we use plays a significant role in reducing stigma. Instead of saying someone is crazy, we can say they are struggling or experiencing challenges. This choice of words shows empathy and understanding. It's also important to encourage open conversations by using phrases like "I'm feeling overwhelmed" or "I need help." By normalizing discussions around mental health, we create a supportive environment. How do you think we can further mental health awareness in our daily conversations? Understanding insurance and legal documents is crucial for making informed decisions. Start with premium, which is the amount you pay for your insurance policy. Next, deductible refers to the amount you must pay before coverage kicks in. Liability is another key term, indicating responsibility for damages or losses. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you navigate contracts better. What other insurance or legal terms have you found confusing? The education system often uses specific academic language that can be challenging. Terms like curriculum refer to the subjects taught, while assessment means evaluating students' understanding. Knowing these terms helps you engage in discussions and follow academic requirements. For example, when discussing your final project, you should understand what criteria are used to evaluate it. What academic terms have you found difficult to grasp? Negotiation and persuasion are essential skills in both personal and professional life. One effective technique is to use active listening, which shows you value the other person's opinion. This can create a positive atmosphere. Additionally, presenting your ideas with clear benefits can make them more appealing. For example, instead of just stating your needs, explain how your proposal can help both sides. What negotiation techniques have you found to be the most effective? Parenting involves a variety of specific terms that can be helpful to know. For instance, attachment parenting emphasizes building a strong bond with your child, while timeout is a discipline technique used to help kids calm down. Understanding these terms can make conversations about childcare easier. What parenting terms have you learned that you find interesting or useful? In emergency situations, staying calm is crucial. One important tip is to familiarize yourself with the emergency numbers in your area, such as 911 in the United States. Knowing how to give clear information about your location and the situation can save valuable time. For example, if you witness an accident, describe what happened and where it occurred. Have you ever had to handle an emergency? What did you do? Using modal verbs can help you sound more polite in conversations. For instance, saying "could you help me" is softer than "help me." Similarly, "would you mind closing the window" is more polite than simply asking someone to do it. These small changes can make a big difference in how your requests are received. Can you think of a situation where you could use a modal verb to sound more polite? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your enjoyment and communication. For example, in soccer, offside refers to a player being in front of the last defender when the ball is passed to them, which is against the rules. In basketball, three-pointer means a shot made from beyond the three-point line, earning the team extra points. Learning these terms helps you follow games better and participate in discussions. What sports or games do you enjoy, and which terms do you find interesting? Quantifiers help us describe amounts in English clearly. We use much for uncountable nouns, like "how much water do you need?" and many for countable nouns, such as "how many books do you have?" Few suggests a small number, while little refers to a small amount. For example, "I have few friends" versus "I have little time." What quantifiers do you find tricky to use? Sustainable living vocabulary can help you discuss eco-friendly practices. Words like recycle, which means to process materials for reuse, and biodegradable, indicating something that breaks down naturally, are essential. Renewable energy refers to power from sources that won't run out, like solar or wind. Using these terms can make conversations about sustainability easier. What sustainable practices do you incorporate into your life? Talking about past experiences is a great way to connect with others. We often use the simple past tense for completed actions, like I traveled to Italy last summer. The past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing, such as I was exploring the streets when I found a charming cafe. Mixing these tenses makes your stories more engaging. Think of a memorable experience you had and share it using both tenses. It's a past experience you love to talk about. When discussing future plans, using will and going to correctly is essential. We use will for spontaneous decisions like saying, I will help you with your homework. On the other hand, going to is used for planned actions such as I am going to visit my friend next weekend. This distinction helps clarify your intentions. Try making your own sentences using both forms. What future plans do you have that you can share using will and going to? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary can make traveling smoother. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and gate, the area where you wait to board. Don't forget security check, where bags are scanned. Knowing these words helps reduce stress at the airport. Next time you travel, practice using them in sentences. What's a travel word you find interesting or confusing? Knowing banking and financial vocabulary is crucial for managing your money effectively. Terms like account balance, which shows how much money you have, and deposit, meaning to add money to your account, are essential. You should also be familiar with interest rates, which determine how much you earn or pay on loans. Practice using these words in sentences related to your finances. What banking term would you like to understand better? Describing your daily routine can help you practice English naturally. Start with the basics. I wake up at 7 a.m. Then add details, like I enjoy a cup of coffee while reading the news. Include activities like work or school, and don't forget your evening routine too. Try sharing your daily routine in a few sentences. What's your favorite part of the day? Knowing basic first aid can be life-saving in emergencies. Remember the acronym RICE for treating sprains, rest, ice, compression, and elevation to reduce swelling. If someone is choking, encourage them to cough or give back blows. Practice these skills, as they can make a difference in critical moments. Have you ever had to use first aid in an emergency? Effective time management can boost your productivity significantly. Start by prioritizing tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, which helps you decide what's urgent and important. For example, focus on deadlines first and schedule less urgent tasks later. Break your day into blocks, assigning specific times for each activity. This approach can help you stay organized and reduce stress. How do you manage your time when you have a busy schedule? Understanding when to use will and going to can improve your future plans in English. Use will for decisions made at the moment, like I will call you later. On the other hand, going to is for plans you've already made, such as I am going to visit my friend this weekend. Practicing these differences will help you communicate more clearly. What future plans do you have that you can share with us? Mastering negotiation and persuasion techniques can help you achieve better outcomes. A key strategy is to listen actively. This shows respect and helps you understand the other person's needs. For instance, if you're negotiating a salary, ask questions about the company's goals and relate your skills to those needs. This builds a connection and makes your proposal more appealing. Remember to remain calm and confident during discussions. What techniques have you found effective in your own negotiations? Talking about the weather is a great way to start conversations, especially with new people. Use seasonal vocabulary to make your discussions more interesting. For example, in winter you can say, it's snowing, making everything look magical, or in summer, it's so hot, let's go for ice cream. This not only shows your awareness of the weather, but also helps create a friendly atmosphere. Try to use at least one weather-related phrase in your next conversation. What's your favorite season to talk about? Effective problem-solving starts with clear vocabulary. Words like analyze, evaluate, and brainstorm are essential. For example, when you analyze a problem, you break it down into smaller parts to understand it better. Evaluating possible solutions helps you choose the best one. Don't forget to brainstorm, which encourages creative thinking. Next time you face a challenge, try using these terms to express your thought process. What strategies do you use when solving problems? Collocations are pairs or groups of words that are commonly used together, and they can make your English sound more natural. For example, we say make a decision, do the dishes, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these phrases can improve your fluency and help you sound more like a native speaker. Try to use one of these collocations in your next conversation. Which collocation do you find most useful? Library and research terminology can help you navigate academic resources effectively. Terms like database, catalog, and peer-reviewed are essential. For instance, a database is a structured collection of information, while a catalog helps you search for books and articles. Understanding peer-reviewed means the material has been evaluated by experts before publication, ensuring quality. When researching, try to use these terms to improve your discussions. What research topics are you currently exploring? Phrasal verbs can make your travel conversations much smoother. Here are the top 5. First, check-in is what you do at a hotel or airport to start your journey. Second, head out means to leave for your destination. Third, look for helps when you're searching for something like your gate or a good restaurant. Try using these in your next travel chat. What travel plans do you have coming up? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. You can ask for recommendations from the server, like, "What do you suggest for a vegetarian?" Or discuss the specials of the day. Compliment the meal by saying, "This is delicious." And if you enjoyed it, ask for the recipe or cooking tips. Asking about the chef's favorite dish can also spark an interesting chat. What's your favorite restaurant dish to talk about? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change affecting our daily lives. For example, we might notice more extreme storms or unusual heat waves. These changes can impact everything from our agriculture to our travel plans. It's important to stay informed and adapt, such as choosing sustainable travel options or reducing energy use at home. Understanding these patterns helps us prepare for the future. How have you experienced changes in the weather in your area recently? Friendship is essential for our happiness and well-being. Building strong social connections can improve our mental health and increase our sense of belonging. Make time to reach out to friends, whether through a simple text or a coffee date. Remember, sharing experiences, even small ones, can strengthen those bonds. What's one activity you enjoy doing with your friends? The present perfect tense is perfect for talking about life experiences, as it connects the past to the present. For example, you can say, "I have traveled to Japan," which shows that this experience influences who you are today. This tense often highlights achievements or moments that have shaped your life. You can also use ever and never for emphasis, like "I have never tried skydiving." Try sharing one life experience using the present perfect tense. What's something exciting you have done recently? Using polite language in customer service is key to a positive experience. Phrases like "How can I help you?" or "Thank you for your patience" make customers feel valued. Also, using the word "please" when making requests is essential. For instance, you might say, "Could you please provide your order number?" It shows respect and professionalism. What's your favorite way to respond to a customer complaint? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary can help you connect better with others. Terms like match, chemistry, and commitment are important in conversations about romance. For example, when you say "We had great chemistry on our first date," it shows a strong attraction. Phrases like "going out" or "seeing someone" refer to dating without being too serious. Learning these words makes it easier to express feelings and intentions. What's a dating term you find interesting or confusing? Hotel check-in can set the tone for your stay, so it's important to be polite and clear. Start by greeting the receptionist and saying, "I have a reservation under my name." If you have special requests like a late checkout or a quiet room, mention them kindly. "Could I please have a room away from the elevator?" This way, staff can better meet your needs. Remember, a friendly attitude goes a long way. What's the best hotel experience you've ever had? Pronouncing past tense verbs can be tricky, especially with ed endings. They can sound like td or id, for example. Walked ends with a T sound, while played ends with a D sound. However, wanted has an ID sound. To practice, say stopped, called, and decided out loud, focusing on the ending sounds. Listening to native speakers can also help you hear the differences more clearly. What's a past tense verb you find difficult to pronounce? Staying safe online is essential in today's digital world. Always use strong passwords and avoid sharing personal information on social media. Be cautious when clicking on links or downloading files, as they can contain harmful viruses. Additionally, learn to recognize scams and phishing attempts. Understanding these risks helps protect you and your information. What's one tip you follow to stay safe online? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can greatly help new parents navigate their journey. For example, attachment parenting refers to a style that encourages a close bond between parent and child, while gentle discipline promotes teaching rather than punishment. Another term is time out, a technique used to help children calm down and reflect on their behavior. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can aid in effective communication with childcare providers and other parents. What parenting term are you curious about or find confusing? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is important for good communication. When you agree, phrases like "I completely agree" or "That's a great point" show support. If you disagree, try saying, "I see your point, but I think," or "That's interesting, but I have a different view." This way you keep the conversation respectful and constructive. You usually express disagreement in a polite way. Starting and ending a presentation effectively can leave a strong impression. For your opening, you might say, "Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm excited to discuss." This grabs attention and sets the topic. For closing, try phrases like, "In conclusion, I hope you gain valuable insights." This summarizes your main points and leaves your audience with something to think about. Using these phrases helps structure your presentation clearly. What opening or closing phrase do you find most effective? Weddings and celebrations are filled with special language that creates a joyful atmosphere. Use phrases like "congratulations" to share in the happiness and "best wishes" to express your hopes for the couple's future. During celebrations, you might say, "Let's raise a toast," to invite everyone to celebrate together. These expressions not only enhance the moment but also connect you with others. What's your favorite phrase to use at weddings or celebrations? Phrasal verbs are a great way to sound natural in English. For daily activities, try "wake up for getting out of bed" or "turn off when you stop the lights." You can also use "pick up" for collecting something, like groceries. These phrases make your speech more fluid and relatable. What phrasal verb do you use most often in your daily routine? Gardening can be a wonderful way to connect with nature, and using the right language makes it even more enjoyable. Learn terms like prune, which means to trim plants for better growth, and repot, which refers to moving a plant to a larger pot. You might also hear "water regularly" to keep your plants healthy. Using these terms helps you communicate effectively with fellow gardeners. What's your favorite plant to care for in your garden? Understanding weather patterns is essential, especially with climate change affecting our world. Weather refers to daily conditions, like rain or sunshine, while climate describes long-term trends in a region. For example, rising temperatures can lead to more extreme weather events like hurricanes or droughts. By learning about these concepts, we can better adapt our lives and practices. How has the weather changed in your area recently? Community involvement and volunteering can greatly enrich your life and the lives of others. By helping in local projects, you not only gain new skills but also build connections with people around you. For example, volunteering at a food bank allows you to meet diverse individuals while supporting those in need. It's a powerful way to create positive change. What volunteer opportunities are available in your community? Navigating phone and online meetings requires knowing some essential phrases. Start with greetings like "Can you hear me?" to check your connection. Use "Let's move on to the next point" to keep discussions flowing. If you need clarification, say "Could you explain that again?" These phrases help maintain clear communication. Try using one of these phrases in your next online meeting. What phrases do you find most useful during virtual calls? Personal development vocabulary is key to expressing your growth and aspirations. Words like mindfulness, meaning being present, and resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges, are essential. You might say, "Practicing mindfulness helps me stay focused," or "Building resilience has made me stronger." Incorporating these terms into your conversations can inspire others too. Take a moment to reflect on your own journey and think of a personal development word that resonates with you. What's a word that represents your growth? Ordering at a cafe politely can make a big difference. Start with phrases like "Could I please have a coffee?" or "Would you mind bringing me the menu?" These expressions show respect and kindness. When you want to customize your order, say, "Could I have that without sugar?" or "Would you mind making it extra hot?" Using polite language creates a pleasant atmosphere for both you and the staff. What's your favorite way to order coffee or tea at a cafe? Using effective customer service language can greatly improve communication. Phrases like "How can I assist you today?" or "I'm happy to help with that" create a welcoming atmosphere. When addressing concerns, you might say, "I understand your issue, and I'll do my best to resolve it." Showing empathy and clarity can turn a challenging situation into a positive experience. What's a phrase you find helpful when dealing with customer service? Describing your living situation can give people a sense of who you are. Start with details about your home, like, I live in a cozy apartment in this city. Mention the number of rooms and any special features, such as a balcony or a garden. You might say, it has 2 bedrooms and a small kitchen, perfect for cooking. Sharing how you feel about your place, like, I love the neighborhood vibe, adds a personal touch. What do you enjoy most about your home? Choosing the right tone in emails is crucial for effective communication. A direct approach is clear and to the point, like saying please send the report by Friday. However, a polite approach softens the request, such as, could you please send the report by Friday? I'd really appreciate it. Both styles have their place, but being polite can foster better relationships. When writing an email, think about your audience and the message you want to convey. What tone do you prefer to use in your emails? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is essential. A formal tone is used for professional communication, using phrases like I hope this message finds you well. In contrast, an informal tone can be more relaxed, such as, hey, how's it going? When writing, consider your relationship with the recipient. Practice by rewriting a formal email with a more casual tone. What type of emails do you find easier to write, formal or informal? Collaboration is a powerful tool for creators. When you team up with others, you can reach new audiences and share ideas. Consider reposting others' work while giving them proper credit. This shows appreciation and encourages more connections in the community. Always ask for permission before reposting and explain how it benefits both parties. What collaborations have you found most rewarding in your creative journey? Using idioms about time can boost your English skills and make conversations more engaging. For example, when someone says, time flies when you're having fun, it means that enjoyable activities seem to pass quickly. Another idiom, burning the midnight oil, refers to working late into the night. These expressions can add color to your speech. Try using one of these idioms in a sentence today. Which time-related idiom do you find most interesting? Ordering politely at a cafe can make a big difference in your experience. Using phrases like, could I please have, or would you mind if I ordered, shows respect to the staff and creates a friendly atmosphere. For example, instead of just saying I want a coffee, you can say, could I please have a cappuccino? This small change makes your request more polite. Remember to say thank you when you receive your order too. What polite phrases do you like to use when ordering food or drinks? Understanding leadership and management terms can enhance your communication skills in the workplace. For instance, the term delegation refers to assigning tasks to team members, which helps ensure that work is shared effectively. Another important term is feedback, which involves giving constructive criticism or praise to improve performance. Using these terms shows that you understand team dynamics and can lead effectively. Try using delegation or feedback in a conversation this week. What leadership term do you find most useful in your job? False friends can be tricky for Polish learners of English. For example, the word actual in English means real or true, while in Polish, actually means current. Another common false friend is sympatyczny, which translates to nice in English, but many mistakenly think it means sympathetic. Being aware of these differences will help you communicate better and avoid confusion. To practice, try using actual and sympatyczny correctly in sentences this week. What other false friends have you encountered when learning English? Scheduling meetings effectively is key to a productive work environment. First, always propose a few time options to accommodate everyone's availability. It's also helpful to use a clear agenda to keep the meeting focused. For instance, you might say, I'd like to schedule a meeting on Tuesday at 10 a.m. or Thursday at 2 p.m. to discuss our project updates. Finally, confirm the meeting time with all participants to avoid any confusion. Why not try scheduling your next meeting this way and see how it improves communication? What challenges do you face when scheduling meetings? Celebrating weddings and special occasions often involves specific language that adds joy to the event. Use phrases like congratulations to share happiness or best wishes to express your hopes for the couple's future. You can also say let's raise a toast when celebrating with drinks. These expressions help create a warm atmosphere. Try practicing by writing a short message for a friend's wedding invitation. What phrases do you love to use at celebrations? Describing your daily routine can make conversations flow more naturally. Start with simple phrases like, I usually wake up at 7 a.m. and follow with what you do next, such as, after that, I have breakfast and check my emails. You can add details, like your favorite breakfast or how you commute to work. This gives a clearer picture of your day. Why not share one part of your daily routine with us? What's your favorite part of the day? Weather patterns can change dramatically due to climate change. For example, you might notice more extreme storms or unusual temperatures in different seasons. This affects not just our daily lives but also agriculture and wildlife. Understanding these changes helps us adapt and make better decisions. What unusual weather have you experienced lately, and how did it impact your plans? Using phrasal verbs can make your travel conversations more natural. Here are 5 essential ones. Check in, for when you arrive at a hotel. Head out, meaning to leave for your destination. And look for, which describes searching for something, like your luggage. You can say, let's check in at the hotel first, or I'm looking for my passport. What travel experiences have you had with phrasal verbs? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to talk about things we've done without specifying when. For example, you could say, I have visited Paris, which tells someone about your experience without giving a specific time. This tense helps connect your past to your present. You can also ask others about their experiences. Have you ever tried sushi? What life experiences would you share using the present perfect? Prepositions of time, place, and movement are essential for clear communication. Use at for specific times, like at 5 p.m., and in for months or years, such as in July. For place, say on the table or in the room. For movement, use to as in go to the park. What's a sentence you can create with a preposition? Many Polish learners encounter false friends in English. For instance, actual means real, not actualny, which means current. Another is sympathetic, which refers to being understanding, not sympatyczny, meaning friendly. Additionally, library is not a liberacja, but a place for books. Be careful with these words to avoid confusion. Try using actual in a sentence to talk about something real. What other false friends have you noticed in English? Negotiation and persuasion are valuable skills in everyday life. One effective technique is to use I statements, such as I feel or I believe, which express your perspective clearly without sounding aggressive. Another tip is to listen actively. Show interest in the other person's viewpoints to build rapport. For instance, during a negotiation, you might say, I understand your concerns, and here's how we can find a solution together. Try using an I statement in your next conversation. What negotiation strategies have worked for you? Effective negotiation often relies on active listening and empathy. Use I statements like I feel or I need to express your needs without sounding confrontational. This builds a connection and encourages collaboration. For example, saying I understand your point, but I need to consider this, opens up a dialogue. What negotiation technique has helped you in a difficult conversation? Opening and closing your presentation effectively can leave a lasting impression. Start with a strong opening like, thank you for being here today. I'm excited to share. This grabs attention from the beginning. For your closing, use a phrase like, in conclusion, let's remember that, to summarize your main points clearly. This reinforces your message. Practice these phrases to make your presentations more impactful. What opening or closing phrase do you like to use? Describing your work and responsibilities clearly is essential in professional settings. Start by mentioning your job title and what your main tasks are. For example, as a project manager, I oversee project timelines and coordinate with different teams. This gives a clear picture of your role. Highlight any specific responsibilities, like leading meetings or managing budgets. It helps others understand your work better. What do you find most interesting about your job? Using the right vocabulary for fitness and exercise can boost your confidence at the gym. Terms like reps for repetitions and sets for groupings of reps are essential. You might say, I did 3 sets of 10 reps for my squats. Also, know words like warm up and cool down. This will help you communicate your routine more effectively. What's your favorite exercise vocabulary? Sustainable living vocabulary is important for discussing eco-friendly practices. Words like recycle, compost, and renewable energy are key. For example, you can say, I recycle plastic bottles and use solar panels for renewable energy. Understanding these terms helps you engage in conversations about sustainability and the environment. Sustainable practices do you follow in your daily life? Personal development is all about growth and improvement, so having the right vocabulary can help you express your journey. Words like goal setting, mindfulness, and resilience are essential. For instance, you might say, I practice mindfulness to stay focused on my goals. Using these terms allows you to share your experiences and inspire others. Remember, Personal development is a continuous process, so embrace it with the right language. What personal development goals are you currently working on? Understanding health and medical appointment language is vital for effective communication. Phrases like "I have a cough," "I need a checkup," or "what are the side effects" are commonly used. For example, you might say, "I'd like to schedule an appointment for my annual checkup." Knowing these expressions helps you feel more confident and clear when discussing your health with professionals. Have you ever experienced a challenge communicating at a medical appointment? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can greatly enhance your conversations about health. Words like cardio, strength training, and flexibility are important to know. For example, you could say, "I do cardio exercises to improve my stamina." This vocabulary helps you set goals and discuss your routines more clearly. Whether you're talking about lifting weights or doing yoga, using the right terms makes a difference in understanding. What's your favorite type of exercise and why? Travel planning can be exciting, but knowing the right language makes it smoother. Use phrases like "I'd like to book a flight" or "what are the check-in times." For instance, you might ask, "Can you recommend a hotel near the city center?" This helps you communicate your needs effectively. What's your favorite part of planning a trip? Pronouncing ed endings correctly can improve your spoken English significantly. These endings can sound like T, D, or ID depending on the verb. For example, walked ends with a T sound, played with a D sound, and wanted with an ID sound. Practice these sounds by saying sentences like, "I walked to the store." What's your favorite verb to practice with? Using library and research terminology can enhance your academic skills. Familiarize yourself with terms like bibliography, which is a list of sources, and abstract, a summary of a research paper. For example, when writing a report, including a bibliography shows your research depth. Have you ever used a library for a project or research? What was your experience like? Talking about your career goals can inspire you and others. Start by identifying what you truly want to achieve, whether it's a specific job, a promotion, or developing a new skill. For example, you might say, "I aim to become a marketing manager within 5 years." This clarity can guide your actions. What ambitious career goal are you currently working toward? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can help you communicate better with caregivers and educators. For instance, attachment parenting focuses on creating strong emotional bonds, while timeout is a disciplined technique used to give children a moment to calm down. Knowing these terms can improve your conversations about child development. When discussing your child's needs or behaviors, using the right terminology can make your point clearer. What childcare term do you find most interesting or useful? Describing your daily routine can make conversations flow more naturally. Start with your morning like saying, "I wake up and enjoy a cup of coffee." Continue with your work or study schedule, such as, "After that, I usually check emails and attend meetings." Finally, share evening activities. "In the evening, I relax by reading or watching TV." What does your typical day look like? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can enhance your conversations about giving back. Terms like nonprofit organization refer to groups that operate without profit motives, while volunteering means offering your time to help others without payment. Additionally, fundraising is the process of collecting money for a cause. Using these terms can clarify discussions about social impact and community support. What charity or social cause are you most passionate about? Asking for clarification is essential in conversations to ensure understanding. When you don't understand something, you can say, "Could you explain that again?" Or, "I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it?" Paraphrasing is also useful. It shows that you understand. For instance, if someone says, "I enjoy hiking on weekends," you might respond, "So, you like spending your weekends exploring nature?" Practicing these skills can help improve your communication. What's a recent conversation where you needed clarification? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can enrich your discussions. Terms like nonprofit refer to organizations that support a cause without making a profit. Volunteering means giving your time to help others, while donation involves giving money or items to those in need. Knowing these words helps you talk about important issues and inspire others to contribute. Try using one of these terms in a conversation today. What social cause do you think is most important right now? Using reported speech is a great way to tell stories and share experiences. Instead of saying, "He said, I love ice cream," you can use reported speech. "He said he loved ice cream." This way, you keep the focus on the story rather than the exact words. Remember to change the verb tense. Practice by retelling a funny story you know using reported speech. What's a funny story you'd like to share using this technique? When talking about future plans, knowing when to use will and going to is essential. Use will for spontaneous decisions like saying, I will help you with that. On the other hand, going to is for plans you've already decided on, like I am going to visit my friend next week. This distinction makes your English clearer. Try making 2 sentences, one with will about an impulse decision and another with going to about a planned event. What future plans are you excited about? Taking care of pets requires understanding some basic animal vocabulary. For example, knowing words like leash, grooming, and vet is essential. You should also know how to describe your pet's needs, like saying, my dog needs exercise or my cat loves to play. Think about your pet's favorite activity and describe it using some of these words. What do you love most about your pet? Expressing your opinion politely can make conversations smoother and more respectful. Start with phrases like, I think, or in my opinion, to soften your statement. For example, instead of saying, this idea is bad, you could say, I have some concerns about this idea. This way, you share your thoughts without sounding harsh. Try sharing your opinion on a topic you care about while using polite expressions. What's a topic where you find it hard to express your opinion kindly? Restaurant conversations can extend well beyond just ordering food. Engaging with your server or fellow diners can enhance your experience. You might ask about the restaurant's specialties like, what do you recommend here? Or discuss the ingredients in a dish, saying, I'm curious, is this made with fresh herbs? It's also nice to compliment the staff, for example. Everything looks amazing. These small interactions can make your meal more enjoyable. Next time you dine out, practice starting a conversation beyond the menu. What's the best restaurant conversation you've had? Effective team collaboration relies on clear vocabulary. Words like brainstorm, which means to generate ideas together, and feedback, referring to giving constructive opinions, are essential. For instance, when brainstorming, you might say, let's come up with ideas for our project. Asking for feedback, you can say, what do you think about my proposal? Using these terms helps keep communication open. What vocabulary do you find most useful for teamwork? Talking about past experiences is a great way to connect with others. Use the simple past tense for completed actions, like I traveled to Paris last summer. The past continuous can describe ongoing actions, such as I was exploring the city when it started to rain. Mixing these tenses adds depth to your stories. Try sharing a memorable experience using both tenses. What's a past experience that stands out for you? Starting small talk can be simple and fun. Use openers like, how's your day going? Or have you seen any good movies lately? These invite conversation. Follow up naturally by asking for details like, what did you think of it? Or what's been the highlight of your day? Practicing these can make you feel more comfortable. What's your favorite small talk opener? Choosing the right tone in emails is important for clear communication. A direct approach is useful for quick requests, like saying, please send the report by Friday. In contrast, a polite tone softens the message, such as, could you please send the report by Friday? This shows respect. Try rewriting a direct email into a more polite one. What tone do you usually prefer in your emails? Understanding basic economic concepts can help you in daily life. For instance, the idea of supply and demand affects prices at the grocery store. When a product is in high demand but low supply, its price goes up. Saving money is another key concept. It allows you to plan for future expenses. Think about your purchases carefully to manage your budget. What is one economic concept you found useful in your daily life? Small talk is a great way to connect with others. Openers like, how's your day going? Or did you see the game last night? Can start a conversation. To keep it going, ask follow-up questions like, what did you think of the match? Or any plans for the weekend? This shows interest and encourages the other person to share more. Practice these openers and follow-ups in your next conversation. What's your favorite small talk topic? Understanding environmental consciousness vocabulary can help you discuss important topics. Words like sustainability, which means meeting our needs without harming the planet, and recycling, the process of converting waste into reusable material, are essential. You might also hear carbon footprint, referring to the total greenhouse gases you produce. Using these terms shows you care about the environment and encourages others to think about their impact. Try using one of these words in conversation this week. What environmental topic interests you the most? Describing your learning experiences can make your conversations more engaging. Start by sharing what you learned, like a new skill or a fascinating fact. Then, explain how you felt during the process, excited, challenged, or proud. For example, you might say, I learned to cook Italian food, and it was both difficult and rewarding. What's a memorable learning experience you've had? Festivals and celebrations bring people together and create joy. They often include music, dancing, and delicious food. For instance, during Diwali, people light candles and share sweets, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Similarly, at Christmas, families decorate trees and exchange gifts, spreading love and happiness. Think about your favorite festival and how it makes you feel. What celebration do you enjoy the most? Cultural differences shape our customs and ways of life. For example, in Japan, bowing shows respect, while in many Western countries, a firm handshake is the norm. In some cultures, sharing food is a sign of friendship, while others might prefer personal space. Understanding these customs helps us connect better with people. What cultural custom do you find most interesting? When visiting a doctor, clear communication is key. Start by explaining your symptoms simply, like saying, I have a headache, or I feel dizzy. Don't forget to mention any allergies or medications you're taking. After the doctor examines you, they might suggest treatments or prescribe medication. Practice this language so you feel confident in medical settings. What health-related do you think is most useful? Small talk is a great way to connect with others. Start with openers like, how's your day going? Or what's been the highlight of your week? After their response, use follow-up questions such as, oh, really? What made that so special? This keeps the conversation flowing and shows you're interested. What's your favorite small talk topic to discuss? When you go to a medical appointment, it's important to describe your symptoms clearly. For instance, say, I have a sore throat and a cough. You can also mention how long you felt this way, like it started 3 days ago. Don't forget to share any medications you take or allergies you have. This helps the doctor understand your situation better. Practice these phrases so you're ready when you need to visit a doctor. What symptoms do you think are important to mention? Friendship is vital for our happiness and well-being. To strengthen social connections, spend quality time with friends and communicate openly. Simple gestures, like checking in with a text or planning a coffee date, can make a big difference. Sharing experiences, whether good or bad, helps build trust and understanding. Remember, it's not just about the quantity of friends but the quality of those relationships. What do you value most in a friendship? Phrasal verbs are great for daily activities and can make your English sound more natural. For example, instead of saying put on your shoes, you can say put on your shoes. When you finish work, you might wrap up your tasks. Another common one is clean up when tidying your space. Try using these phrases in your conversations to sound more fluent. What is your favorite phrasal verb? Starting a networking conversation can feel daunting, but a good opener can break the ice. Ask about the event. What brought you here today? This shows genuine interest and opens up dialogue. You can also compliment something unique about the person's style or work, like saying, I love your tie. Where did you get it? This creates a friendly atmosphere and encourages sharing. Practice these starters at your next event. What's your favorite way to start a conversation? In phone and online meetings, using the right phrases helps communication flow smoothly. Start by saying, can you hear me? To check the connection. When you want to share something, say, let me share my screen. If you need clarification, ask, could you repeat that, please? Finally, use thank you for your input to acknowledge others. Try these phrases in your next meeting. What phrases do you find most helpful? The pronunciation of ed endings in English can be tricky. There are 3 main sounds, td and unchd. For regular verbs that end in voiceless sounds like walk, we say walked as t. For voice sounds like play, it's played as d. Finally, with verbs like decide, we add gd, saying decided. Practice these examples to master your pronunciation. Which ed ending do you find most challenging? Workplace conflict can be stressful, but using the right language can help resolve issues effectively. Start with, I understand your point to show empathy. Use phrases like let's find a solution together to promote teamwork. It's also helpful to say, can we discuss this further? To open up dialogue. By focusing on solutions rather than problems, you create a positive atmosphere. Think about a time you resolved a conflict at work. What phrases use? Linking and connected speech are essential for sounding natural in English. Instead of saying going to, we often say gonna, and wanna becomes wanna. These reductions help speech flow more smoothly. For example, instead of saying, I am going to the store, you could say, I'm going to go to the store. Practicing these forms can make your conversations sound more relaxed and authentic. Try using gonna and wanna in your next chat. What phrases do you find yourself using most? Talking about past experiences is a great way to connect with others. Use the simple past tense for specific events like I traveled to Spain last summer. For ongoing actions, the past continuous is helpful. I was studying when my friend called. You can also use the present perfect to show how past actions relate to the present, such as I have visited 5 countries. This variety adds depth to your stories. Think of an interesting experience you had and share it using these tenses. What was it? Weather talk is a fantastic way to start a conversation. Using seasonal vocabulary can make your discussions more vivid. For example, in spring, you might say, it's so sunny and the flowers are blooming, while in winter, you could comment, it's really cold and there's snow everywhere. Describing the weather helps express feelings too, like saying a rainy day makes me feel cozy. What's your favorite weather-related phrase to use when chatting with friends? Understanding personal finance is essential for managing your money wisely. Key terms like budget, which is a plan for your income and expenses, and savings, the money set aside for future needs, are important. Another crucial term is debt, referring to money you owe. By tracking these elements, you can avoid overspending and save for goals. What budgeting tips do you find most helpful in your own life? Pronouncing the th sounds can be tricky for many learners. The a in words like think is produced by placing your tongue between your teeth, while the t in words like top or date uses the tip of your tongue behind your upper teeth. Practice by saying, think about that, slowly, focusing on the sounds. Try this. Say this and dis to feel the difference. Which sound do you find more challenging? Developing effective study habits is crucial for learning success. Key vocabulary includes review, which means going over material you've learned, and scheduling, or planning specific times to study. Another term is active recall, where you test yourself on information, helping reinforce memory. For example, after reading a chapter, summarize it without looking at your notes. Try this. Create a study schedule for the week. What study tech worked best for you in the past? Talking about the weather is a great way to start conversations. Familiar seasonal vocabulary includes words like sunny, rainy, chilly, and humid. For example, you can say it's a sunny day, perfect for a picnic, or I love the crisp air in autumn. Use phrases like what's the weather like today to engage others. Try this. Describe the weather in your area right now using at least 3 words. What's your favorite season and why? Discussing news and current events can enhance your vocabulary and comprehension skills. Key phrases like breaking news and stay informed are helpful. For instance, you might say, did you hear about the breaking news on climate change? This can lead to deeper conversations. To practice, choose a news article and summarize its main points in your own words. What current event has caught your interest lately? Effective meeting participation involves using clear language and polite expressions. Phrases like I'd like to add, or could you clarify that, help you contribute meaningfully. For example, you might say, I'd like to add that we should consider the budget before making a decision. Also, don't forget to listen actively and respond to others. As a tiny task, think of a phrase you can use in your next meeting. What's your go-to phrase for meetings? Describing your work and responsibilities clearly is essential for effective communication. Start by identifying your main tasks, such as I manage a team of 5 or I handle customer inquiries. Be specific about your role's impact, like saying, I help improve customer satisfaction by responding quickly to their needs. This shows your contribution to the company. To practice, write a short paragraph about what you do and share it with a friend. What's one responsibility you enjoy the most in your job? Describing your daily routine can help you practice English and share your life with others. Start with the basics. I wake up at 7 a.m. and have breakfast. Then add details to make it more natural, like after breakfast, I usually read the news or listen to music. Include activities such as work, exercise, or hobbies. In the afternoon, I work on projects and take breaks to stretch. Finally, wrap up with your evening activities. I enjoy cooking dinner and watching a show before bed. What's one thing you always do in your daily routine? Using idioms for emotions can make your English more colorful and expressive. For example, if you're very happy, you might say you're on cloud nine. When you're feeling sad, you could say you're feeling blue. These phrases add depth to your conversations. Another example is walking on eggshells, which describes feeling anxious around someone. Try to use at least one idiom in your next conversation about feelings. What's your favorite idiom for expressing emotions? Using inclusive language is essential for promoting diversity and respect in any conversation. This means choosing words that acknowledge and honor different backgrounds, identities, and experiences. Instead of assuming gender, you can use they as a singular pronoun or say everyone instead of ladies and gentlemen. Remember, small changes in language can make a big difference in how people feel included. How do you practice inclusive language in your daily conversations? Understanding decision-making terms can help you communicate your thoughts clearly. For instance, brainstorming refers to generating many ideas without judgment, while weighing options means considering the pros and cons of each choice. Another important term is consensus, which describes a decision made with everyone's agreement. Using these terms effectively can lead to better discussions and outcomes. Try using one of these terms the next time you discuss a choice with someone. What decision-making term do you find most useful? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is crucial for effective communication. A formal tone uses polite language and structured sentences, like starting with "Dear Mr. Smith," while an informal tone is more casual, using first names and contractions, such as "Hi John." For example, in a formal email you might say, "I would appreciate your assistance," whereas in an informal email you could say, "Can you help me out?" Think about the context of your message and choose your tone wisely. What situations do you find challenging when writing emails? Idioms about time and productivity can really enhance your communication. For example, "Time flies when you're having fun" suggests that enjoyable tasks seem to pass quickly. Another idiom is "the early bird catches the worm," meaning those who start early have an advantage. You might also hear "burning the midnight oil," which means working late into the night. Using these idioms can make your conversations more colorful and relatable. Try using one of these idioms in a sentence today. Which idiom resonates with you the most? Weather patterns can greatly influence our daily lives, and understanding them is essential as we face climate change. For example, you might notice that summers are getting hotter and winters are milder, which can impact everything from agriculture to outdoor activities. Changing weather patterns lead to more extreme events, like heavy rainfall or droughts, affecting communities worldwide. It's important to stay informed and adapt to these changes for a sustainable future. Think about your local weather patterns. How have you seen them change over time? The tone of your emails can significantly impact your communication. A direct approach is clear and straightforward, perfect for urgent requests. For example, saying, "Please send the report by Friday" gets straight to the point. On the other hand, a polite approach softens the request, making it more pleasant. You could say, "Could you please send the report by Friday? I would really appreciate it." Choosing the right tone depends on your relationship with the recipient. What tone do you usually use in your emails? Improving communication skills can transform your personal and professional life. One effective way is to practice active listening, which means fully concentrating on the speaker and responding thoughtfully. For instance, instead of just waiting for your turn to speak, you might say, "That's interesting. Can you tell me more about that?" This shows engagement and respect. What strategies do you use to communicate better with others? When visiting a doctor, it's essential to express your symptoms clearly. Start with phrases like, "I've been feeling," or "I have pain in." This helps the doctor understand your condition. For example, you could say, "I've had a headache for 3 days." Don't hesitate to ask questions too. What phrases do you find helpful when talking about health? Understanding banking vocabulary is crucial for managing your finances. Terms like interest rate, which refers to the cost of borrowing money, and savings account, where you store money and earn interest, are common. For example, you might say, "I want to open a savings account to save for a vacation." What financial terms are most confusing? The RL distinction is important in English as it can change the meaning of words completely. For example, light and right are minimal pairs that differ only in the initial sound. To practice, say rice and lice or ring and ling. Focus on the way your tongue moves, or is produced with the tongue pulled back, while L is made with the tongue touching the roof of your mouth. Try saying these pairs out loud to improve your pronunciation. Which pair do you find most challenging? Understanding nutrition vocabulary is essential for making healthy eating choices. Terms like nutrients, which are the substances our bodies need, and balanced diet, meaning eating a variety of foods in the right proportions, are important. For example, you might say, to maintain energy, I focus on a balanced diet rich in fruits, vegetables, and proteins. Start using these terms in your daily conversations about food. What health eating terms do you use most often in your discussions? Knowing the right language for health and medical appointments is crucial. Phrases like I have a sore throat or I've been feeling dizzy help the doctor understand your symptoms. When booking an appointment, you might say, I'd like to schedule a checkup. Don't forget to ask questions too, such as what should I do if my symptoms worsen? Practice these phrases for your next visit to the doctor. What health-related phrases do you find useful? Understanding basic economic concepts can help us make smarter daily decisions. For example, the idea of opportunity cost means considering what you give up when you choose one option over another. If you decide to buy a new phone, the opportunity cost might be the vacation you can't afford now. Another important term is budgeting, which is managing your money wisely. Creating a budget can help you save for future goals. How do you apply economic concepts in your everyday life? Idioms are a fun way to express emotions and feelings. For example, if someone is on cloud nine, it means they're extremely happy. When someone says they are feeling blue, it indicates sadness. Another common expression is walking on eggshells, which describes being cautious around someone who is upset. Using these idioms can add color to your conversations. Try to use one of these idioms in your next chat. What's your favorite idiom to express how you feel? Restaurant conversations can be more than just placing an order. You can ask your server about the day's specials or what dishes are popular. Complimenting the food or asking for recommendations can create a friendly atmosphere. Also, if you have any dietary restrictions, it's important to discuss them politely. Engaging in small talk about the restaurant's ambience or history can enhance your dining experience. What's your favorite question to ask at a restaurant? Traveling often involves phrasal verbs that make communication easier. For example, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. When you're ready to explore, you head out to your destination. If you're searching for something, you look for it. Another useful one is take off, which refers to when an airplane leaves the ground. Lastly, get back means to return home. What phrasal verb do you find most useful when traveling? Shopping can be a fun experience, especially with the right vocabulary. When you enter a store, you might ask, where can I find? To locate items. If something is too expensive, you can say, do you have any discounts? When you're ready to pay, you might ask, can I use my credit card? Practicing these phrases will help you feel more confident. What's your go-to phrase when shopping? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital. Always keep phrases like I need help or call 911. If you see someone in danger, you can say, are you okay? And offer assistance. It's also helpful to know your location, so you can give directions if necessary. Always stay calm and follow safety guidelines. What safety tips do you think are important to remember in emergencies? Job interviews often include common questions that can shape your chances of success. One typical question is, tell me about yourself, where you should summarize your background and skills confidently. Another frequent inquiry is, what are your strengths? Focus on qualities that relate to the job. Don't forget to prepare for, why do you want to work here? Research the company's values and mention them. Practicing these answers will boost your confidence. What's a question you find most challenging in interviews? Cultural differences can greatly enhance our understanding of the world. Customs vary from one country to another, influencing how people greet each other, celebrate holidays, or even eat meals. For example, in Japan, bowing shows respect, while in the United States, a firm handshake is common. Understanding these differences helps avoid misunderstandings and fosters respect. Always be curious and ask questions if you're unsure about a custom. It's a great way to learn and connect with others. What cultural custom have you found most interesting? Clear recipe instructions are essential for successful cooking. Always start by gathering your ingredients and measuring them accurately. For example, if a recipe calls for 1 cup of flour, make sure to use a measuring cup for precision. This helps create the best flavors and textures. Next time you cook, focus on following measurements closely. What's your favorite recipe to prepare? Language is powerful when discussing mental health. Using phrases like I'm feeling overwhelmed or I need support helps express your feelings clearly. It encourages open conversations and reduces stigma. For instance, Saying I'm struggling is more impactful than simply saying I'm fine. Remember, sharing your feelings can lead to understanding and support. How comfortable are you discussing mental health with others? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change, leading to more extreme conditions like heavy rains or droughts. This affects not just the environment, but also our daily lives. For instance, a region that once enjoyed mild winters may experience harsher cold or unexpected snowstorms. Being aware of these changes helps us prepare better. What unusual weather have you experienced lately? Understanding project management terminology is essential for success in any project. Terms like scope, which defines the project's boundaries, and stakeholders, the people invested in the project, are crucial. For example, a project manager must clearly outline the scope to prevent scope creep, where additional tasks are added without proper planning. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can enhance communication and efficiency within your team. What project management terms do you find most interesting or challenging? Personal development vocabulary can really boost your growth journey. Words like mindfulness, which means being present and aware, and resilience, the ability to bounce back from setbacks, are key. For instance, practicing mindfulness can help reduce stress and improve focus, while resilience allows you to face challenges head-on. Incorporating these words into your daily conversations can inspire you and those around you. Try using mindfulness or resilience in a sentence today. What personal development word do you find most inspiring? Conflict resolution techniques are vital for effective communication. One useful method is active listening, which involves fully concentrating on the speaker rather than just waiting for your turn to talk. For example, if a colleague expresses frustration about a project, acknowledging their feelings can help calm the situation. Another technique is finding common ground. This means identifying shared goals to work towards a solution together. Practicing these techniques can lead to more positive outcomes in conflicts. What conflict resolution technique do you find most effective in your life? Festivals and celebrations are vibrant expressions of culture and joy. They often include colorful decorations, lively music, and delicious food that bring people together. For instance, Diwali, known as the Festival of Lights, features beautiful lamps and fireworks, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Participating in such events can create wonderful memories and deepen connections with others. What festival or celebration do you enjoy the most, and why? Making appointments and reservations is essential for effective time management. Always specify the date and time clearly when booking. For example, you can say, "I'd like to reserve a table for 2 at 7 p.m. on Friday." Don't forget to confirm the details to avoid misunderstandings. What's your favorite place to make a reservation for dinner? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary is crucial for smooth travel. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to enter the plane, and gate, the area where you wait to board. You might also hear delayed if your flight is running late. Familiarizing yourself with these words can help reduce travel stress. What's the most challenging part of flying for you? Describing your work and responsibilities clearly is vital for effective communication. Start by stating your job title and what your main tasks are. For instance, you can say, "I am a marketing manager, and I create campaigns to promote our products." Mention specific responsibilities, like analyzing market trends or coordinating with the sales team. This helps others understand your role. Remember, using simple language makes it easier for everyone to follow. What do you find most interesting about your job? Knowing health and medical appointment language is essential for effective communication with healthcare providers. When you visit a doctor, it's important to express your symptoms clearly. For example, you might say, "I've been experiencing headaches and fatigue." Don't forget to discuss any allergies or medications you're taking, as this information is crucial for your treatment. Practice asking questions like, "What is the diagnosis?" or "What treatment do you recommend?" This can help you feel more confident during appointments. What's a common phrase you use when talking to a doctor? Clear recipe instructions and accurate measurements are key to successful cooking. Start by listing ingredients with precise amounts like 2 cups of flour or 1 teaspoon of salt. When giving instructions, use action verbs, mix, chop, or bake. For example, you could say first, "Mix the flour and salt in a bowl." This clarity helps anyone follow the recipe without confusion. Try writing down a simple recipe with measurements today. What's your favorite dish to cook? Effective time management is essential for boosting productivity. Start by prioritizing tasks using a simple list or a planner. For instance, tackle the most important tasks first, like completing a project due tomorrow, before moving on to less urgent ones. Break your work into smaller, manageable chunks and set specific deadlines. This approach keeps you focused and reduces stress. What's one time management tip that has worked well for you? Understanding charity and social causes terminology helps you communicate effectively about important issues. Key terms include donation, which refers to giving money or goods to help, and volunteering, where you offer your time to support a cause. For example, saying, "I made a donation to the local shelter," clearly expresses your support. Learning these terms can help raise awareness. What charity or social cause are you most passionate about? Knowing health and medical appointment language is vital for effective communication. Common phrases include "I have an appointment," meaning you have a scheduled time with a doctor, and "I need a checkup," referring to a general health examination. For example, saying "I'm here for my 2 p.m. appointment with Dr. Smith" is a clear way to communicate your purpose. Practice these phrases to feel more confident at medical appointments. What's a phrase you find useful for health-related conversations? Shopping for clothes can be both fun and challenging. One important tip is to know your size. This helps you find the right fit quickly. For instance, if you say "I usually wear a medium," it makes it easier for store staff to assist you. Also, think about choosing versatile pieces that match with many outfits. When shopping, try to plan what you need ahead of time. What's your favorite clothing item to shop for? Networking can feel intimidating, but great conversation starters can help break the ice. One effective approach is to ask about recent projects or professional interests. For example, saying, "What exciting projects are you working on currently?" shows genuine interest and opens the door for discussion. You might also share an interesting fact about your work to keep the conversation flowing. Remember, networking is about building relationships. What's your favorite question to ask when meeting new people? Travel safety is essential for a worry-free adventure. Always keep your belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For example, use a money belt to protect your cash and passport. It's also wise to have emergency numbers saved on your phone and share your itinerary with a friend. Lastly, trust your instincts. If something feels off, walk away. What safety tips do you follow when traveling? False friends can confuse learners, especially for Polish speakers. For instance, the word "actual" in English means real or existing, but in Polish, "actualny" means current. Another example is event, which refers to an occurrence in English, while in Polish, ewentualnie means possible. Being aware of these differences can improve your understanding. False friends have you encountered in your English learning journey? Understanding dating vocabulary can enhance your conversations. Words like date, which means going out with someone, and chemistry, referring to a strong attraction, are essential. Terms like ghosting, when someone suddenly cuts off contact, and exclusive, meaning you're only dating one person, are also important. What dating terms have you found interesting or confusing? Business small talk can break the ice and build connections. Topics like the weather, recent events, or upcoming holidays are safe choices. You can also ask about weekend plans or discuss industry trends. For example, mentioning your recent trip to a conference can lead to an engaging conversation. Remember, the goal is to find common ground. What small talk topics have you found most effective in your professional life? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change, which affects our daily lives. For example, we might experience hotter summers or unexpected rainfall. These shifts can impact agriculture and our food supply, leading to conversations about sustainability. It's essential to stay informed and adapt to these changes while considering eco-friendly choices in our lives. Discussing weather patterns can also help raise awareness about climate issues. How have you noticed changes in the weather around you recently? In emergency situations, staying calm is crucial. First, know the emergency numbers in your area. Like 911 in the US, make sure to have a plan for different scenarios, whether it's a fire, medical issue, or natural disaster. For example, practicing a fire drill can prepare you and your family for a quick exit. Remember to check your smoke alarms regularly and have an emergency kit ready. What safety tips do you have for handling emergencies in your daily life? Using inclusive language is key to promoting diversity. It helps everyone feel valued and respected. For instance, instead of saying "the chairman," you can say to chairperson to be more inclusive of all genders. This small change can make a big difference in how people feel in conversations. Always think about using terms that reflect diverse identities and experiences. What phrases do you use to ensure your language is inclusive? Expressing opinions respectfully is essential for good communication. Instead of saying that's wrong, try, I see it differently. This approach opens the door for discussion rather than conflict. For example, if someone suggests a plan you disagree with, you might say, I understand your perspective, but I believe there's another angle to consider. Using polite phrases helps everyone feel heard. How do you express your opinions without sounding rude? Online shopping has become a huge part of our lives, but it's important to understand some key e-commerce terms. For instance, shopping cart refers to the online tool where you store items you want to buy. Another term is checkout, which is the process of finalizing your purchase. You might also hear customer reviews, which are feedback from other buyers about products. Understanding these terms will help you navigate online stores more easily. What's your favorite thing about shopping online? Small talk can really help break the ice in conversations. A great opener is, how's your day going? It invites the other person to share a bit about themselves. A natural follow-up could be, what have you been working on lately? This keeps the conversation flowing. Remember, showing genuine interest makes small talk more enjoyable. What's your favorite small talk topic to start with? Agreeing and disagreeing politely can enhance your conversations. To agree, you might say, I completely agree with you, or that's a great point. For polite disagreement, try I see your point, but I think, or that's interesting, but I believe. These phrases keep discussions respectful. Practicing these expressions can help you communicate more effectively. What's a phrase you like to use when you disagree politely? Understanding home and household vocabulary can make daily tasks easier. Words like kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom are essential for describing different areas of your home. You can also use terms like furniture, such as sofa or table, when referring to items in these spaces. Try labeling items in your house with their English names to reinforce your learning. What's one household item you'd like to know more about in English? Staying safe online is crucial in today's digital world. Always remember to use strong passwords and avoid sharing personal information on social media. When you're browsing, look for secure websites that begin with YTTPs. It's also important to think critically about the information you find online. Not everything you see is. What's one tip you use to stay safe on the internet? The present perfect tense is great for talking about life experiences without focusing on when they happened. Use it to share what you have done or achieved up until now. For example, you might say, I have traveled to Japan, or I have tried scuba diving. These sentences show your experiences in a way that connects to the present moment. To practice, think of 3 experiences you've had and form sentences using the present perfect. What's one exciting experience you've had in your life? Understanding library and research terminology can enhance your study skills. Key terms include catalog, which is a list of all books in a library, and database, a collection of information organized for easy access. When you search for a topic, take note of keywords and use them to refine your search results. Also, don't forget about citation, which credits the original sources of information. What's a research term you find confusing or interesting? Workplace conflict resolution requires careful language to promote understanding and collaboration. Use phrases like I understand your point, or let's find a solution together to show empathy. When addressing the issue, focus on the problem, not the person, with statements like I feel concerned about our communication. Encouraging open dialogue is essential, so ask questions like, how can we improve this situation? This way, everyone feels involved in the resolution process. What strategies have you used to resolve conflicts at work? Familiarizing yourself with airport and flight vocabulary can make your travel experience smoother. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to get on the plane, and check-in, where you confirm your flight and drop off luggage. Don't forget gate, the area where you wait to board your flight, and layover, a short stop between connecting flights. Knowing these words helps you navigate the airport with confidence. What travel vocabulary do you find most useful? Using effective problem-solving vocabulary can help you express your ideas clearly. Terms like brainstorm, which means generating many ideas, and evaluate, referring to assessing those ideas, are crucial. You might say, let's brainstorm solutions and then evaluate their feasibility. Additionally, collaborate means working together, which is often key to finding the best solution. What problem-solving words do you find helpful in discussions? Participating in meetings requires specific language to communicate effectively. Use phrases like "I'd like to add to that" to contribute your ideas, or "Can you clarify that point?" to seek more information. When disagreeing, you might say, "I see your point, but I think." This shows respect while sharing your perspective. Also, remember to summarize discussions by saying, "To recap, we decided that." This keeps everyone on the same page. What expressions dings? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. For example, "I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment in the city center." Then, share a bit about your surroundings, such as parks or cafes nearby. You could say, "It's close to a lovely park where I often relax." Finally, discuss what you enjoy most about your home, like natural light or a quiet atmosphere. What do you love most about your living space? Home and household vocabulary is essential for describing your space and daily activities. Start with basic terms like living room, kitchen, and bedroom. You might say, "In my living room, I have a comfortable sofa and a big TV." Don't forget about household items like cutlery, furniture, and appliances. For example, you could explain, "My kitchen has a refrigerator and a microwave." Using these words helps you share your experiences and connect with others. What is your favorite room in your home, and why do you like it? Knowing car maintenance vocabulary is important for safe driving. Familiarize yourself with basic terms like oil change, brakes, and tire pressure. For example, you might say, "I need to check my oil and make sure my brakes are working properly." Understanding these terms helps you discuss your car's condition with a mechanic or friends. Additionally, common driving phrases like "turn left" or "merge onto the highway" are useful for giving directions. What car-related term do you find most confusing? Understanding health and medical appointment language is crucial for effective communication. Use phrases like "I have a headache" or "I need a checkup" to explain your symptoms clearly. For example, you might say, "I've been feeling tired and have a sore throat." This helps your doctor provide the best care. Practice describing your health issues using simple terms. What health-related phrase do you find most useful? Discussing news and current events can be a great way to practice English. Use phrases like "I heard that" or "Did you see the article about" to start conversations. For instance, you could say, "I heard that the new movie topped the box office this weekend." This approach not only improves your vocabulary, but also keeps you informed. Try bringing up a recent news story in your next conversation. What current event have you found most interesting lately? Problem solving is a key skill in both personal and professional life. Using phrases like "let's brainstorm" or "we should consider alternatives" can help guide discussions. For example, you might say, "If this solution doesn't work, let's brainstorm some alternatives together." This encourages collaboration and creativity. Remember to stay positive and open-minded during problem-solving sessions. Try using one of these phrases the next time you face a challenge with friends or colleagues. What's a recent problem you solved, and what strategy did you use? Talking about fitness can enhance your English vocabulary. Use terms like workout, endurance, and strength training to describe different exercises. For instance, you might say, "I do strength training twice a week to build muscle." Incorporating these words into your conversations allows you to express your fitness goals more clearly. Try sharing your favorite exercise or workout routine using at least 3 fit terms. What fitness activities do you enjoy the most? Asking for clarification is essential for effective communication. Phrases like, "Could you explain that again?" or "I didn't quite understand, can you rephrase?" help ensure you grasp the message. For example, if someone says, "We need a strategy for our project," you might ask, "Are you suggesting we meet to discuss our approach?" This not only shows you're engaged, but also helps clarify any confusion. Practice this by asking for clarification in your next conversation. What's a time when you needed to ask for clarification? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Use phrases like, "I enjoy," "I'm passionate about," or "in my free time," to share what you love. For example, you might say, "I enjoy painting because it helps me relax." This invites others to share their interests too. Try discussing your favorite hobby with someone today. What hobby or interest are you most excited to talk about? The tone of your emails can greatly affect communication. A direct approach is clear and efficient, like saying, "Please send the report by Friday." In contrast, A polite approach softens the request, such as, "Could you please send the report by Friday?" Both are effective, but the choice depends on your relationship with the recipient. Which tone do you prefer to use in emails, direct or polite? Talking about health can be tricky, especially at medical appointments. Use phrases like, "I have a pain in my," or "I feel dizzy" to describe your symptoms clearly. You might say, "I have a headache that won't go away." This helps the doctor understand your issue better. Next time you visit a doctor, practice these phrases. What health-related questions do you think are important to ask during an appointment? Getting involved in your community through volunteering can be very rewarding. It helps build connections and makes a positive impact on those around you. For example, you might volunteer at a local food bank, helping to distribute meals to families in need. Consider finding a cause you're passionate about and dedicating a few hours each month. What local organizations or causes are you interested in supporting? Giving directions clearly is essential for effective communication. Use simple language and landmarks to help. For instance, you might say, "Go straight for 2 blocks, then turn left at the bank." This makes it easier for the listener to understand. Next time someone asks for directions, practice using clear phrases. What's your favorite way to give directions? Personal development vocabulary can boost your growth mindset. Words like resilience, meaning the ability to recover from difficulties, and mindfulness, which refers to being present and aware, are very useful. For example, focusing on resilience helps you face challenges more effectively. Embrace these terms in your daily conversations to enhance your understanding. Try using mindfulness in a sentence today, like, "I practice mindfulness when I meditate." What personal development words resonate with you? When talking about future plans, it's important to know when to use will and going to. Use will for spontaneous decisions like, "I will help you." Use going to for planned actions such as, "I am going to visit my friend next week." Try making 2 sentences about your future using both forms. What are your future plans? In workplace conflict resolution, using respectful language is crucial. Phrases like, "I understand your point" show empathy, while "let's find a solution together" promotes collaboration. For example, instead of saying "you're wrong," you could say, "I see it differently. Can we discuss it?" Practicing these phrases can lead to better communication. What phrases do you think are important when resolving conflicts at work? Understanding food and cooking terminology can greatly enhance your culinary skills. For instance, sauté means to cook quickly in a small amount of oil, while braise refers to cooking slowly in liquid. Using these terms correctly helps you follow recipes better. Try to describe a dish you love using at least 2 cooking terms. What's your favorite dish to cook? Shopping vocabulary is essential for a smooth experience. Terms like sale, discount, and receipt are common. When you want to ask for help, you might say, "Excuse me, where can I find?" Practicing these phrases can make you more confident. What's a shopping phrase you find useful when you're in a store? Home improvement and DIY projects require specific vocabulary to communicate effectively. For example, plumbing deals with water systems, while drywall refers to the boards used for interior walls. Knowing terms like screwdriver, stud, and paint primer can help you follow instructions and ask for the right tools. When you plan a project, try to list the essential materials using these terms. Have you ever tackled a DIY project? And if so, what was it? When traveling, phrasal verbs can make your conversation smoother. First, check-in means to register at your hotel or airport. Next, head out means to leave for your destination. When searching for something, look for is essential, like when you're trying to find your gate at the airport. Another useful one is take off, referring to when a plane leaves the ground. Lastly, get away means to go on vacation. Which phrasal verb do you think you'll use most on your next trip? Linking and connected speech make spoken English sound more natural and fluent. For example, instead of saying going to, we often say gonna, and wanna becomes wanna. This helps you speak more quickly and sounds more casual. For instance, in a sentence like "I'm gonna go to the store," it flows better than saying each word separately. Try practicing by listening to native speakers and repeating after them. What reductions have you heard that surprised you? Understanding beauty and personal care vocabulary can help you express your needs clearly. Words like moisturizer refer to products that hydrate your skin, while exfoliate means removing dead skin cells for a fresh look. Serum is a concentrated treatment for specific skin concerns, and toner helps balance your skin's pH. Additionally, Knowing terms like makeup remover or sunscreen is essential for your routine. Try labeling your products in English to reinforce your vocabulary. What beauty or personal care words do you find most useful? Restaurant conversations go beyond just ordering food. They can enhance your dining experience. Start by asking the waiter for recommendations or specials of the day. You might say, "What do you recommend for a vegetarian?" If you have dietary restrictions, clearly communicate those needs, like saying, "I'm allergic to nuts." Also, engage in small talk. Ask about the chef or the restaurant's history. Finally, don't forget to express gratitude with a simple thank you after your meal. What's your favorite conversation to have in a restaurant? Shopping can be a fun way to practice your English. Knowing key vocabulary makes it easier. For example, when you enter a store, you can say, "I'm just looking," if you don't need help. If you want to ask about a price, say, "How much is this?" If you find something you like, you can ask, "Do you have this in a different size or color?" Remember to practice polite phrases like "thank you" when you finish. What's your favorite item to shop for? Scheduling meetings effectively is key to successful business communication. Start by proposing a few time options to accommodate everyone's schedule. Use polite language, like, "Would you be available on Tuesday or Thursday?" It's also helpful to send a calendar invite with the agenda. This keeps everyone on the same page. Remember to confirm attendance a day before. How do you ensure your meetings run smoothly? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is essential for good communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree with your point." If you disagree, try using phrases like, "I see your point, but I think differently." This shows respect for the other person's opinion. A good balance is key in discussions. Practice this with friends or colleagues. What phrases do you use when you agree or disagree with someone? Shopping can be fun, but knowing the right vocabulary makes it even better. Begin with essential phrases like, "How much is this?" or "Do you have this in a different size?" When you're ready to pay, you can say, "I'd like to buy this, please." If you have a question about a product, asking, "Can you tell me more about this?" shows your interest. Practice these phrases next time you're in a store. What's your favorite shopping phrase to use? In emergency situations, knowing how to communicate can save lives. Always start by staying calm and assessing the situation. Use clear phrases like, "I need help," or "Call emergency services." If someone is injured, you can say, "She needs medical attention." Remember, it's important to give clear details about your location and the problem. Practicing these phrases can prepare you for real-life scenarios. Think about how you'd react in an emergency. What's one important phrase you think everyone should know in English? Understanding quantifiers can really improve your English. Use much for uncountable nouns, like, "I don't have much time." For countable nouns, use many, as in there are many books on the shelf. Few means a small number, while little refers to a small amount. For example, "I have few friends" means not many friends, and "I have little money" means not much money. Can you think of a sentence using one of these quantifiers? Creating and sharing content is all about collaboration. When you repost someone else's work, always give credit to the original creator. This not only shows respect, but also helps build a supportive community. Consider reaching out to fellow creators for collaboration. It can lead to fresh ideas and new audiences. For instance, you could create a joint video or share each other's posts. It's a win-win situation. Have you ever collaborated with another creator, or would you like to? Knowing health and medical appointment language is essential for clear communication. When booking an appointment, you can say, "I'd like to schedule an appointment with Dr. Smith." It's also helpful to describe your symptoms clearly, such as saying, "I have a headache and a sore throat." If you need to ask questions, phrases like, "What are the side effects?" or "How long will the appointment take?" are useful. Practice these phrases when you can. What questions do you have about visiting the doctor? In a medical emergency, staying calm is crucial. First, assess the situation and ensure it's safe to approach. If someone is unconscious, call for help and check their breathing. If they aren't breathing, start CPR right away. Remember, knowing basic first aid can save lives. Have you ever taken a first aid course or faced an emergency? The passive voice can make your English sound more formal and indirect, which is useful in everyday situations. For example, instead of saying "the chef cooked the meal," you can say, "The meal was cooked by the chef." This shifts the focus from the doer to the action itself. You often hear the passive voice in news reports like, "The story was reported by the journalist." To practice, Try transforming active sentences you hear into passive ones. Examples of passive voice have you noticed in your daily life? Describing your daily routine can help you practice speaking naturally. Start with your morning. For example, I wake up at 7 a.m. and make a cup of coffee. Then, talk about your work or study. I usually check my emails and start my projects. Don't forget to mention your breaks. Around noon, I take a walk for some fresh air. Finally, describe your evening. In the evening, I like to relax by reading or watching a show. What's one part of your daily routine you enjoy the most? When visiting a doctor, clearly describing your symptoms is essential for an accurate diagnosis. Start by mentioning how long you've been feeling unwell, like I've had a headache for 3 days. Then, explain the intensity. It's a sharp pain. Include other symptoms, for example, I also feel dizzy. This helps the doctor understand your condition better. What's a symptom you find difficult to describe? Phrasal verbs are great for travel communication. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Next, head out indicates leaving for a destination, like let's head out to the beach. Then, look for means searching for something, such as I'm looking for my suitcase. Remember these phrases to sound more natural while traveling. What's your favorite travel phrasal verb? Festivals are vibrant celebrations filled with joy and culture. They often include music, dance, and delicious food. For example, during Diwali, people light lamps and share sweets, while at Carnival, vibrant costumes and parades fill the streets. Celebrating brings communities together, allowing us to share traditions and create lasting memories. What food do you enjoy the most, and why? Understanding nutrition is key to healthy eating. For instance, calories give us energy, while nutrients like vitamins and minerals support our bodies. Whole foods, such as fruits and vegetables, are the best choices because they are unprocessed. Avoiding added sugars and processed foods can help maintain a balanced diet. Remember, choosing colorful plates filled with different foods can enhance your nutrition. What's your favorite healthy meal or snack? Cultural differences and customs shape our identities and experiences. For example, in some countries, people greet each other with a handshake, while in others, a bow is more appropriate. Dining customs can also vary. Sharing food is common in many cultures, while others emphasize personal plates. Understanding these differences helps us connect better with others and show respect. Learning about customs is a wonderful way to embrace diversity. What cultural custom have you found most interesting in your travels? Participating effectively in meetings is crucial for clear communication. Use phrases like "I'd like to add" when you want to share your ideas, or "Can you clarify that?" if something is unclear. When responding, try saying, "That's a great point," to show agreement, or "I see it differently," to express a different opinion. Respect. Also, don't forget to ask questions. It shows your engagement. Remember, using polite phrases helps maintain a positive atmosphere. What's your favorite phrase to use in meetings? Job interviews often include common questions that can make or break your chances. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." It's a great opportunity to summarize your skills and experiences relevant to the job. Another question might be, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Focus on a strength that aligns with the position and mention a weakness you're actively working to improve. Practicing these responses can boost your confidence. What job interview question do you find most challenging? The present perfect tense is great for sharing life experiences. It helps us talk about things we've done at some point in our lives, without specifying when. For example, you can say, "I have traveled to France," or "I have tried sushi." This tense connects your past experiences to your present. Think about something exciting you've done and try to share it using the present perfect. What's one experience you would like to share? When things go wrong, it's important to complain politely. Start by expressing your feelings calmly, and then explain the problem clearly. For instance, instead of saying "This is terrible," you can say, "I'm sorry, but I've encountered an issue with my order." This approach helps maintain a respectful tone. Offering a solution, like asking for a refund or replacement, can also be helpful. Remember, staying polite can lead to better results. How do you usually handle problems when you're at a restaurant or store? Cultural sensitivity is vital in our globalized world. It means being aware of and respecting different cultures, beliefs, and traditions. This awareness helps avoid misunderstandings and build stronger connections with others. For example, in some cultures, direct eye contact is seen as respectful, while in others, it may be considered rude. To Practice cultural sensitivity. Try to learn about the backgrounds of your friends or colleagues and ask questions when you're unsure. What's one cultural custom you've encountered that surprised you? Cultural sensitivity and awareness are essential in today's diverse world. Being culturally sensitive means understanding and respecting different customs, traditions, and ways of life. For example, in some cultures, greeting someone with a hug is normal, while in others, a handshake is preferred. To build cultural awareness, take time to learn about the backgrounds of the people you interact with. This helps avoid misunderstandings and fosters better communication. Have you ever experienced a cultural difference that made you think differently about your own customs? In emergency situations, staying calm is crucial. Your safety and the safety of others depend on quick, clear thinking. For instance, if you encounter a fire, remember to stop, drop, and roll if your clothes catch fire. Always have an emergency plan ready, including knowing the nearest exits and having a meeting point. Practice these plans with your family or friends to ensure everyone knows what to do. Have you ever had to handle an emergency? How did you respond? Time is money, and understanding idioms related to work productivity can boost your English skills. For example, burning the midnight oil means working late into the night. Another one, the early bird catches the worm, reminds us that starting early often leads to success. Using these idioms in conversation can make your speech more engaging and relatable. Try incorporating them into your discussions about work habits. What's your favorite idiom about time or productivity? And how do you use it? Discussing news and current events can enhance your vocabulary and keep you informed. Try summarizing a news article in your own words to practice clarity and conciseness. For instance, talk about recent climate change developments, focusing on what actions are being taken. This not only improves your speaking skills, but also helps you engage in meaningful conversations. What news topic are you most interested in discussing today? Understanding basic economic concepts can greatly improve your daily life. For example, the idea of supply and demand helps explain why prices change. When there's a high demand for a product but limited supply, prices go up. Likewise, understanding budgeting allows you to manage your finances better, helping you save for future goals. Consider tracking your spending this week to identify areas where you can save. What economic concept do you find most useful in your daily life? Collocations with common verbs like make, do, take, and give can really enhance your English fluency. For instance, you make a decision, do your homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these phrases correctly will make your speech sound more natural. Try creating sentences with each of these verbs. For example, I need to make a decision about my weekend plans. Practice using these collocations in conversation to improve your confidence. Which collocation do you find most challenging to remember? Weather patterns are changing around the world, and climate change plays a big role in this. For example, we see more extreme weather events like heavy rainfall, droughts, and storms. This affects not only our daily lives but also agriculture, wildlife, and our health. To stay informed, it's essential to learn about weather forecasts and climate trends. You can start by checking your local weather updates and observing any unusual patterns. How has weather in your area changed over the years? Understanding articles can boost your English skills. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat, and in before vowel sounds, such as an apple. The E used for specific items like the book on the table. Sometimes no article is necessary, especially with plural nouns. For example, I love dogs. Try using these rules in your next conversation. What article do you find hardest to use? Making decisions can be challenging, but understanding key terms can help. Options refer to the different choices you have, while criteria are the standards you use to evaluate them. The pros and cons are the advantages and disadvantages of each option. Finally, consequences are the results of your choice. To practice, think about a recent decision you made and identify the options, criteria, pros and cons, and consequences involved. What decision-making term do you find most interesting? Staying safe while traveling is essential for a worry-free experience. Always keep your belongings secure using a money belt or a crossbody bag to deter pickpockets. Research your destination and understand local customs and laws, as this knowledge can help you avoid dangerous situations. Before heading out, share your itinerary with a friend or family member so someone knows where you are. Also, consider travel insurance for extra protection. What's one safety tip you always follow when you travel? Describing your learning experiences can inspire others and help you reflect on your journey. Think about a moment when you faced a challenge and how you overcame it. For example, if you struggled with a new language, explain the techniques that worked for you, like speaking with native speakers or using language apps. Share both the highs and lows, as they shape your growth. What learning experience has been the most impactful for you? Understanding articles is key to clear communication. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat and a before vowel sounds like an apple. Use the when referring to something specific, such as the book on the table. Sometimes no article is needed, especially with plural nouns or uncountable nouns, like water is essential. Practicing sentences with different contexts will help you master articles. What's an example of a sentence you've struggled with regarding articles? Question formation patterns are essential for effective communication. In English, yes, no questions often start with auxiliary verbs, like, do you like coffee? Meanwhile, will questions begin with words like what or where, such as where is the nearest cafe. Intonation also plays a vital role. A rising tone at the end signals a yes-no question, while a falling tone indicates a you question. Practice forming questions with different intonation patterns. What's a question you often use that could use some practice? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is crucial. Formal emails, like job applications, use polite language and full sentences, such as I hope this message finds you well. Informal emails to friends can be casual and friendly, like hey, how's it going? Practice writing emails using both tones. Which tone do you find easier to use, formal or informal? Making appointments and reservations is an important skill in daily life. When booking a table at a restaurant, it's polite to say, I'd like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m. please. If you're calling a doctor's office, you might say, can I schedule an appointment for next week? Remember to confirm the details, like date and time. To practice, try making a reservation for a fictional dinner with friends. What's your favorite restaurant to reserve a table at? Clear recipe instructions and measurements are key to successful cooking. Use precise terms like 1 cup of flour or 2 teaspoons of salt for accuracy. When following a recipe, read it completely before starting. This helps you prepare all ingredients and understand each step. For practice, choose a simple recipe and write down the measurements you need. What's your go-to recipe that you love to make? Comparative and superlative forms help us compare things effectively. To form a comparative, add er to short adjectives, like taller, or use more for longer ones, like more beautiful. For superlatives, use est for short adjectives, like the tallest, or the most for longer ones, like the most interesting. For example, my brother is taller than me, but I am the most creative. Now, think of 3 things you can compare using comparatives and superlatives. What comparisons can you make? Job interviews often include common questions like, tell me about yourself, or what are your strengths and weaknesses? When answering, keep your response relevant to the job. For instance, you might say, I'm a strong team player, and I enjoy collaborating on projects. Prepare your answers in advance to feel more confident. What interview question do you find most challenging? Public transportation etiquette is essential for a pleasant journey. Always offer your seat to elderly passengers or those with disabilities. Keep your voice down and use headphones for music or videos to avoid disturbing others. Additionally, be mindful of personal space. Avoid crowding someone else's area. If you're on a bus or train, wait for passengers to exit before you enter. Remember to keep the area tidy by disposing of your trash properly. What is one important rule you think everyone should follow on public transport? Cultural sensitivity is crucial in our globalized world. It means understanding and respecting different customs, traditions, and values. For example, when traveling, it's important to learn basic greetings in the local language, as this shows respect. Additionally, be mindful of dress codes, especially in religious sites. Practicing cultural awareness can help avoid misunderstandings and build stronger connections. Reflect on your experiences with different cultures. How do you show respect in your daily life? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary can improve your communication. Terms like dating, going out, and seeing someone all have different meanings. For example, dating often implies a more serious commitment, while going out might mean casual outings. Knowing these distinctions helps clarify your intentions. Think about a relationship term you've used. How did it influence your conversation? Improving your communication skills is essential for connecting with others. One effective way is to practice active listening, which means really focusing on what the other person is saying. For example, when someone shares a story, nodding and asking follow-up questions shows you care. Try to incorporate this into your conversations today. Start by listening carefully to a friend or family member and responding thoughtfully. What communication skill do you want to work on next? Understanding decision-making process terms can greatly enhance your clarity in conversations. Words like evaluate, alternatives, and outcome are essential. For instance, when faced with a choice, you might evaluate the pros and cons of each alternative to determine the best outcome. This structured approach helps in making informed decisions. Today, think about a recent decision you made and identify the step you took. What term do you find most useful when making decisions? Political awareness is important for participating in your community. Being informed about local issues helps you understand how they affect your life. For example, knowing about upcoming elections allows you to make educated choices when voting. You can stay aware by reading articles, attending community meetings, or discussing topics with friends. Today, try to learn something new about a local issue. What local topic interests you the most? Collocations with common verbs can greatly enhance your English speaking skills. For instance, we say make a decision, do homework, take a break, and give a presentation. Using these phrases correctly makes your speech sound more natural. Try to remember them in context, like saying I need to make a decision about my weekend plans. Which collocation do you find most useful in your conversations? The tone of your emails can greatly affect how your message is received. A direct approach is clear and to the point, like saying, please send me the report by Friday. However, a polite approach softens the request, such as, could you please send me the report by Friday? This shows respect and can improve your relationship with the recipient. Think about the context and your relationship with the person when choosing your tone. How do you usually adjust your email tone based on the situation? If you're a creator, collaborating with others can boost your visibility and creativity. When you repost or share someone else's work, always give credit to maintain respect and build connections. For example, you might say, loved this post by @username. Check out their amazing work. This not only honors the original creator, but also encourages community support. Have you collaborated with other creators? And what was your experience like? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. We use it to talk about things we've done at some point in our lives, like saying, I have traveled to Japan. This shows your experience without focusing on when it happened. You can also ask others about their experiences. Like, have you ever tried scuba diving? It opens up great conversations. What's one exciting experience you've had that you'd like to share? Using inclusive language is essential for creating a welcoming environment for everyone. This means choosing words that respect and acknowledge diverse identities and experiences. For instance, instead of assuming gender, you can use they as a singular pronoun. Additionally, saying friends instead of ladies and gentlemen is a great way to include all guests. Small changes in our language can make a big impact on how people feel. How do you practice inclusive language in your conversations? Understanding leadership and management terms can greatly enhance your communication at work. Terms like stakeholder, which refers to anyone invested in a project, and synergy, meaning the combined efforts that create better results, are essential. Additionally, delegation is about assigning tasks to team members effectively. Using these terms can help you express ideas clearly. What leadership term do you find most interesting or useful? Diversity inclusion language is crucial for fostering respect in conversations. Using terms like partner instead of husband or wife can include everyone, regardless of their relationship. When speaking to a group, saying everyone rather than guys makes your message more inclusive. Small adjustments in language can create a welcoming atmosphere. How do you ensure your language is inclusive? In phone and online meetings, using clear phrases can improve communication. Start with "Can you hear me?" to check the connection. If there's a problem, say you're breaking up to signal the issue. When you want to contribute, use "I'd like to add" or "Can I jump in here?" These phrases keep the conversation flowing smoothly. What essential phrase do you find most helpful in meetings? Describing your daily routine can help you connect with others naturally. Start with the basics. I usually wake up at 7 a.m. and have breakfast. Then share specific activities, like after that, I go for a walk or read a book. Don't forget to mention your work or hobbies. In the afternoon, I work on my projects. How do you describe your daily routine to friends? Understanding car maintenance vocabulary can make your driving experience smoother. Learn key terms like oil change, which keeps your engine running well, and tire pressure, essential for safety. Knowing how to say brake fluid and battery check can help you communicate with mechanics effectively. What car maintenance term do you find most interesting? When facing a problem, having the right vocabulary can really help you navigate solutions. Start with words like analyze, meaning to examine a situation closely, and brainstorm, which refers to generating ideas. You could say, let's brainstorm solutions to this issue. Another useful term is evaluate, which means to assess the options. For example, after brainstorming, you might say, let's evaluate the best choice. What problem-solving strategy do you find most effective in your daily life? Being politically aware helps us understand the world around us. It involves knowing about local and global issues, which can affect our daily lives. For example, understanding how voting works can empower you to make informed choices in elections. Another key aspect is staying updated with news, as it allows us to engage in meaningful conversations. Taking time to learn about different viewpoints can also enhance our understanding. What current event are you most interested in discussing? Idioms can beautifully express emotions and feelings in English. For example, when someone is on cloud nine, it means they are extremely happy. Conversely, if someone is feeling blue, they are sad or depressed. Another common idiom is walking on eggshells, which describes a situation where you feel anxious or cautious about someone's feelings. Using these phrases can make your conversations more vivid and relatable. Try using one of these idioms in your next chat or message. What's an idiom you love using to express your feelings? Problem solving is a crucial skill, and using the right vocabulary can help you express your ideas clearly. Words like analyze, brainstorm, and evaluate are essential. For example, when faced with a challenge, you might analyze the situation, brainstorm possible solutions, and then evaluate which option works best. This structured approach can lead to effective results. Try using these terms the next time you discuss a problem at work or school. What strategies do you find most helpful in solving problems? Choosing the right tone in email writing is essential. Formal emails use polite language and a professional structure, like Dear Mr. Smith and Best Regards. In contrast, informal emails can be more casual, starting with hi and using a friendly tone. For example, a formal email might discuss a job application, while an informal one could share weekend plans with a friend. Remember to consider your audience. What type of email do you prefer writing, formal or informal? Conditional sentences are perfect for discussing hypothetical situations. They often use if to express what could happen under certain conditions. For example, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. Here, the condition is winning the lottery, and the result is traveling. You can also use the zero conditional for facts, like if you heat water to 100 degrees, it boils. Practicing these structures helps you imagine possibilities and express dreams. Think about a hypothetical situation in your life. What would you do if you had an extra day off? Discussing news and current events is a great way to practice English and stay informed. Start by summarizing a news story in a few sentences. This helps you focus on the main ideas and improves your speaking skills. For instance, you can say, a recent study shows that climate change is affecting global wildlife populations. After sharing, invite others to share their thoughts or similar stories. This encourages conversation and allows you to hear different perspectives. What news story has caught your attention this week? Managing stress is essential for a balanced life. One effective method is mindfulness, which involves focusing on the present moment. You can practice this by taking a few deep breaths and noticing your surroundings. For example, when you feel overwhelmed, pause and breathe deeply, paying attention to your breath and thoughts. This simple practice can help calm your mind. Try to incorporate a few minutes of mindfulness into your day today. How do you usually relax when stressed? Using modal verbs is a great way to express politeness in English. Modals like could, would, and might make requests softer and more considerate. For example, instead of saying, give me the report, you can say, could you please give me the report? This sounds much more polite and respectful. Similarly, instead of saying, you should try this restaurant, you might say, you might want to try this restaurant. Practicing these phrases can improve your communication skills greatly. What's a request you've recently made in English? Friendship is one of the most valuable parts of life. It helps us feel connected and supported. To strengthen social connections, try to be present and show genuine interest in others. For instance, Ask your friends about their day or share a little about yours. Active listening can make conversations more meaningful. You could also plan regular meetups or activities to deepen your bond. Let's make an effort to connect more with friends. What's one thing you enjoy doing with your friends? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can greatly help you communicate effectively with others. Words like toddler, which refers to a child aged 1 to 3, and playdate, where kids meet to play together, are common in parenting discussions. It's also helpful to know terms like discipline, which refers to teaching children about rules and behavior. Sharing these terms with other parents can create a supportive community. Additionally, using positive language, like saying let's try instead of don't do that, can improve communication with children. What childcare term do you find most interesting? Being environmentally conscious is important for our planet's future. Key vocabulary includes sustainability, which means meeting our needs without harming the environment, and recycle, the process of converting waste into reusable materials. Another term is carbon footprint, which refers to the total greenhouse gases we produce. Using these terms can help raise awareness. How do you practice environmental consciousness in your daily life? Shopping can be a fun experience, especially when you know the right vocabulary. Common phrases like, "Can I help you?" or "I'm just browsing" are useful when interacting with store staff. It's also helpful to understand terms like sale, meaning discounted prices, and return policy, which explains how you can return items. When shopping, you might say, "Do you have this in a different size?" to find what you need. Remember to practice these phrases next time you shop. What's your favorite shopping phrase? Cultural differences can be fascinating and sometimes surprising. For instance, in some countries, it's polite to greet with a handshake, while in others, a bow is more appropriate. Understanding these customs can show respect and help you connect with others. Additionally, dining etiquette varies. In some cultures, finishing all your food is polite, while in others, leaving a bit shows you were satisfied. When you meet someone from a different culture, ask about their customs to learn more. What cultural differences have you encountered? Workplace conflicts are common, but using the right language can help resolve them smoothly. Phrases like, "I understand your point of view," show empathy, while "let's find a solution together" encourages teamwork. It's also effective to say, "Can we discuss this calmly?" to promote a positive atmosphere. Remember, active listening is key. When conflict arises, practice these phrases to facilitate communication. How do you handle disagreements at work? Phrasal verbs are essential for everyday conversations. For example, pick up means to collect something, like groceries, while put away refers to storing items in their proper place. You can also use wake up to describe the moment you stop sleeping. Incorporating these into your speech can make you sound more natural. Try using at least 2 phrasal verbs in your daily routine today. What phrasal verbs do you use most often? Online shopping has transformed how we buy products. Understanding key e-commerce terms is essential for a smooth experience. For instance, shopping cart refers to the virtual basket where you store items before purchase, while checkout is the process of finalizing your order. Wish list is a handy list of items you want to buy later. Familiarize yourself with these terms to enhance your online shopping skills. Which e-commerce term do you find most useful? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is crucial for effective communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree," or "That's a great point." To show disagreement respectfully, you might use phrases like, "I see your point, but I think," or "That's interesting. However, I feel differently but this way." You express your opinion without offending anyone. Practicing these phrases can help you engage in meaningful conversations. Try using one agreeing and one disagreeing phrase in your next discussion. What phrases do you find most helpful for agreeing? Pronouncing the ed endings in past tense verbs can be tricky. Remember, they can sound like td or id. For example, liked ends with a T sound, played has a D sound, and wanted has an ID sound. To practice, try saying these words out loud and pay attention to how your mouth moves. Can you think of any other ed words to practice with? Understanding food and cooking terminology is essential for any English learner. Words like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a bit of oil, or bake, which refers to cooking in an oven, are common in recipes. Knowing these terms helps you follow along while cooking or dining out. Try to find a recipe in English and identify 3 cooking terms you didn't know before. What's your favorite dish to cook? Good study habits can make a big difference in your learning. Focus on techniques like summarizing, which helps you remember key points, or using flashcards for vocabulary practice. Another great method is spaced repetition, where you review material over increasing intervals of time. For example, study a word today, review it tomorrow, then again in a week. Try picking one new technique to use this week. What study habit has helped you the most? Knowing some basic first aid skills can be life-saving in a medical emergency. For instance, if someone is choking, you can perform the Heimlich maneuver, which involves standing behind the person and using your hands to push upward on their abdomen. This action can help dislodge the object blocking their airway. Make sure to learn these techniques and practice them regularly. What first aid skill do you think is most important to know in an emergency? Quantifiers help us express quantity in English effectively. Use much for uncountable nouns like there's not much water left. For countable nouns, use many, such as there are many apples in the basket. Few means a small number, often with a negative feeling, like I have few friends in this city. In contrast, little refers to uncountable nouns, as in I have little time today. Try using these quantifiers in sentences of your own. Which quantifier do you find most challenging? Setting career goals is essential for personal growth and success. Start by identifying what you truly want, whether it's a promotion, a new job, or starting your own business. Break these goals into smaller, achievable steps. For example, if you want to become a manager, you might take leadership training. Regularly review your progress to stay motivated. What career goal are you currently working towards? Describing your living situation can help others understand your lifestyle. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. Then, share details about the location, such as whether it's in the city or countryside. Discuss the size and features like the number of rooms or a garden. For example, I live in a cozy apartment in the city with 2 bedrooms and a small balcony. What do you love most about your living space? Making appointments and reservations is key to staying organized. First, know what you need, like a doctor's appointment or a dinner reservation. When you call or go online, clearly state the date and time you want. For example, I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. Always confirm the details before ending the conversation. What's your go-to place for making reservations? Understanding the pronunciation of ed endings is essential for clear communication. They can sound like TED or IID depending on the verb. For example, talked ends with T, played with D, and wanted with IID. Practicing these sounds can really improve your spoken English. Try saying these words out loud. Which ed ending do you find the most challenging? Understanding basic economic concepts can improve your daily life. For instance, the idea of supply and demand helps you make better choices when shopping. When a product is scarce, its price often rises. Conversely, if there's plenty, prices usually drop. This means waiting for sales can save you money. Another concept is opportunity cost, which involves considering what you give up when you make a choice. For example, choosing to eat out might mean spending less on groceries. What economic concept do you find most useful in your life? Banking and financial services vocabulary can empower you to manage your money better. Key terms like interest rate, which is the cost of borrowing money, and savings account, where you keep your money safe while it earns interest, are essential. Another important term is credit score, which determines your borrowing ability. For example, a good credit score helps you get loans with lower interest rates. Try to learn a few banking terms each week. What banking term do you find most interesting or confusing? When things go wrong, complaining politely can lead to better outcomes. Start by expressing your feelings calmly, like saying, I'm a bit disappointed with my meal. Use I statements to focus on your experience rather than placing blame. For example, I expected my order to arrive by 6 p.m. This approach encourages understanding. Remember to thank the person for their help afterward. How do you usually express your concerns when something goes wrong? Understanding airport and flight vocabulary can make your travel experience smoother. Key terms include boarding pass, which you need to enter the plane, and gate, where you wait before boarding. You might also hear delay, meaning your flight is running late. For example, if your flight is delayed, you might need to check the departure board for updates. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will help you navigate the airport confidently. What airport vocabulary do you find most useful or tricky? Describing nature can evoke strong emotions and vivid images. Use sensory details like sights, sounds, and smells. For instance, you might say the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. while the gentle rustle of leaves whispered in the breeze. This creates an immersive experience for your listener. What is your favorite place in nature, and how would you describe it? Understanding project management terminology is essential for effective teamwork. Key terms include scope, which defines what the project will deliver, and stakeholder, referring to anyone affected by the project. Also, milestone marks important points in the timeline. Using these terms helps everyone stay on the same page. What project management terms do you find most helpful in your work? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is a crucial skill in communication. When you agree, you can say, "I completely agree with your point," or "That's a great idea." This shows thought and respect. On the other hand, if you disagree, try phrases like, "I see your point, but I think," or "That's an interesting perspective, however." This way, you express your thoughts without sounding confrontational. Remember, using polite language helps maintain a positive atmosphere. How do you politely disagree in conversations? Making appointments and reservations is an important part of daily life. When you want to book a table at a restaurant, it's best to call ahead or use an online service. Be clear about the date, time, and number of people. For instance, you might say, "I'd like to reserve a table for 4 at 7 p.m., please." If you need to cancel, do it as soon as possible. This shows respect for both the establishment and other customers. What's your favorite place to make reservations? Phrasal verbs are essential for talking about daily activities. For example, when you wake up, you start your day. After that, you might get up and make breakfast. If you clean up your room, you organize it better. You can also hang out with friends after school. These phrases make your English sound more natural and lively. Try to use a new phrasal verb today in your conversations. What's a phrasal verb you use often? Team collaboration is key to achieving goals together. Words like brainstorm, feedback, and delegate help describe how we work in group. For instance, during a meeting, you might brainstorm ideas for a project and then ask for feedback to improve them. When tasks are too big, it's important to delegate responsibilities to ensure everyone contributes. Use these terms to enhance your teamwork skills. What's a collaboration experience that stood out to you? Understanding weather patterns helps us see how climate change affects our planet. For example, rising temperatures can lead to more intense storms and longer droughts. These changes impact agriculture, ecosystems, and even our daily lives. Staying informed about these patterns is crucial for making better decisions. How do you think climate change will affect your community in the future? Quantifiers help us express amounts and quantities in English. We use much for uncountable nouns like water and money, saying, "I don't have much time." For countable nouns, we use many, as in, "There are many books on the shelf." Few and little express scarcity, with few for countable nouns like, "I have few friends," and little for uncountable, such as "There is little sugar left." Practice using these in sentences. What's a sentence you can create with much or many? Understanding leadership and management terms is essential for effective communication in the workplace. Words like delegation refer to assigning tasks to team members, while collaboration means working together to achieve a common goal. Empowerment involves giving employees the authority to make decisions, which can boost morale and productivity. Additionally, feedback is crucial for improvement, as it helps individuals understand their strengths and areas for growth. Try using these terms in a conversation at work or project. Which leadership term resonates with you the most? Family relationships can be complex but rewarding. They often include different roles, like parents, siblings, and grandparents, each bringing unique support and challenges. For example, siblings can be close allies or friendly rivals, while parents often guide us through life's ups and downs. Understanding these dynamics helps us communicate better and strengthen our bonds. Reflect on your family. What role do you play? And how does it affect your relationships? How do you connect with your family? Personal finance and budgeting are important skills for managing your money wisely. Terms like income refer to the money you earn, while expenses are the costs of living, like rent and groceries. A budget is a plan that helps you track what you earn and spend. Understanding savings is crucial for future goals and emergencies. Try creating a simple budget for this month and see where you can save. What budgeting tips do you find most useful? Cultural differences shape how we interact and understand each other. For instance, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may seem disrespectful. Customs like greeting styles vary too. A firm handshake is common in many Western countries, while bowing is more typical in Japan. Being aware of these differences can enhance your communication skills. Think about a cultural custom you've encountered. How did it make you feel? What customs do you find interesting? Taking care of pets is a big responsibility and requires knowing some important vocabulary. For example, feeding refers to giving your pet food, while grooming involves cleaning and brushing their fur. It's essential to understand terms like veterinarian, who is a doctor for animals, and kennel, a place where pets can stay when you're away. Regular walks and playtime are also crucial for their health. Think about your favorite pet. What do you enjoy most about caring for them? When things go wrong, it's important to complain politely. Start with a friendly greeting and express your concern without being aggressive. For example, you could say, "I'm really sorry, but I had an issue with my order." This shows respect and makes it easier for the other person to help you. Always focus on the problem, not the person. Remember, a calm approach can lead to a quicker resolution. Have you ever had to complain about something? How did you handle it? Quantifiers are essential for expressing amounts in English. Use much for uncountable nouns like, "I don't have much time," and many for countable nouns, such as, "There are many books on the shelf." For negative sentences, few suggests a small number, like I have few friends, which can feel negative, while a few is more positive, as in, "I have a few close friends." Remember to choose the right one based on what you're describing. What's an example of a sentence you can make with these quantifiers? Understanding dating vocabulary can help you connect better. Terms like date, crush, and relationship are essential. For example, if you say, "I have a crush on someone," it means you like them but aren't dating yet. It's also good to know phrases like, "Let's hang out" for casual meetings. What's a dating term you've used recently? Music and entertainment vocabulary can make conversations more fun. Words like genre, album, and concert help describe what you enjoy. For example, saying, "I love pop music, especially this new album," shows your taste clearly. You can also use phrases like hit song to talk about popular tracks or streaming service when discussing where to find music. This vocabulary helps you connect with others who share your interests. What's your favorite genre of music, and why do you love it? Setting goals is an important step toward achievement. Use phrases like I aim to, "My target is," or "I plan to express your ambitions clearly. For instance, you might say, "I aim to improve my English skills by practicing daily." This shows your commitment and helps you stay focused. Break your goals into smaller steps too. For example, "I plan to read one English book every month." Remember, sharing your goals with others can motivate you. What's a goal you're currently working on? Starting and ending your presentations effectively is key to making an impact. For openings, you might say, "Good morning, everyone. Today I want to talk about..." This grabs attention and sets the stage. For closing, use phrases like, "In conclusion, I hope you've learned it," or "Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions." These phrases help summarize your ideas and invite engagement. Practicing these openings and closings can boost your confidence. What opening phrase do you find most effective in your presentations? Phrasal verbs are essential for describing daily activities in a natural way. For example, instead of saying "I will complete my homework," you can say "I will wrap up my homework." Similarly, when you finish a task, you might say, "I need to clean up the kitchen." These phrases make your speech more fluid and casual. Try using one new phrasal verb in your conversations today. What phrasal verb do you use most often in your daily life? The tone of your email can change based on your relationship with the recipient. For formal emails, use polite language and complete sentences. For example, "I hope this message finds you well." In informal emails, you can be more relaxed and use casual greetings like "Hi" or "Hey." Remember to consider your audience. If you're writing to a boss, stick to formal. Try writing 2 emails, one formal and one informal, about the same topic. What tone do you use in your emails? Understanding economic concepts can greatly improve your daily life. For instance, the idea of opportunity cost helps you make better decisions by considering what you give up when choosing one option over another. When you decide to spend money on a coffee instead of saving it for a future trip, the trip is your opportunity cost. By recognizing these trade-offs, you can prioritize what truly matters to you. Think about a recent decision you made. What was your opportunity cost? What thoughts do you have on this concept? Collaborating with other creators can boost your visibility and audience engagement. When you repost their content or collaborate on projects, always remember to give credit. This builds trust and encourages others to collaborate with you too. Think about someone you admire in your field. How could you reach out for a possible collaboration? Who would you like to team up with? Starting conversations while networking can feel challenging, but having a few good starters can help. A simple question like, "What inspired you to join this event?" invites others to share their stories and passions. You could also ask about recent projects they're excited about, which shows genuine interest in their work. Another great option is to comment on the venue or topic of the event, creating a natural connection. Think of 1 or 2 conversation starters you could next event. What networking questions do you find effective? Understanding nutrition and healthy eating terms is essential for making informed choices. Words like balanced diet, which means including various food groups, and portion control, which refers to managing serving sizes, are key to eating well. Additionally, terms like whole grains and lean proteins help you choose healthier options. Try to incorporate these terms into your daily conversations about food. What nutrition terms do you find most interesting? Talking about neighborhoods and communities helps us connect with others. When discussing your area, use phrases like local events to describe gatherings that bring people together, or community resources to mention support services available to residents. You might say, "Our neighborhood has a farmer's market every Saturday," which not only informs but also invites conversation. Additionally, using terms like community spirit shows pride in where you live. Think about how you can share something special about your own neighborhood. What's a unique feature of your community that you love? Understanding leadership and management terms can enhance your professional communication. Words like delegation, which means assigning tasks to others, and vision, referring to a clear idea of the future, are crucial for effective leadership. For example, a good leader delegates tasks while also sharing their vision with the team to inspire and motivate. Additionally, familiar phrases like performance reviews help in assessing team members. Think about how you can use these terms in your conversations at work. What leadership qualities do you admire most? Using the right terminology when discussing charity and social causes can make a difference. Words like donation refer to giving money or goods, while volunteering means offering your time for free to help a cause. For instance, saying, "I volunteered at a shelter and made a donation," highlights your involvement. What social cause are you passionate about? Quantifiers are essential for expressing quantity in English. Use much for uncountable nouns like "I don't have much time," and many for countable nouns, such as "there are many books on the shelf." Few suggests a small number, like "there are few options left," while little indicates a small amount, as in "I have little interest in that topic." Try using these quantifiers in your sentences today. What's one quantifier you find tricky? Understanding internet safety is crucial for everyone today. Always protect your personal information by using strong passwords and being cautious about what you share online. For example, avoid giving out details like your address or phone number on social media. Additionally, recognize trustworthy sources of information to improve your digital literacy. Take a moment to review your online privacy settings. What's one tip you follow for staying safe online? Idioms can add color to your conversations about emotions. For instance, when someone is over the moon, it means they're extremely happy. If you say you're down in the dumps, it means you're feeling sad. Another example is walking on air, which expresses a feeling of joy or excitement. Try using these idioms to express your feelings more vividly. Think about a time you felt over the moon. How would you describe it using an idiom? Job interviews often include common questions that you can prepare for. One typical question is, "Tell me about yourself." Focus on your professional background and key achievements. Another is, "What are your strengths and weaknesses?" Highlight strengths that relate to the job and mention how you're improving on weaknesses. An example answer could be, "I'm great at teamwork, and I'm working on my public speaking skills." What's a job interview question you find most challenging? Pronouncing the ed endings in English can be tricky, but it's essential for clear communication. There are 3 main sounds, TD and GD. For example, if the verb ends in an unvoiced sound like walk, it becomes walked with a T sound. If it ends in a voiced sound like play, it becomes played with a GD sound. Finally, words like decide turn into decided, which has an EGD sound. Can you think of a verb and its ed form to practice? Describing your daily routine naturally helps you connect with others. Start with what you do in the morning, like waking up and having breakfast. Then, Move on to your work or study activities. For example, you might say, after I have my coffee, I start my work at 9 a.m. Don't forget to include little details, like your lunch break or evening activities. This makes your description more engaging. What's one thing you always include in your daily routine? Conditional sentences are a great way to talk about hypothetical situations. They often follow the structure if, then. For example, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. This shows a situation that isn't real, but is possible. You can also use zero conditionals for facts, like if you heat ice, it melts. Practicing these sentences can help you express your dreams and ideas clearly. What's a hypothetical situation you often think about in English? Making decisions involves understanding key terms that can guide you. First, consider options, which are the choices available to you. Next, think about criteria, the factors that will influence your decision, like cost or quality. Then there's evaluation, where you weigh the pros and cons of each option. Finally, you reach a conclusion, the choice you make based on your evaluation. Using these terms can help you articulate your thought process. What's the most challenging decision you've faced recently, and how did you approach it? Time is money, and using idioms can enhance your communication about work productivity. For example, time flies when you're having fun shows how quickly time passes when you're engaged in something enjoyable. Another one is the early bird catches the worm, meaning those who start early often succeed. These idioms can convey your thoughts about efficiency and motivation. What's your favorite related to time or productivity? Conflict resolution is about finding solutions that work for everyone. One effective technique is active listening, where you truly hear what the other person is saying without interrupting. Another is to find common ground, which helps both parties feel understood. Lastly, staying calm and expressing your feelings respectfully can pave the way for a positive outcome. What conflict resolution technique do you find most helpful in your own life? Understanding leadership and management terms can boost your professional communication. For instance, delegation means assigning tasks to others, which helps teams work more efficiently. Vision refers to a leader's ability to see the bigger picture and inspire others towards it. Additionally, feedback is essential for growth, as it helps team members improve. Knowing these terms will strengthen your discussions in the workplace. What leadership term do you find most interesting or useful? The passive voice is useful in everyday English, especially when the doer is unknown or unimportant. For example, instead of saying, "the chef cooked the meal," you could say, "the meal was cooked." This focuses on the action rather than the subject. You might hear it in news reports like "the car was stolen." How often do you use the passive voice in your conversations? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can enhance your conversations with other parents. For example, attachment parenting focuses on creating a strong emotional bond with your child through close physical proximity. Another term, positive discipline, emphasizes teaching children good behavior through encouragement rather than punishment. Lastly, screen time refers to the amount of time children spend on devices like tablets or TVs, which is important to manage. Parenting term do you find most important in your daily life? Home improvement and DIY projects are exciting, but using the right terms makes everything easier. For example, drywall is the material used for interior walls, while shiplap refers to wooden boards that add a rustic look. Another key term is miter joint, which is crucial for making neat corners in woodworking. Knowing these terms helps you communicate your ideas clearly, whether you're asking for help or following tutorials. What DIY project are you thinking about, and do you know the terms related to it? Sustainable living is becoming essential in our daily lives. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, which refers to power from sources like wind and solar that can be replenished. Zero waste means reducing garbage by reusing and recycling as much as possible. Additionally, carbon footprint measures the total greenhouse gases we produce. Understanding these terms helps us make better choices for the environment. What sustainable practice do you try to incorporate into your life? Festivals and celebrations are vibrant expressions of culture and joy. For instance, Diwali, the Hindu festival of lights, features beautiful decorations, fireworks, and the sharing of sweets. Another example is Carnival in Brazil, where colorful parades and lively music bring people together in a spectacular display of energy. Describing these events often involves sensory language. Think of the sights, sounds, and tastes that make each celebration unique. As you think about your favorite festival, what sensory details come to mind for you? The present perfect tense is great for talking about life experiences. We use it to express things we've done at some point in our lives. Like I have traveled to France or she has tried sushi. This tense connects the past to the present, emphasizing how those experiences affect us now. For example, saying I have learned to play the guitar shows your current skill level. To practice, think of 3 experiences you've had and use the present perfect to describe them. What's one unique experience you've had? Linking and connected speech can make your English sound more natural. Reductions like gonna for going to and wanna for want to are commonly used in everyday conversation. For example, instead of saying I'm going to watch a movie, you can say I'm gonna watch a movie. This helps you sound more fluent. To practice, listen to native speakers and try to imitate their speech patterns. Can you think of other reductions you've heard in conversations? Understanding the difference between formal and informal email tones is essential. Formal emails use polite language and a respectful structure, like Dear Mr. Smith and Sincerely. In contrast, informal emails can start with hi or hey and use a friendly tone, like Hope you're doing well. For example, a formal request might be, Could you please provide the report? While an informal version could be, Can you send me the report? Which tone do you find easier to write? Getting involved in your community through volunteering can be incredibly rewarding. It helps you meet new people, develop skills, and make a positive impact. For instance, volunteering at a local food bank not only assists those in need, but also gives you insight into community issues. Plus, it looks great on your resume. Have you ever volunteered, and if so, what was your experience like? Scheduling meetings effectively is crucial for successful business communication. Start by providing clear options for dates and times, making it easier for everyone to find a slot that works. Use tools like Google Calendar to send invites, as this helps avoid misunderstandings. For example, instead of saying, When are you free? Try, Are you available on Tuesday at 10 a.m. or Thursday at 2 p.m.? This gives people clear choices. Remember to follow up with a reminder. What strategies do you use to schedule your meetings? Understanding banking and financial services vocabulary is essential for managing your money wisely. Key terms include interest rate, which is the cost of borrowing money, and savings account, where you earn interest on your deposits. For example, when you take a loan, the interest rate determines how much extra you will pay back. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you make informed decisions. What financial terms do you find confusing or interesting? The tone of your emails can change depending on your audience. For formal emails, use polite language and a clear structure, such as Dear Mr. Smith and Sincerely. In contrast, informal emails can have a friendly tone, starting with Hi John and using contractions like your. For instance, a formal email might say, I would like to schedule a meeting, while an informal one could be, Let's meet up next week. What email tone do you prefer to use? Effective time management is crucial for boosting your productivity. One useful technique is the Pomodoro technique, where you work for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. This helps you stay focused and prevents burnout. For example, if you have a big project, divide your work into smaller tasks and use a timer to keep you on track. After your 25 minutes, reward yourself with a short walk or a snack. How do you currently manage your time to stay productive? Describing your learning experiences can help you connect with others and improve your language skills. Try to use specific examples, like a challenge you faced or a moment of success. For instance, you could say, I struggled with speaking at first, but after practicing with friends, I felt more confident. Sharing stories makes your language practice more personal and engaging. It also helps you remember vocabulary better. What's a memorable learning experience you'd like to share with us? Understanding project management terminology is essential for effective communication in teams. Key terms include stakeholder, which refers to anyone affected by the project, and deliverable, meaning a specific output or result. Another important phrase is scope creep, which describes the uncontrolled changes or expansion of a project's goals. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you collaborate better. What project management term do you find most interesting? Asking for clarification shows you're engaged and eager to understand. When something isn't clear, you can say, Could you explain that again? Or, I didn't catch that. Could you rephrase it? Paraphrasing helps too. For instance, you can say, So what you mean is, to confirm understanding. This skill builds clearer communication. How do you usually ask for clarification in English? Understanding decision-making process terms can improve team discussions significantly. One key term is consensus, which means everyone agrees on a choice after discussion. Another important phrase is risk assessment, referring to evaluating the potential downsides of a decision. Lastly, brainstorming is a creative way to generate ideas before making a choice. Using these terms can help clarify discussions and make decisions smoother. Try using one of these terms in your next conversation about this. What decision-making term do you find most useful? Weather patterns are changing due to climate change, affecting our daily lives. For example, we see more extreme temperatures and unpredictable storms. These shifts impact agriculture, wildlife, and even our health. Understanding these changes helps us prepare and adapt. To learn more, pay attention to local weather forecasts and climate news. How have you noticed changes in the weather where you live? Friendship is a vital part of our lives that brings joy and support. Good friends listen, share experiences, and help us through tough times. Building strong social connections can improve our mood and reduce stress. You can strengthen friendships by spending quality time together, whether in person or through calls and messages. Make an effort to check in regularly, ask about their lives, and share your own thoughts. Remember, friendships take time and care to grow. What do you value most in your friendships? Linking and connected speech make English sound more natural and fluid. Native speakers often reduce words, saying gonna instead of going to and wanna instead of want to. This helps conversations flow smoothly and make speech easier to understand. For example, instead of saying I'm going to the store, you might hear I'm gonna the store. Practice these reductions in your daily conversations to sound more like a native speaker. What phrases do you often find yourself using in connected speech? Shopping for clothes can be a fun experience, but it's important to know what you're looking for. Start by identifying your personal style and what clothes fit your lifestyle. When trying on clothes, pay attention to the fit and comfort, as well as how pieces can mix and match with what you already own. Don't hesitate to ask shop assistants for help. They can offer great advice. What's your favorite clothing item that always makes you feel good when you wear it? The R and L sounds can be tricky for many English learners. Practicing minimal pairs like light and right can help. For example, light refers to brightness, while right can mean correct or a direction. Try repeating these pairs. Play and pray, or lead and read. Focus on the mouth position. For R, pull your lips back slightly, and for L, touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Practice saying these words out loud. What minimal pairs do you find most challenging? Making appointments and reservations is essential for good time management. Start by knowing the details, what you want to book, the date, and the time. When you call or go online, be polite and clear. For example, say, I would like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m. tomorrow, please. If the time is not available, be flexible and ask for alternatives. Always confirm the details before hanging up. Have you ever faced a challenge while making an appointment? Conflict resolution is key to maintaining healthy relationships. One effective technique is active listening, where you fully focus on the other person's words without interrupting. Try to express empathy by saying, I understand how you feel. Another strategy is to find common ground, which helps both parties feel valued. Remember to stay calm and avoid blaming language. What techniques have you used to resolve conflicts effectively? Talking about the weather is a great way to start a conversation. Seasonal vocabulary can help you express your feelings about different types of weather. For example, in winter, you might say, it's freezing outside. In summer, you could say, it's really hot and sunny today. Try using phrases like, it looks like rain, or the forecast predicts snow. This makes your conversations more engaging. What's your favorite season, and how does the weather make you feel? Talking about your career goals can inspire others and clarify your own path. Start by identifying what you're passionate about and setting specific, achievable goals. For example, you might say, I aim to become a project manager in 2 years. Share steps you're taking, like taking courses or networking. This shows commitment and determination. What are your career ambitions, and how do you plan to achieve them? Using idioms for emotions can add color to your conversations. For instance, when someone is very happy, you might say they're on cloud 9. If someone feels sad, you might hear they are feeling blue. Another common idiom is bubbling with excitement, which describes someone who is very enthusiastic. These expressions help convey feelings in a more vivid way. Try using at least one idiom in your next conversation about emotions. Idiom, do you think best, describes how you feel today. When planning your travels, knowing the right vocabulary can make a big difference. Use terms like itinerary for your travel plan, accommodation for where you'll stay, and reservation for booking flights or hotels. For example, you might say, I need to make a reservation for a hotel in Paris. Also, don't forget phrases like, what's the cancellation policy? Or, can I get a refund? These questions are important when booking. Practice using these terms while planning your next trip. What destination is on your travel list? Conditional sentences are great for discussing hypothetical situations. The structure often includes if and a result. For example, if I won the lottery, I would travel the world. This idea expresses a wish that isn't real yet. You can also use the past tense for unreal past situations, like, if I had studied harder, I would have passed the exam. Practicing these can improve your speaking skills. Try creating your own conditional sentence about a dream you have. What would you do? You could do anything. Talking about your career goals can inspire you and others. It's important to be clear about what you want to achieve. For instance, you might say, I aim to become a project manager in 5 years. This shows direction and ambition. You can also add smaller goals, like gaining a specific skill or completing a certification. Think about how each step brings you closer to your dream job. What are your career ambitions? Mental health awareness is crucial for understanding and supporting ourselves and others. Using respectful language is key. Instead of saying someone is crazy, you might say they are struggling with their mental health. This promotes empathy and reduces stigma. It's also helpful to ask someone how they are feeling rather than making assumptions. For example, instead of saying, you look sad, try asking, how are you feeling today? How do you talk about mental health in your conversations? Celebrating weddings and special occasions requires the right language to express joy and best wishes. You might say, congratulations on your wedding day, wishing you a lifetime of love and happiness. Using phrases like cheers to the happy couple, or let's raise a glass to their future, can create a festive atmosphere. When giving gifts, mentioning how happy you are for them adds a personal touch. Remember, sharing heartfelt words can make celebrations even more memorable. What's your favorite way to congratulate someone on their special day? Family relationships can be both rewarding and challenging. Understanding and communication are key to maintaining harmony. For example, if you have a disagreement with a sibling, it's helpful to express your feelings calmly and listen to their perspective. This can strengthen your bond. Also, spending quality time together, like having family dinners or game nights, fosters connection and happiness. Remember, every family is unique, so find what works best for yours. What's one tradition that brings your family closer together? Restaurant conversations can go beyond just ordering food. They can enhance your dining experience. It's great to ask your server about daily specials or the chef's recommendations to learn more about the menu. You might say, what dish do you enjoy the most? Additionally, chatting with your dining companions about their favorite meals or sharing stories can create a lively atmosphere. Don't forget to express gratitude when your food arrives. Engaging in small talk can make any meal more enjoyable. What's the most interesting dish you've ever tried at a restaurant? Beauty and personal care vocabulary can help you feel more confident during shopping or in conversations. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum are commonly used when discussing skincare. What? For example, you might ask a friend, do you use a moisturizer or a serum in your routine? Understanding these terms lets you express your preferences better and ask for recommendations. Also, don't forget to learn adjectives like hydrating or nourishing to describe products. What's your favorite personal care product, and why do you love it? Business small talk is essential for building connections. Topics like weekend plans, recent travel, or industry news can break the ice. For instance, you might say, did you catch the latest trends in our field? This shows your interest and helps create a friendly atmosphere. Remember, listening is just as important as speaking. What's your go-to small talk topic in a business setting? Networking can feel challenging, but great conversation starters can make it easier. Try asking, what projects are you currently working on? This shows interest in their work and opens the door to deeper discussions. You might also say, how did you get started in your field? It's a fantastic way to learn about their journey. What's your favorite question to ask when meeting new people? Weddings and celebrations are filled with unique language that adds joy to these special moments. For example, You can use phrases like, best wishes for your future together, or congratulations on your new journey. These expressions show your happiness for the couple. Another great tip is to use cheers when raising a toast, which brings everyone together in celebration. Try writing a heartfelt message or toast for a friend's wedding. What's the most memorable wedding you've attended? Online shopping has made life easier, but it's important to know some key e-commerce terms. For instance, cart refers to the virtual basket where you keep items before buying. Checkout is the process where you finalize your purchase. Another useful term is shipping fee, which is the cost to deliver your items. Understanding these terms can help you shop confidently. What's your favorite online store and why? Leadership and management are filled with important terms that can help you communicate effectively. One key term is delegation, which means assigning tasks to team members to achieve goals. Another is vision, or the ability to see the future direction of the team or organization. Feedback is also crucial. It refers to the information you give to someone about their performance. Understanding these terms can enhance your leadership skills and build stronger teams. What leadership quality do you admire the most in others? Understanding basic economic concepts can greatly improve your daily life. For example, supply and demand helps explain why prices change. When demand goes up for a product but supply stays the same, prices usually rise. Another concept is opportunity cost, which is what you give up when you make a choice. For instance, if you spend money on a movie ticket, you might miss out on a great dinner. Thinking about these concepts can help you make smarter decisions. How do you apply economics in your daily choices? Expressing opinions politely is key to good communication. Start with phrases like I believe, or in my opinion, which soften your statement. For example, instead of saying that's wrong, you might say, I see it differently. This approach shows respect for others' views. Also, use I feel to share personal feelings without sounding aggressive. Practicing this can help maintain positive conversations. What's a polite way you've used to express your opinion? Learning beauty and personal care vocabulary can enhance your conversations. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum are essential in skincare discussions. For instance, you might say, I need to exfoliate my skin before applying moisturizer for better absorption. Familiarity with these terms helps you understand product labels and share tips with friends. Try to describe your daily skincare routine using at least 3 new words. What's your favorite beauty product and why? Checking into a hotel can be easy with a few key phrases. When you arrive, say, hello, I have a reservation. If you need something like extra towels, you can ask, could I please have some extra towels in my room? Being polite and clear helps the staff assist you better. Remember to thank them for their help. Practice this by imagining your own hotel check-in experience. What's the first thing you usually do when you check into a hotel? Talking about the weather is a great way to connect with people. Use seasonal vocabulary like sunny, rainy, snowy, or breezy to describe the current conditions. For example, you could say, it's a sunny day, perfect for a picnic. You can also discuss upcoming seasons, like mentioning how you look forward to autumn leaves or spring flowers. Try to describe today's weather in 3 words. What's your favorite season? Why do you like it? Talking about hobbies is a great way to connect with others. You might say, I love painting on weekends, or I'm really into hiking. Sharing details, like your favorite places to hike or what inspires your art, makes the conversation more engaging. Don't forget to ask others about their interests too. This creates a 2-way discussion. What hobby do you enjoy the most? And how did you get started with it? A strong opening and closing can make your presentation memorable. Start with a captivating phrase like, imagine a world where, to grab attention. For your closing, summarize your key points and end with a call to action, such as, let's work together to make this vision a reality. Using these techniques keeps your audience engaged. What's your favorite opening line for a presentation? Online shopping can be exciting, but it's important to understand some key e-commerce terms. For example, cart refers to the virtual space where you store items you want to buy. Checkout is the process where you finalize your purchase. Remember to look for reviews to see what other customers think about products. Familiarizing yourself with these terms will make shopping online easier. What's the last item you bought online? And how was your experience? Nature is full of breathtaking sights and sounds that inspire awe. Imagine standing in a lush green forest, where tall trees stretch towards the sky. their leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. You can hear birds chirping and the soft rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The air is fresh and filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Describing these experiences helps us appreciate the environment. What's your favorite place in nature, and what makes it special to you? Understanding articles is key to sounding fluent in English. Use a or an for non-specific items. For example, a dog or an apple. Use the when referring to something specific, like the dog that I saw yesterday. Sometimes we don't use an article at all, for example, when talking about general ideas like love or water. Practicing these rules will improve your speaking skills. Can you think of a sentence using one of these articles correctly? Conflict resolution is an important skill for effective communication. One technique is active listening, where you focus on what the other person is saying without interrupting. This shows respect and helps to understand their perspective. Another method is to find common ground, agreeing on shared goals. For example, if you disagree about a project, focus on the overall success you both want. What conflict resolution techniques have you found useful in your life? Reported speech is a fantastic way to tell stories in English. Instead of quoting someone directly, you can paraphrase their words. For instance, if your friend said, "I love this movie," you can say, "My friend said that she loved that movie." Remember to adjust the tense and pronouns accordingly. Using reported speech makes your storytelling smoother and more engaging. Have you ever tried using reported speech in your conversations? Making appointments and reservations is key for effective planning. Always state your name and the purpose of the appointment clearly. For example, when booking a table at a restaurant, say, "Hi, I'd like to make a reservation for 2 at 7 p.m. Don't forget to ask for confirmation to avoid any misunderstandings. Remember to be polite and thank them for their help. When was the last time you made a reservation, and how did it go? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. Words like could, would, and might make your requests softer and more respectful. For example, instead of saying "give me the report," you could say, "Could you please send me the report?" This small change shows consideration for the other person. Additionally, using would can make offers sound more polite, such as, "Would you like some coffee?" Practice incorporating these modals into your conversations. How do you usually ask for things politely in English? Family relationships are essential for emotional support and understanding. Each family member plays a unique role. For example, parents often provide guidance, while siblings can be great friends or sometimes rivals. Open communication is key to maintaining strong bonds. For instance, regularly checking in with family members can help address any concerns and strengthen relationships. It's also important to celebrate each other's achievements. How do you keep in touch with your family and strengthen those connections? Understanding articles is essential for clear communication in English. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat and in before vowel sounds such as an apple. Use the when referring to specific items, like the book on the table. Sometimes no article is needed, especially when talking about things in general, like "I love music." Practicing these rules in sentences can help you feel more comfortable. Can you think of examples where you might use each article? Travel safety is crucial for a worry-free experience. Always keep your personal belongings secure and be aware of your surroundings. For example, use a money belt in crowded places and avoid displaying expensive items. It's also wise to have copies of your important documents like your passport in case of loss. Additionally, share your travel itinerary with someone you trust. What precautions do you take when traveling to ensure your safety? Complaining politely is an important skill in English. Start with a friendly greeting, then explain your issue clearly. For instance, instead of saying, "This is wrong," try, "I'm sorry, but this seems to be a mistake." Offer a solution like, "Could you help me fix this?" Finally, thank them for their assistance. This approach shows respect and makes it more likely you'll get a positive response. Have you ever had to complain politely? How did it go? Good study habits can make a big difference in your learning. One effective technique is the Pomodoro technique, where you study for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. This helps maintain focus and reduces fatigue. Another strategy is using flashcards for vocabulary. They can make memorization easier and more engaging. Additionally, try summarizing what you've learned in your own words to reinforce your understanding. Remember, consistency is key. Set a study schedule. What study techniques have worked best for you? Describing your living situation gives others insight into your daily life. Start by mentioning the type of place you live in, like an apartment or a house. You can also talk about the number of rooms and any special features, such as a garden or balcony. For example, I live in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment with a lovely view of the park. Don't forget to share what you like most about your home, whether it's the location or the atmosphere. What do you love about your living space? Improving communication skills is essential for both personal and professional success. One effective method is to practice active listening, which involves fully concentrating on what the other person is saying. For example, instead of thinking about your response while someone speaks, show interest by nodding and asking follow-up questions. Additionally, try to express your thoughts clearly using simple language. What techniques do you use to enhance your communication skills? Understanding the education system and academic language is crucial for success in school and beyond. Academic language often includes specialized vocabulary and complex sentence structures. For instance, instead of saying a lot, you might use a significant amount in a paper. This adds clarity and formality. To improve, read academic articles and practice writing summaries. What challenges do you face when using academic language? Music and entertainment vocabulary can enhance your conversations and understanding of cultural references. For example, knowing terms like genre helps you talk about different styles of music, such as pop, rock, or jazz. Additionally, phrases like hit, single, or box office can make your discussions about music and movies more engaging. Try describing your favorite song or movie using these terms. What's a music genre that really moves you? Using modal verbs can change the level of politeness in your requests and suggestions. For example, saying, "Could you help me?" sounds more polite than "help me." Similarly, "Would you mind closing the window?" is softer than "close the window." Practice using modals like might, could, and would to make your requests sound friendlier. Try asking someone for a favor using a modal verb. Which modal do you think sounds the most polite? Airport and flight vocabulary is essential for travel. Words like boarding pass, gate, and takeoff help you navigate airports with ease. For example, you need your boarding pass to get through security and board your flight at the correct gate. Next time you travel, practice these terms. What's the most interesting airport experience you've had? Understanding parenting and childcare terms can help you communicate better about your child's needs. Words like nap time, potty training, and timeout are commonly used by parents and caregivers. For instance, nap time is when your child sleeps during the day for a short period, which is important for their growth. Using these terms makes it easier to discuss routines and challenges with others. Try to incorporate one of these terms into your conversations about childcare this week. What childcare term do you find most useful? Using polite and clear language in customer service can make a big difference. Phrases like "How may I assist you?" or "I'm happy to help" create a positive atmosphere. For example, if a customer asks about a refund, saying, "I can help you with that," shows you are ready to support them. When speaking with customers, always maintain a friendly tone and use active listening. This week, try to use one of these phrases in your conversations, whether in person or online. What's your favorite customer service phrase? The R and L sounds can be tricky for many learners, but practicing minimal pairs can help. For example, lie in, write, or play and pray showcase the differences clearly. Try saying these words slowly, focusing on the R and L sounds. You can practice by making sentences like, "I see the light" versus "I hear the right answer." This week, pick a few minimal pairs to practice daily. Which pair do you find most challenging? Using inclusive language is essential for promoting diversity in our communities. Words matter, and choosing terms that respect everyone's identity helps create a welcoming environment. For example, instead of saying mankind, use humankind to be more inclusive. Similarly, when addressing a group, saying everyone instead of ladies and gentlemen can make all feel welcome. This week, try to notice your language in conversations and adjust any phrases that might exclude someone. What inclusive language do you use in your daily life? When you visit a doctor, it's crucial to describe your symptoms clearly. Start with the main issue, like "I have a headache" or "I feel dizzy." Next, explain how long you've had these symptoms and any other related feelings, such as nausea or fatigue. Use descriptive words to help the doctor understand your pain level. For example, sharp or throbbing. This information helps them provide the best care. Have you ever felt unsure about how to describe your symptoms to a doctor? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can really enhance your workouts. Knowing terms like reps and sets helps you understand your routine better. For instance, If you hear do 3 sets of 10 reps, it means you should perform the exercise 10 times, rest, and repeat it 3 times. Additionally, words like cardio refer to exercises that raise your heart rate, such as running or cycling. This week, try incorporating these terms into your conversations about fitness. What's your favorite exercise word or phrase? Cultural sensitivity is essential in our globalized world. It means being aware of and respecting different cultural backgrounds and practices. For example, understand that gestures or phrases that are polite in one culture might be offensive in another. To practice this, learn about customs before visiting a new country. What's a culture you've learned about that surprised you? Community involvement and volunteering can greatly enrich your life and those around you. Giving your time to local organizations not only helps them, but also builds connections with others. For instance, volunteering at a food bank can be a rewarding way to meet new people and support families in need. This week, consider dedicating a few hours to a local cause. What volunteer experience has made an impact on you? Describing your work and responsibilities is important for clear communication. Start by mentioning your job title and main duties. For example, if you're a project manager, you might say you lead teams, plan schedules, and ensure deadlines are met. Being specific shows your skills and helps others understand your role better. What do you find most interesting about your job? Festivals and celebrations are vibrant expressions of culture and joy. They often include music, food, and traditional activities that bring people together. For instance, during Diwali, families light candles and share sweets, symbolizing the victory of light over darkness. Participating in these events can create lasting memories and strengthen community bonds. What is your favorite festival, and how do you celebrate it? Understanding banking vocabulary is essential for managing your finances. Terms like savings account, which is for keeping money safe and earning interest, and loan, which is borrowed money that you must pay back, are crucial. Another key term is interest rate, which determines how much extra you pay on loans or earn on savings. Knowing these words helps you make informed financial decisions. What banking term do you find most confusing? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you talk about your health goals. Words like cardio, which refers to exercises that raise your heart rate, and strength training focusing on building muscle, are important. Another key term is flexibility, which is about how easily your body can move. Using these words helps you discuss workouts and create effective fitness plans. What exercise do you enjoy most, and how does it make you feel? Understanding decision-making process terms can improve your ability to choose wisely. Words like options, which are the choices you have, and criteria, the standards you use to evaluate those options, are essential. Another important term is consequences, the results of your decisions. Knowing these can help you weigh your choices carefully. Think about a recent decision you made. What criteria did you use to choose? Describing your living situation can really help others understand your lifestyle. Use words like cozy for a small space or spacious for a larger area. Mention the number of rooms, like I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Talk about the location too, such as it's in a quiet neighborhood. What do you love most about your living space? In emergency situations, staying calm is key. You should know basic safety phrases like call for help or I need assistance. It's also useful to remember the emergency number in your country, such as 911. In the US, practice saying these phrases clearly so that you can communicate effectively. Think about a time you learned something important about safety. What would you share with others? Understanding charity and social causes terminology can help you engage in meaningful conversations. Words like donate, which means to give money or goods, and volunteer, meaning to offer your time for free, are essential. You might say, I volunteer at a local shelter every Saturday. Familiarize yourself with terms like fundraiser, an event to collect money for a cause. Think about a charity you admire. What words would you use to describe its mission? Food and cooking terminology is essential for discussing recipes and meals. Knowing terms like sauté, which means to cook quickly in a small amount of oil, can help you follow instructions better. For example, you might say, I sautéed onions before adding the tomatoes. Familiarize yourself with words like dice for cutting ingredients into small cubes. What is your favorite dish to cook, and what cooking terms do you use when preparing it? False friends can confuse Polish learners of English because they look similar but have different meanings. For example, The word actual in English means real or existing, while in Polish, aktualny means current. Another common one is sympatyczny, which means nice in Polish but sympathetic in English, refers to showing compassion. To avoid misunderstandings, always double-check meanings. Can you think of other friends you've encountered while learning English? Using polite language in customer service is crucial for creating a positive experience. Phrases like, "How can I assist you today?" or "Thank you for your patience" show respect and care. Additionally, using expressions like "I understand your concern" helps to acknowledge the customer's feelings, making them feel valued. When you handle complaints, say, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Let's find a solution together." Practicing these phrases can really enhance your communication skills. What customer service experiences have made a lasting impression on you? Cultural differences can greatly impact communication and social interactions. For example, in some cultures, direct eye contact shows confidence, while in others, it may be considered disrespectful. Also, greetings vary widely. A firm handshake is common in many Western countries, but in some Asian cultures, a bow is preferred. Being aware of these customs can improve our understanding and relationships. What surprising customs have you learned about recently? Idioms are a fun way to express emotions and feelings vividly. For instance, feeling under the weather means you're a bit sick, while on cloud nine signifies extreme happiness. If someone says they have butterflies in their stomach, they're feeling nervous, often before a big event. Using these idioms can make your language more colorful and relatable. Try using one idiom to describe how you feel today. What's your favorite idiom for emotions? Negotiation and persuasion are essential skills in both personal and professional life. One effective technique is to listen actively. This shows the other person that you value their opinion, which can help build trust. Another strategy is using I statements, like "I feel" or "I need," to express your needs without sounding aggressive. Practicing these techniques can lead to better outcomes. What negotiation or persuasion strategies have worked for you in your experiences? When visiting a doctor, it's important to use clear language to describe your symptoms. Start by saying what brings you in, such as "I have a headache" or "I've been feeling tired." Don't forget to mention how long you've had these symptoms and any other relevant details. If you need to ask questions, phrases like "What should I do next?" or "Are there any side effects?" are helpful. Practicing this vocabulary can make your appointments smoother. What health-related questions do you find difficult to ask your doctor? The pronunciation of ed endings can be tricky, but it's important for clear communication. There are 3 sounds, td and ondd, for regular verbs that end in voiceless sounds like walk. We say, "walked" is t. If the verb ends in a voiced sound, like play, it becomes played or d. Lastly, for verbs ending in t or d, such as need, we say needed or njd. Practice these sounds to improve your pronunciation. Which ed ending do you find most challenging to pronounce? When traveling, using phrasal verbs can make your conversations more natural. Here are 5 important ones. Check-in means to register at a hotel or airport, while head out refers to leaving for your destination. Look for is useful when you're searching for something like your boarding gate. Take off describes when a plane leaves the ground, and pick up refers to collecting someone or something. What phrasal verb do you find most useful when you travel? Understanding leadership and management terms is key for effective teamwork. First, delegation means assigning tasks to others, helping distribute workload. Next, vision refers to a clear idea of what you want to achieve, guiding your team's efforts. Feedback is important, as it encourages improvement and growth among team members. Lastly, motivation is about inspiring your team to perform at their best. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can enhance your communication. Which leadership term do you think is most important for success? The education system varies around the world, but academic language is essential everywhere. It includes formal vocabulary and specific terms used in subjects like science and literature. Understanding this language helps students express ideas clearly and engage with complex concepts. Practicing academic language can improve writing and speaking skills. What challenges do you face when using academic language in your studies? Making suggestions can change depending on the context. In a casual setting, you might say, "How about trying that new cafe?" It sounds friendly and open. In a formal meeting, you could say, "I recommend we consider increasing our budget for this project." This is more professional and assertive. When making suggestions, consider your audience and the situation. Practice by suggesting an activity for a weekend get-together or a change of. What's your favorite way to make suggestions? Using modal verbs can help you express politeness in English. For example, instead of saying, "Give me the book," you could say, "Could you please pass me the book?" Here, could softens the request. Similarly, using would or might can make suggestions feel more polite. Try using these modals in your daily conversations to improve your politeness. What's a polite way you often use to ask for something? Knowing basic first aid can be a lifesaver in emergencies. For instance, if someone has a burn, you should cool the burn under running water for at least 10 minutes and cover it with a clean, dry cloth. This helps prevent infection and reduces pain. Remember to stay calm and reassure the person while you help. Learning these skills can make a big difference. Have you ever taken a first aid course or helped someone in need? Using inclusive language is essential for promoting diversity. It helps everyone feel valued and respected. For example, instead of saying mankind, you can use humankind to be more inclusive. Also, using terms like partner instead of husband or wife acknowledges different relationships. Small changes in your language can create a more welcoming environment. Practice this by reviewing your emails or messages for inclusive terms. What are some inclusive words or phrases you've started using in your conversations? Understanding sports and games terminology can enhance your enjoyment of the activities. For instance, knowing terms like offside in soccer or ace in tennis helps you follow the game better. These words carry specific meanings that can change the entire context of a match. You can practice by watching a game and writing down new terms you hear, then looking them up. This will boost your vocabulary and comprehension. What sports or games do you love, and what terms have you learned from them? Agreeing and disagreeing politely is vital for good communication. Use phrases like "I see your point" when you agree, and "I understand, but I think" when you disagree. This shows respect for the other person's opinion. For example, instead of saying "you're wrong," you might say, "That's an interesting view, but I believe." It keeps the conversation friendly. How do you express your opinions respectfully in discussions? Cultural sensitivity is crucial for effective communication in our diverse world. It means being aware of and respecting different customs, beliefs, and values. For example, knowing that some cultures might avoid direct eye contact as a sign of respect can help you avoid misunderstandings. Practicing cultural awareness can enhance your relationships and open doors in both personal and professional settings. What are some cultural differences you've learned about that surprised you? In emergency situations, knowing the right phrases can help keep you safe. For instance, if you need help, you can say, "Call the police," or "I need assistance." It's also good to memorize important numbers, like local emergency services. Practicing these phrases can make a big difference in a stressful moment. Remember, staying calm is important too. What safety tips do you think are essential to remember in emergencies? Describing your symptoms to a doctor is essential for getting the right treatment. Start with the main problem, like "I have a headache," and then explain any other symptoms, such as "I also feel tired and a little dizzy." Be specific about when the symptoms started and how severe they are. For example, say, "The headache began 2 days ago and is a 7 out of 10 in pain. How do you usually prepare for a doctor's appointment?" Choosing the right transportation can make your journey easier. You can use public transport, like buses and trains, or opt for taxis and ride-shares if you need something quicker. When asking for directions, it's helpful to know phrases like, "Excuse me, where is the nearest bus stop?" Or "How do I get to the train station?" It's also good to have a map app ready on your phone. This way, you best routes. What's your favorite way to get around in your city? Forming questions correctly is key to effective communication. In English, we often start with a question word, like what, where, or how, followed by the auxiliary verb, then the subject. For example, "What are you doing?" Intonation also plays a crucial role. When asking yes, no questions, your voice should rise at the end, like in "Are you coming?" This helps signal that you're asking a question. Try practicing with different question types. What types of questions do you find the most challenging? Talking about past experiences is important for sharing stories. Use the simple past for completed actions, like "I visited Paris last summer." For ongoing actions in the past, use the past continuous, such as "I was reading when the phone rang." Mixing these tenses helps create a vivid picture. What's a memorable experience you'd like to share? Understanding decision-making terms can improve your communication skills. Key phrases include weighing options, which means to consider different choices and reaching a consensus where a group agrees on a decision. For instance, during a team meeting, you might say, "Let's weigh our options before making a choice." Another important term is risk assessment, where you evaluate potential downsides. Practice using these terms in discussions. What decision-making term do you find the most useful in your conversations? Getting involved in your community through volunteering can be incredibly rewarding. It helps you meet new people and develop new skills while making a positive impact. For example, volunteering at a local food bank allows you to connect with those in need and support your community. Have you ever volunteered? And what was your experience like? Conflict resolution techniques are essential for maintaining healthy relationships. One effective method is active listening, where you fully focus on the other person's words without interrupting. This shows respect and helps clarify misunderstandings. Another technique is finding common ground, which encourages collaboration rather than competition. For example, in a disagreement, you could say, "Let's find a solution that works for both of us." What tech do you think is the most effective in resolving conflict? Team collaboration is essential for success in any project. Key vocabulary includes brainstorming, which refers to generating ideas together, and feedback, which is the constructive criticism you give to improve work. Another important term is delegation, where tasks are assigned to different team members based on their strengths. For instance, during a group project, you might say, "Let's brainstorm ideas and then delegate tasks based on our skills." Business small talk is vital for building relationships. Common topics include the weather, recent industry news, or shared interests like travel. You can start a conversation by saying, "Did you hear about the new trends in our field?" Or, "How was your weekend? Did you travel anywhere interesting?" This creates a friendly atmosphere and can lead to deeper discussions. What's your favorite small talk topic at work? Travel safety is crucial for a worry-free adventure. Always keep your valuables close and consider using a money belt or a secure backpack. It's wise to research your destination's safety tips and local customs. For example, learning basic phrases in the local language can help you ask for help if needed. Also, share your travel itinerary with a friend or family member so someone knows your plans. What precautions do you take when traveling to ensure your safety? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is essential for making informed decisions. Terms like premium, which is the amount you pay for insurance, and deductible, the amount you pay before coverage kicks in, can be confusing. Additionally, liability refers to your legal responsibility for damages or injury. When dealing with contracts, words like clauses and stipulations define specific conditions. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you navigate these documents more confidently. What legal terms have you found most challenging to understand? Pronouncing ed endings can be tricky, but it's important for clear communication. There are three sounds, T, D, and ID. If the verb ends with a voiceless sound like walk, say walked with a TT. If it ends with a voiced sound like play, say played with a DD. Lastly, if the verb ends with a T or D sound, like want or decide, you'll say wanted or decided, adding the one-T sound. Can you think of a verb and its ed ending? When planning a trip, using the right language makes booking easier. For example, when you check prices, you might ask, "What's the rate for a double room?" Or, "Are there any additional fees?" It's also helpful to know phrases like, "I'd like to make a reservation," or "Can I change my booking?" Practicing these questions can boost your confidence when communicating with hotels or airlines. What travel-related phrases do you find most useful? Making appointments and reservations is an essential skill in daily life. Start by clearly stating the purpose, like, "I'd like to book a table for 2 at 7 p.m. If you need to change or cancel, it's polite to say, "I need to reschedule my appointment." Don't forget to confirm the date and time, asking questions like, "Can you please repeat that?" This ensures there's no misunderstanding. Practicing these phrases can make you feel more confident when making arrangements. What places do you often need to book in advance? Effective communication during phone and online meetings is crucial for success. Start by greeting everyone and introducing yourself, saying, "Hi, this is your name." If you need to ask a question, use phrases like, "Could you please clarify that?" Or, "Can you repeat that last point?" When it's your turn to speak, you can say, "I'd like to add something here." Finally, don't forget to summarize key points at the end, like, "To recap, we agreed on." Practicing these phrases will help you feel more comfortable. What phrases do you find most challenging in online meetings? Understanding weather patterns is essential, especially as climate change affects our world. Weather refers to short-term changes, like rain or sunshine, while climate describes long-term trends. For example, a region may experience more frequent storms or rising temperatures over the years. This knowledge helps us prepare for natural disasters and adapt our lifestyles. Learning weather vocabulary can improve your conversations about climate. What weather changes have you noticed in your area recently? Prepositions are key to expressing time, place, and movement in English. For instance, we say at 5 p.m. for time, in the park for place, and to the store for movement. Using these correctly helps you create clear sentences. Remember, in often indicates enclosed spaces, while on refers to surfaces. Describing your daily routine helps you connect with others and practice your speaking skills. Start by using simple phrases. I wake up at 7 a.m., I have breakfast, and I go to work. Notice how these actions create a flow. For example, you might say, after I eat breakfast, I take the bus to work. This structure makes your routine sound natural. Try telling someone about your day using this format. What's the most interesting part of your daily routine that you enjoy sharing? The present perfect tense is perfect for sharing life experiences. It connects your past actions to the present. For example, you can say, I have traveled to 3 countries, which means the experience is relevant now. Another example is, I have tried sushi, showing you've had that experience at some point in your life. This tense helps you express what you've learned and how it has shaped you. Think about something interesting you have done. What life experience would you like to share with us? Understanding charity and social causes terminology is essential for effective communication. Words like nonprofit, donation, and volunteer are commonly used. For example, a nonprofit organization focuses on helping others rather than making a profit. When you donate, you give money or goods to support a cause. Volunteering means offering your time to assist those in need. Using these terms correctly can help you discuss important issues and inspire others. What social cause are you most passionate about, and why? Environmental consciousness vocabulary is key to discussing our planet's health. Words like sustainability, recycle, and carbon footprint are important. For instance, sustainability means using resources in a way that doesn't harm future generations. Recycling helps reduce waste, while your carbon footprint measures your impact on the environment. These terms help us talk about solutions for a greener world. What environmental issue do you think is most urgent today? Understanding charity and social causes terminology is vital for meaningful conversations. Words like donation, nonprofit, and advocacy are commonly used. For example, a donation is a gift to support a cause, while a nonprofit organization aims to benefit society rather than make money. Advocacy means supporting a cause and encouraging others to take action. Using these terms can help you engage more effectively in discussions about important social issues. What do you feel most passionate about? Effective problem solving requires specific vocabulary to express your thoughts clearly. Terms like brainstorm, analyze, and solution are essential. For instance, to brainstorm means to generate ideas without judging them, while analyzing involves examining the problem closely to understand it better. Finding a solution is about deciding on the best way to address the issue. Using these words can help you communicate your strategies effectively. Next time you face a challenge, think about how you can apply these terms. What problem-solving strategy do you find most effective? Using inclusive language is crucial for promoting diversity and building understanding. Words like everyone, accessible, and respect help create an environment where all voices are valued. For example, saying, everyone is welcome, makes it clear that all individuals are included. Practice using inclusive phrases in your conversations today. How do you ensure your language is inclusive? Shopping can be a fun experience, but having the right vocabulary makes it even better. Phrases like, can I help you? Or I'm just looking to help you communicate with store staff. If you need a size or color, you can say, do you have this in a larger size, or is this available in blue? Remember to ask about prices too. How much is this? Can save you from surprises at the checkout. Practice phrases during your next shopping trip. What's your favorite thing to shop for? Pronouncing the sound can be tricky for many English learners, especially when compared to T and D. For these, place your tongue gently between your teeth, like in the words think or this. In contrast, for T, touch the tongue to the roof of your mouth, as in top, and for D, it's a similar position, but you add your voice, as in dog. Practice these sounds by repeating words. Which sound do you find most challenging to pronounce? Using modal verbs can help you sound more polite in English. For example, instead of saying "give me that," you can say, "Could you give me that, please?" This softer approach shows respect. You can also use "would you mind" for requests, like "would you mind closing the window?" It makes your request sound even more gentle. Try using a modal verb in your next conversation. What polite request do you want to practice today? Understanding decision-making terms can improve your communication. Words like evaluate, consider, and prioritize are essential. For example, when evaluating options, think about the pros and cons. To consider means to think carefully about different factors. Prioritizing helps you focus on what's most important. Try using these terms in a sentence today. For instance, I need to evaluate my options before making a choice. What decision are you currently thinking about? Articles can be tricky in English. Use a before consonant sounds like a cat and before vowel sounds like an apple. Use them for specific items like the cat on the roof. Sometimes you don't need an article at all, like in general statements. Cats are great pets. Think about your next sentence. Which article will you use? What's your favorite animal? Using inclusive language is vital for promoting diversity. Words matter, so choose terms that respect everyone's identity. For example, instead of saying mankind, use humankind to be more inclusive of all genders. Also, avoid stereotypes by using person-first language, like person with a disability instead of disabled person. This helps us see the individual before any label. Make an effort to notice your language today. Ask yourself if your words reflect your values of respect and inclusion. What changes can you make in your everyday conversations? Asking for clarification is essential in English communication. When you don't understand, it's perfectly okay to say, "Could you explain that again?" This shows you're engaged and want to learn. Paraphrasing helps too. Restate what you've heard, like, "So, you're saying that?" This not only checks your understanding, but also encourages the other person to elaborate. Try using these skills in your next conversation. How do you usually ensure you understand someone correctly when they speak? Business small talk can set the right tone for relationships. Start with light topics like the weather or recent holidays to break the ice. You might also discuss industry trends or share experiences from a recent conference. Asking about hobbies can lead to a more personal connection too. Remember to listen actively and show interest in the other person's responses. What's your favorite small talk topic when meeting new colleagues? Describing your living situation can give others a glimpse into your life. You might say, "I live in a cozy apartment with my roommate," or "I have a small house in the suburbs." Include details like how many rooms you have or what the neighborhood is like. This helps create a picture in the listener's mind. How would you describe your living space in just a few sentences? Understanding dating and relationship vocabulary can enhance your conversations. Words like date, crush, and relationship are essential. For example, if you say, "I have a crush on someone," it means you like them romantically, but aren't dating yet. You can also use going out to describe spending time together, like, "We went out for coffee." Using these terms helps express your feelings clearly. What's a dating term you found interesting or confusing? The RL distinction in English can be tricky for many learners. Minimal pairs like light and right help practice this difference. For example, "I see the light" versus "I see the right way." Repeat these sentences to sharpen your pronunciation. Try saying play and pray aloud. Listen closely to the sounds. Which minimal pair do you find most challenging to pronounce? Conflict resolution is key to maintaining good relationships. One effective technique is active listening, which involves truly hearing the other person's feelings and concerns. For example, if a friend is upset, say, "I hear you feel hurt. Can you tell me more?" This shows empathy and encourages open dialogue. Practice this technique in your next conversation. What conflict resolution technique have you found most helpful in your life? Talking about hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. Share what you love, such as painting, hiking, or playing an instrument. For example, you might say, "I enjoy painting landscapes during the weekends." This opens up conversations and helps you find common ground. Think about your favorite hobby and how you can introduce it to someone new. What hobby are you most passionate about? Weather talk is a simple way to start a conversation. Use seasonal vocabulary to make it more interesting. For example, in spring you can say, "I love how the flowers bloom and the days get warmer." In winter you might say, "It's chilly outside, perfect for hot chocolate." Sharing these little insights can lead to deeper discussions. What's your favorite season and why? Quantifiers help us express quantity in English. Use many for countable nouns, like many books, and much for uncountable nouns, such as much water. Few suggests a small number of countable items, while little indicates a small amount of uncountable things. For example, I have few friends, but there's little time to meet them. How do you use quantifiers in your daily conversations? Festivals and celebrations are a wonderful way to experience culture. They often include music, food, and colorful decorations. For instance, during Diwali, the Festival of Lights, people decorate their homes with lanterns and enjoy sweets with family. Similarly, during Halloween, you can see spooky decorations and children in costumes asking for candy. When you describe these events, focus on the sights, sounds, and smells to make it vivid. What's your favorite festival to celebrate, and why? Understanding insurance and legal document terms is essential for making informed decisions. Words like premium refer to the amount you pay for coverage, while deductible is what you pay out of pocket before your insurance kicks in. Liability means being responsible for something, like damages in an accident. For example, when signing a lease, you might see liability clause, which outlines your responsibilities. Familiarizing yourself with these terms can help you navigate contracts more easily. What legal term do you find most confusing? Using modal verbs is a great way to adjust your politeness level in English. For instance, saying "could you help me" is more polite than "help me." You can also use would for softer requests, like "would you mind passing the salt?" This way you sound respectful and considerate. Practice making requests using different modal verbs today. What's your favorite way to ask for help politely? Choosing the right tone in email writing is essential. Informal emails use polite language and complete sentences, like "I hope this message finds you well." In contrast, informal emails can be more relaxed, starting with "hey" and using contractions like "I'm." For example, a formal invitation might say, "I would like to invite you to the meeting," while an informal one could say, "Want to join the meeting?" Which tone do you use most in your emails? Developing good study habits can really boost your learning. Try using techniques like summarizing information, which helps with retention, or the Pomodoro technique, where you study for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. Using flashcards for vocabulary can also be effective. What study techniques have worked best for you in learning new vocabulary? Understanding nutrition vocabulary is important for healthy eating. Terms like whole grains, lean protein, and superfoods can guide your choices. For instance, whole grains provide more fiber than white bread, while lean protein sources like chicken or fish help build muscle. When shopping, look for labels that highlight these healthy options. What healthy foods do you enjoy incorporating into your meals? Economic concepts can be surprisingly useful in daily life. For example, understanding supply and demand can help you make better purchasing decisions. If a product is on sale, it usually means there's a high supply and lower demand, which is a great opportunity to save money. Additionally, concepts like budgeting help you manage your finances effectively. By knowing where your money goes, you can make smarter choices. What economic concept have you found most helpful in your daily life? Sports and games terminology can enhance your understanding and enjoyment of various activities. Terms like offside in soccer or checkmate in chess are essential to mastering the games. For example, knowing that being offside means a player is too close to the opponent's goal can help you follow soccer better. Similarly, recognizing checkmate means the game is over in chess. Try to learn a new term related to your favorite sport this week. What sports terminology do you find interesting? Appreciating art and culture enriches our language skills and broadens our perspectives. When discussing art, using descriptive vocabulary like vibrant, intricate, or evocative can help express your feelings more clearly. For instance, instead of saying, "I like this painting," you might say, "I am captivated by the vibrant colors and intricate details of this artwork." Engaging with local culture through festivals or galleries allows you to practice conversational English as you share your thoughts. What piece of art or cultural experience has inspired you the most? Idioms about time and work productivity can really spice up your conversations. Phrases like "time flies" remind us how quickly hours can pass when we're focused. Another great one is burning the midnight oil, which means working late into the night. For example, you might say, "I was burning the midnight oil last night to finish my report." Try to use one of these idioms in your conversations this week. What's your favorite idiom related to time or work? Idioms about time and work productivity can really enhance your communication. For instance, the phrase time flies captures how quickly hours pass when we're engaged in a task. Similarly, burning the midnight oil describes working late into the night. You might say, I was burning the midnight oil last night to prepare for my presentation. Using these idioms not only makes your speech more colorful, but also shows your understanding of English nuances. Can you think of any other idioms related to time or activity that you like? Conflict resolution techniques are essential for maintaining healthy relationships. One effective method is active listening, where you focus on understanding the other person's perspective without interrupting. Another technique is finding common ground. Look for shared interests to build a connection. For example, if friends disagree about where to eat, they might agree on cuisine type first. What techniques have you found helpful in resolving conflict? Expanding your music and entertainment vocabulary can really enhance your conversations. Words like melody, which refers to a catchy tune, and genre, meaning a category of music, are a great start. For example, you might say, I love the melody of this pop song, but my favorite genre is jazz. By using specific vocabulary, you express your tastes more clearly. What's your favorite genre of music and why do you like it? Using the right language during meetings is vital for effective participation. Phrases like I'd like to add or can I clarify that point help you contribute confidently. For instance, if someone shares an idea, you could say, I'd like to add that we should consider the budget. This not only shows engagement, but also encourages collaboration. What phrases do you find useful when participating in meetings? Understanding decision-making process terms can help you communicate more effectively. Words like evaluate, meaning to assess options, and consensus, which refers to agreement among a group, are essential. Ray, oh, more help, no, we, ni, essential. For example, you might say, after we evaluate all the proposals, we can reach a consensus on the best one. Using these terms makes your thoughts clearer when discussing choices. What decision-making terms do you find most useful in your discussions? Nature is full of incredible sights and sounds that can inspire us. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, the vibrant colors of flowers, and the soothing sound of a flowing river create a beautiful environment. When describing nature, use vivid adjectives like lush, breathtaking, or tranquil to paint a picture in the listener's mind. For instance, you might say, the lush green forest looked breathtaking under the golden sunlight. What is your favorite natural place to describe? Shopping can be a fun experience, especially when you know the right vocabulary. Words like bargain, which means a good deal, or receipt, the proof of your purchase, are useful. When you're shopping, you might say, I'm looking for a bargain on shoes, or can I have the receipt, please? Using these phrases helps you communicate better with shop assistants. Next time you shop, try using at least 2 new vocabulary words. What's your favorite shopping phrase to use? Problem solving is an essential skill, and using the right vocabulary can make a difference. Phrases like brainstorming refer to generating ideas quickly, while evaluating options means assessing different solutions. For example, you might say, let's brainstorm some solutions before evaluating our options. This approach helps in clarifying thoughts and finding the best answer. Try to use these terms the next time you face a challenge. What strategies do you usually use to solve problems? Public transportation etiquette is important for a smooth journey. Always give up your seat to elderly or disabled passengers, and try to keep your voice down to avoid disturbing others. When standing, hold on to the handrails and avoid blocking the aisles. It's also polite to let people exit the vehicle before you enter. For example, you might say, excuse me, while moving aside to let someone pass. Next time you're on a bus or train, pay attention to these rules. What's your top tip for using public transport respectfully? Understanding decision-making terms can enhance your communication skills. Words like pros and cons refer to the advantages and disadvantages of each option, while consensus means reaching an agreement among a group. For instance, you might say, after discussing the pros and cons, we reached a consensus on our plan. Using these terms can help clarify thoughts and ensure everyone is on the same page. Try incorporating them into your next group discussion. What decision-making term do you find most useful? The passive voice is useful for focusing on the action rather than the doer. In everyday situations, you might say, "The dishes were washed," instead of "I washed the dishes." This highlights the action itself, which can be helpful when the doer is unknown or unimportant. For example, "The report was finished on time." Try using the passive voice in your conversations today. What's a sentence you could using the passive voice? Expanding your beauty and personal care vocabulary can improve your conversations. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum describe important products used in skincare routines. For example, you might say, "I apply a moisturizer after cleansing my face to keep my skin hydrated." Understanding these terms helps you share tips or ask for recommendations effectively. Try using 3 new beauty vocabulary words in your next chat with a friend. What's your favorite beauty product to talk about? Participating in meetings requires some useful phrases to express your ideas clearly. Use language like, "I'd like to add something," when you want to share your thoughts, or "Can you clarify that point?" if you need more information. For instance, you could say, "I think the marketing strategy should target younger audiences. Can you clarify how we plan to do that?" Practicing these phrases will help you feel more confident in discussions. What's a phrase you often use in meetings? Traveling often involves using phrasal verbs that make your conversations more natural. Here are the top 5. First, check-in means to register at a hotel or airport. Next, head out is used when you're leaving for a destination. Then, look for helps you describe searching for something like your luggage. Another useful one is get away, which means to go on vacation. Finally, pick up refers to collecting someone or something. Use these verbs in your next travel talk. Which phrasal verb do you find most useful when traveling? Fitness and exercise vocabulary can help you stay motivated and communicate better. Words like warm-up refer to light exercises before a workout, while cool down means to relax your body after exercising. You might say, "I'll warm up before my run," or "Don't forget to cool down after lifting weights." Try using one of these terms in your next conversation about fitness. What's your favorite exercise to do? The RL distinction can be tricky for English learners, but practicing minimal pairs can help. For example, say light and right. Notice how the L sound is made with the tongue touching the roof of your mouth, while the R sound is produced with the tongue pulled back. Try repeating these pairs. Play and pray, seal and reel. Practice saying them aloud. Which pair do you find most challenging? Sustainable living vocabulary can empower you to discuss eco-friendly practices. Words like renewable refer to energy sources that can be replenished, such as solar or wind power, while composting means recycling organic waste into nutrient-rich soil. You might say, "I use renewable energy at home," or "I started composting my kitchen scraps." Incorporate these terms into your conversations about the environment. Try explaining one sustainable practice you follow using new vocabulary. What's one eco-friendly habit you want to adopt? Understanding transportation options is essential when traveling. You can choose buses, trains, or taxis depending on your needs. For example, to reach a museum, you might say, "Take the bus to Main Street and walk 3 blocks." Practice asking for directions using phrases like, "Excuse me, how do I get to?" "What's your favorite way to get around in a new city?" Asking for clarification is a key skill in communication. When something isn't clear, you can use phrases like, "Paraphrasing helps too." For instance, if someone says, "I'm feeling overwhelmed with work," you can respond, "So, you're saying you have too much on your plate." This shows you're listening and can help avoid misunderstandings. Try asking for clarification the next time you're unsure about something. What's a situation where you needed clarification recently? Personal development vocabulary can help you express your goals and aspirations clearly. Words like growth, mindset, and resilience are essential. For example, you might say, "I want to develop a growth mindset to improve my skills." Understanding these terms allows you to communicate your intentions effectively. Try using one of these words in a sentence about your own personal growth. What personal development goal are you currently working on? The passive voice is often used in everyday situations when we want to emphasize the action rather than the subject. For example, instead of saying, "The chef cooked the meal," you might say, "The meal was cooked by the chef." This shifts the focus to the meal itself, which can be helpful in many contexts. You can use the passive voice when discussing events like, "The report was finished on time." Try creating your own sentence in passive voice about something that happened recently. What's an example you can think of? Talking about your hobbies and interests is a great way to connect with others. You can share what you love doing, whether it's painting, hiking, or playing an instrument. For example, you might say, I enjoy painting landscapes because it relaxes me. This invites others to share their passions too. Think about your favorite hobby and describe it in a sentence. What hobby are you most excited to talk about? In emergency situations, clear communication is vital. Always calmly explain the situation and what help you need. For instance, if you see someone hurt, you might say, I need an ambulance at 123 Main Street. There's an injured person. Practicing these phrases can help you feel more prepared. How would you explain an emergency in your own words? Scheduling meetings effectively is essential for productive teamwork. Always propose a clear agenda and suggest specific times to meet. For example, you might say, can we meet on Tuesday at 10 a.m. to discuss the project update? This helps everyone prepare and stay focused. Also, consider time zones if your team is remote. How do you usually decide on a meeting time with your colleagues? Technology is part of our daily lives, and knowing the right vocabulary can help you communicate better. Words like app, download, and update are essential. For example, you might say, I need to download a new app to help me manage my tasks. Also, terms like streaming and cloud storage are useful for discussing media and file management. Being comfortable with this vocabulary can make tech conversations easier. What technology-related words do you find most useful in your daily life? When planning travel, using the right language makes the process smoother. Start with phrases like, I would like to book a flight, or can you recommend a good hotel? It's also helpful to ask about cancellation policies. What's your cancellation policy? This ensures you know your options. Additionally, using polite language like, could you please assist me? Can create a friendly atmosphere. What places thinking about traveling to next? Weddings and celebrations are filled with special language that adds joy to these occasions. Phrases like congratulations on your marriage or wishing you a lifetime of happiness are common and meaningful. When toasting, you might say, here's to love and laughter. Using heartfelt wishes makes the moment more memorable. Don't forget to learn words like reception, vows, and bride and groom to help you engage in conversations about weddings. What's your favorite word or phrase to use during celebrations? Understanding mental health awareness language is crucial for supportive conversations. Phrases like, I'm here for you, or it's okay to talk about how you feel, can create a safe space. Additionally, using terms like self-care and mindfulness helps normalize discussions around mental health. You can encourage someone by saying, taking time for yourself is important. Remember, listening without judgment is key. Practice using these phrases when you talk to friends or family. How do you show support for someone struggling with their mental health? The R and L sounds can be tricky for many English learners. A great way to practice is with minimal pairs, which are words that differ by just one sound. For example, light and right or play and pray. When practicing, focus on the position of your tongue. For R, it curls back, while for L, it touches the roof of your mouth. Try saying these pairs out loud. Lice and rice. Repeat them several times to improve your pronunciation. What minimal pairs do you find most challenging to say? Understanding beauty and personal care vocabulary can enhance your conversations and shopping experiences. Words like moisturizer, exfoliate, and serum are essential for discussing skincare. For example, you might say, I need a moisturizer that hydrates my skin. Additionally, phrases like makeup remover and sunscreen are important for daily routines. To practice, describe your favorite beauty products using these terms. What beauty or personal care product could you live without? Ordering at a cafe politely makes a great impression on staff and creates a friendly atmosphere. Use phrases like, could I please have, or would you mind giving me, to sound more courteous. For example, you might say, could I have a medium coffee, please? Or, would you mind adding a splash of milk? These phrases show respect and consideration. Remember to say, thank you, after your order is taken to express appreciation. Home and household vocabulary is essential for describing your surroundings. Words like living room, kitchen, and bathroom help you discuss different areas of your home. You might say, I love my cozy living room with a big sofa. Additionally, terms like furniture, appliances, and decor allow you to talk about items in your house. To practice, describe your favorite using these words. What's your favorite part of your home? Understanding leadership and management terms can improve your communication at work. Words like delegation, motivation, and team building are essential for effective management. For instance, effective delegation involves assigning tasks to team members based on their strengths. Similarly, motivation is key to keeping your team engaged and productive. Try using one of these terms in a sentence about your work experience. What leadership term resonates with you the most? Using mental health awareness language is important for reducing stigma. Words like well-being, anxiety, and support help open conversations about mental health. For example, saying, "I practice self-care for my mental well-being," encourages others to do the same. It's vital to use respectful language when discussing mental health issues. Think about how you can incorporate this vocabulary into your daily conversations. How do you talk about mental health with friends and family? False friends can confuse Polish learners of English. For example, the Polish word aktualny means current, but it looks like actual, which means real in English. Another tricky pair is sympatyjny, meaning nice, not sympathetic. Being aware of these false friends helps avoid misunderstandings. Try using current and nice in sentences about your daily life. What other false friends have you encountered while learning English? Describing your daily routine can sound more natural with a few simple phrases. Instead of saying, "I go to work at 9, try, "I usually head to work around 9. You can also add details like, "After work, I often grab dinner with friends." Practice telling your routine using these tips. What does your daily routine look like? Scheduling meetings effectively is key in business. Start by suggesting a few time options, like would Tuesday at 10 a.m. or Thursday at 3 p.m. work for you? This gives others flexibility. Use clear language to state the purpose, such as, "I'd like to discuss our project progress." Also, confirm the meeting with a simple message, "Looking forward to our meeting on Tuesday." Finally, make sure to follow up with a reminder. What tips do you have for scheduling meetings? Cultural sensitivity is crucial in our globalized world. It means respecting and understanding different cultures. For example, when meeting someone from another country, learn about their customs, like greeting styles. This builds trust and strong relationships. Also, be mindful of language. Avoid slang that might confuse. Take time to embrace diversity in your interactions. How do you practice cultural sensitivity in your daily life? Understanding food and cooking terminology can elevate your culinary skills. Terms like sauté mean to cook quickly in a little oil, while blanch refers to boiling food briefly and then cooling it in ice water. Knowing these words helps you follow recipes accurately. For instance, if a recipe says to sauté onions, you'll get that delicious caramelized flavor. Try using a new cooking term this week in your kitchen. What is your favorite cooking term? Why? Understanding nutrition terms is key to healthy eating. Words like macronutrients, which include proteins, fats, and carbohydrates, help us balance our meals. For example, knowing that fruits are high in vitamins can encourage healthier snack choices. Another important term is whole foods, which are unprocessed and closer to their natural state, like vegetables and grains. This week, try to incorporate more whole foods into your diet. What healthy eating term do you find most interesting? Learning nutrition terms can greatly improve your healthy eating habits. For example, antioxidants are substances that protect your cells from damage and can be found in foods like berries and nuts. Another important term is fiber, which helps with digestion and is abundant in whole grains and vegetables. Understanding these terms can motivate you to make better food choices. This week, try to include a new high-fiber food in your meals. What's your favorite healthy food and why do you love it? Small talk in business is essential for building relationships. Common topics include the weather, recent holidays, or industry news. For instance, you might say, "Did you enjoy your holiday?" Or "Have you heard about the new trends in our industry?" These simple conversations can break the ice and create a comfortable atmosphere. This week, practice starting a small talk conversation with a colleague. What's your go-to small talk topic at work? Networking can be daunting, but great conversation starters make it easier. Begin with something simple, like asking, "What brings you to this event?" or "How did you get into your field?" These questions show genuine interest and encourage others to share their stories. You can also mention a recent industry trend, saying something like, "Have you seen the latest developments in our field?" This sparks discussion and helps you connect. This week, practice your conversation starters at your next networking event. What's your favorite way to break the ice? Restaurant conversations can be more than just ordering food. Try discussing the menu with your server by asking, "What dish do you recommend?" Or are there any specials today? You can also inquire about the ingredients or cooking methods, like asking, is this dish spicy? Or how is this steak prepared? These questions show interest and can lead to a more engaging experience. Next time you're at a restaurant, practice these conversational tips. What's your favorite topic to discuss while dining out? Navigating an airport can be much easier with the right vocabulary. Familiarize yourself with terms like boarding pass, which you need to show before getting on the plane, and gate, where you board your flight. You might also hear delayed, meaning your flight is late. When speaking with staff, use phrases like, where is my gate? Or is my flight on time? This week, try to learn 5 new airport words. What airport vocabulary do you find most useful? Phrasal verbs can make your daily conversation sound more natural. For example, instead of saying start doing homework, you can say get started on homework. Similarly, when you finish eating, you might say, I'll clean up the table. Another common one is wake up, which simply means to stop sleeping. Try using these phrasal verbs in your daily routine. What phrasal verbs do you use most often in your conversations? Conflict resolution is an important skill in both personal and professional life. One effective technique is active listening, which means really paying attention to the other person's feelings and thoughts. Instead of interrupting, nod and ask questions to show you care. Another useful method is to find common ground. Look for areas where you both agree, which can help ease tensions. Finally, stay calm and avoid blaming language. This week, practice active listening in a conversation. What conflict resolution techniques have you found helpful? Sustainable living is all about making choices that protect our planet. Key vocabulary includes renewable energy, which refers to energy sources like solar or wind that won't run out. Another important term is recycle, meaning to process waste materials so they can be used again. You might also hear carbon footprint, which measures how much carbon dioxide we release into the atmosphere. Try using these words in your conversations about the environment. What sustainable practices do you follow in your life? Libraries are treasure troves of knowledge, filled with valuable resources. Key terms include catalog, which is a list of all the materials available, and reference, meaning materials that provide information on specific topics. Knowing how to use a database can help you find academic articles quickly. When was the last time you visited a library for research? Nature is full of breathtaking beauty, from towering mountains to serene lakes. When describing the environment, use words like lush for green areas, breathtaking for stunning views, and tranquil for peaceful settings. Imagine a lush forest or a tranquil beach at sunset. What natural place inspires you the most? Negotiation is an art that requires skill and strategy. One effective technique is to use active listening, which helps you understand the other person's needs. For example, repeating their points can show you value their opinion, making them more open to your ideas. Another method is to use I statements, like I feel that this option could benefit us both, to express your perspective without being confrontational. What negotiation techniques have you found most useful in your experiences? Understanding linking and connected speech can transform your spoken English. In casual conversations, we often use reductions like gonna for going to and wanna for want to. For instance, instead of saying, I'm going to eat, you can say, I'm gonna eat. This makes your speech sound more natural and fluent. Practice by listening to native speakers and repeating their phrases. Try using wanna in a sentence today. What phrases often hear that use reductions? The RL distinction is crucial in English since it can change meanings completely. For example, light and right are minimal pairs that highlight this difference. To practice, say both words slowly, focusing on the position of your tongue. For R, it should curl back, and for L, it touches your teeth. Try saying play and pray next. Which minimal pairs do you find most challenging to pronounce? Comparative and superlative forms help us compare things in English. Use the comparative form to show the difference between two items, like taller for one person compared to another. The superlative form, like tallest, describes one as the highest among 3 or more. For example, John is taller than Mike, but Sarah is the tallest in the group. Try creating your own sentences using comparatives and superlatives today. What's one comparison you can think of? Public transportation etiquette is essential for a pleasant journey. Always give up your seat to elderly or disabled passengers, and keep your voice down to avoid disturbing others. When entering a crowded bus or train, let passengers exit first before you board. It's also polite to avoid eating strong-smelling food, and to keep your belongings close to you. Remember, kindness goes a long way making everyone's ride comfortable. What's a rule you think is most important when using public transport? The tone of your email can greatly affect how your message is received. A direct approach gets straight to the point, which is often efficient, but it can come off as rude. A polite approach softens your request, making it more friendly and respectful. For example, instead of saying "send the report," try "could you please send the report at your earliest convenience?" Which style do you prefer when emailing? Effective time management is key to boosting your productivity. Start by prioritizing your tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, which helps you sort tasks by urgency and importance. For example, focus on completing important deadlines first and delegate or eliminate less urgent tasks. Additionally, breaking your work into smaller, manageable chunks can prevent feeling overwhelmed and keep you motivated. Try setting a timer for 25 minutes to work intensely, followed by a 5-minute break. What time management techniques do you find most helpful? Expressing your opinions respectfully is essential for healthy conversations. Start by using phrases like "I feel" or "in my opinion," which make your viewpoint personal rather than confrontational. For example, instead of saying "you're wrong," try "I see it differently." This approach invites dialogue and shows you value others' perspectives. Remember to listen actively and acknowledge their points as well. How do you usually express your opinion without coming off as rude? Knowing basic first aid can save lives in medical emergencies. Start by learning how to perform CPR, which can help a person who has stopped breathing. For example, you push hard and fast in the center of their chest, aiming for about 100 to 120 compressions per minute. Additionally, knowing how to treat minor injuries, like cuts and burns, is also important. Always keep a first aid kit handy at home and in your car. What first aid skills do you think are most important to learn? Understanding environmental consciousness vocabulary can help you discuss important issues. Words like sustainability, which refers to using resources without depleting them, are crucial. You might also hear carbon footprint, meaning the total greenhouse gases produced by an individual or activity. Another key term is recycle, which means to process materials to make new products. Expanding your vocabulary makes conversations about the environment more meaningful. What environmental terms do you find most interesting? Making appointments and reservations is essential for smooth interactions. Always specify the date and time, and consider mentioning the purpose of your visit. For example, when calling a restaurant, you can say, "I'd like to reserve a table for 2 at 7 p.m. Don't forget to confirm the details before hanging up. Practice by making a mock reservation with a friend. What's the last appointment you scheduled? Talking about neighborhoods and communities helps you connect with others. Use phrases like close-knit community, which describes a group of people who support one another. You might say, "Our neighborhood has a close-knit community that organizes events regularly." Another useful term is local businesses, referring to shops and services in your area. Like, "I love supporting local businesses." Engaging in discussions about your community can strengthen relationships. Try describing your neighborhood using these terms. What's something unique about community? Negotiation and persuasion are vital skills in everyday life. One effective technique is to find common ground. This helps build trust and shows you understand the other person's perspective. For instance, if you're negotiating a raise, start by acknowledging your company's goals before presenting your case. Another strategy is to use if-then statements like, "If I can improve sales, then I should receive a bonus." Practice these techniques in your next conversation.